Alright, sorry for the technical glitch there. It's MMA's fault because I wanted to take care of him and it kicked me offline. So I'll just blame MMA like we usually do. We're just going to continue from where we left off. We're having the Reds. Where did he go?
I don't know if he's come across.
Yeah, we got to get Reds in here. I'm passing out controls now so we don't have that problem. Tommy, I'm even giving you controls. Don't let me down.
Oh, yes.
Yes, Steve. Steve, you're doing so good.
That was already over, so what's the worst going to happen by giving Tommy control?
You're doing so good, Steve. One day you'll have as many viewers in your Hangouts as Brett Keane.
Woo! He actually unblocked me. I don't know what the hell's going on with him. Arcane did too. It's like they block, and then NeoCloud unblocks me, then he blocks me again. It's like all these guys do is they have a cycling thing of blocking and unblocking people. I'm like, I don't fucking care.
He does that.
You know, a minimum standard is that the number of people in the audience should be more than the number in the Hangout, right?
Yeah, no. I usually get about 20 to 30 people, and then there was like 32 before. So I mean, that's not too bad. In fact, they were engaged and liking the topic of the discussion. Although I'm quite disappointed that I didn't get to talk to that other guy more, Trust in Jesus, because that's what this was trying to do, was talk about younger creationism, and he's wavering on that. But I mean, it's great having Tommy as a sounding board explain to people why people are wrong about younger creationism, because he is a perfect example. What happens when you go down that path of younger creationism? No offense, Tommy. But,
right.
Anyways, I think he's one of those people that could actually say, you know what, younger creationism is bullshit. So I'm more interested in reaching out to those kind of people than anything else. However, the topics, they evolve and move on. And I'm loving the fact that you had challenged Red's rhetoric, and I think you made a serious mistake on that, Tommy, because
he's a great BS artist. So he's got the gift of
Tommy.
No, he's an awesome communicator, and I'll give him that. But if you actually had a transcript of what he said in the debate, and pretty much everywhere he does,
we've watched it.
It's mostly crap.
No, Tommy, I'm going to listen. Tommy, you heard what was read out, and that was the argument. That was his argument. That was Ronnie's argument.
It's his entire argument.
It was absolute gibberish. Now, Red had said to him, I am not a biologist and I'm not a chemist, so explain this to me. And he didn't even manage to explain it to someone who has worked in the field, who's familiar with the terms that he decided to throw in. If somebody says, I am not familiar with biology or chemistry, you do not throw in beta clamps, DNA helices, DNA gyres, electrons, all the rest. You don't do that. That's what you call a jargon bomb. And it's used for one reason and one reason only. To try and baffle with bullshit your opponent. But here's the difficulty that true empiricism ran into. He couldn't tie it together in a coherent argument. It was gibberish. You didn't understand. Well, let's put it. If he was so easy to understand, how come you didn't understand what he was talking about?
No, here's what it is, Fiona. I was expecting an actual intelligent debate of the topic between two people who were supposedly informed on the topic. What I got was
to be informed on the topic.
But, okay, I know that now. I know that now. So it's kind of begs the question of why he was even in there.
Because he wanted it to be explained to him.
A case, and all Red did was just respond with just these silly, oh, that's garbage, or why doesn't anybody else believe that? So it was just like a non-intelligent sort of debate on his.
What's that got to do with the incomprehensibility of the response?
Okay,
yeah, and the point is,
people can watch it again and decide for themselves.
What Red said true empiricism was at the beginning was, please explain this to me. He asked him, explain your argument to me. That's what he asked.
Fine. It was just nothing. It was just nothing in the way of intellectual response in the way of Red's.
Tommy,
I would say that's
argument
projection
was not.
from Ron McDonald.
The argument was not explained to Red. True empiricism did not explain his argument to Red. He couldn't do it.
The argument was incomprehensible.
How are they supposed to debate the argument when true empiricism cannot make the argument in the first place?
How about y'all make an argument for random mutations doing it? I'd like to hear that.
Wait. Don't change the topic.
No.
Watch them run. Watch them run.
Don't take the
That's
topic.
irrelevant, Tommy. What was the actual argument?
Please let me say this. Tommy, you do not get to throw in a comment to deflect it, and then when people say stay on topic, you say, watch them run. No, that's your usual tactic. That is your usual tactic.
We've been talking this 30 minutes.
You come into the Hangouts and you derail them. That's what you do. And you know that you put up a post saying that you like to come into the Hangouts and do this and ask questions because you know it gets people annoyed. You said you have fun doing that.
No, I like to make Hangouts entertaining. I like to make them entertaining. I won't deny that.
Quick question.
In other words, you're not actually here for the discussion.
Sure I am.
You're here for fun.
That's not true.
And that tells me everything.
I'm here for fun.
Hang on. All right, wait. I'm going to stop him.
You wanted to make it entertaining. You've just said that's what you do.
Notice how they divert the topic when I ask them for their actual science.
Yeah, we're actually going to divert away from science because you know we are so scared of science here. I mean, God, these scientists. You got to stop using these technical jargons in your paper to confuse people.
That's right. Of course.
So what was true empiricism's actual argument? Can you state it?
Well, from what I remember, it seems like it was basically in a nutshell that we know intelligence can create machines and motors, and the argument to or for the best explanation is that that indeed seems to be the case. That seems to be the best explanation.
Now, where did you pick up
that's
that
not really
understanding from? Where did you pick that understanding up from?
Yeah, what words did he use to convey that?
It's been several days since I've watched it, so.
No. You picked it up from us telling you in the other Hangout we've just left to come into this one. We told you there because when we first asked you what his argument was about, you said, oh, well, it was about information, which it wasn't.
No, I was going on that comment.
You know that we told you what his argument was tonight.
No, so I'm the one that brought up the argument of the best explanation.
Yeah, he did. No, when he mentioned information. No, I remember this.
After we had explained.
Well, hang on.
No. That's not about information.
No,
that is not the argument he was making.
Yes, that's right, but that's not the point. The point is that Tommy said, what. Well, let me finish. He said. He said something else was involved, because that drivel said that suggested there was something else involved, and Tommy said, the other thing that is involved is information, because there was words more than this, more than that, and then he also said that this was an argument to the best explanation. So he indeed did, come up with that term. But my point is, how does he, which is what you are asking. Is how is this an argument to the best explanation? What is the set of possible explanations? What is the criteria that he's using to select them? Is the best one? And we've got to that point, and it seems that we've got stuck because he's talking in vague terms. Right?
Have you seen the Hangout between true empiricism and Red's rhetoric?
No.
No. Well, that could explain something. You see, the whole point was I was pointing out that the way proteins interact with DNA, etc., all that sort of stuff, boils down to just chemistry. The way base pairs together, an A to a T or a C to a G, that's down to the chemistry of those molecules. True empiricism claimed it was more than just chemistry. So we started asking him, what's the more? And we asked, and we asked, and we asked, what is the more? And that's what Red was in to ask him. What is the more? Explain it to me. What is the more?
Yeah, and it literally took drag.
All about.
Yeah, Drag had to sit down, and he really had to. And first, he had talked to me actually before anybody else. He started getting to Macmal because what True was trying to get to. Then he went to Fiona and everybody else, and between everybody, it took him like 2 weeks or something to figure out what True was really getting at. Yeah. Okay, but I want to kind of move away because I think Wayne has a brilliant point here. We've discussed these things with Tommy, and Thank You Jesus has came back. So I want to get back to what Thank You Jesus was asking questions. And Tommy, feel free to throw in the perspective from the younger creationists. I like that because it's a great way to describe or show why it's wrong. But I'm trying to remember where we left off with something about universal common ancestry, and we never got back to him on that. So Thank You Jesus. Thank You Jesus. I'm going to say it like that. It sounds cool. Do you kind of say what we're saying about the universal common ancestry, that yes, the evidence is such that Fiona is right, there probably is a single universal common ancestry. However, I don't think we've gotten to that stage we can say that with certainty yet, and that's why I have never seen it stated with certainty. But is there an indication that is true? Yes. Okay. I think that's the best way to say it. Is that cool, Fiona?
Yeah, I mean, we suspect that there is going to be a universal common ancestor, but we never rule out that there may have been other life, and there may be an outside chance that in actual fact there isn't a universal common ancestor. But then again, science doesn't prove anything, remember. That's not what science's job is.
Right. Yeah, the universal common ancestor has been presupposed from the beginning. That wasn't something that science came to the conclusion of by the way of studying or looking at the evidence and coming to that conclusion. They started out with that a priori.
Where do you get that from? Where do you get that as an a priori presupposition? Because I've never heard that one before.
I'm certainly not presupposing a universal common ancestor.
Nor would I.
Darwin did. His bulldog friend did. All of those early Darwinian evolutionist people assumed common descent from the start without even knowing about genes and DNA, like Steve said earlier. They haven't even.
But they knew how things had changed from a prior things. That's what the whole thing for common ancestry was. He saw, especially with the Galapagos Islands and the finches, these adaptive radiations. He didn't know the hereditary portion of it. He didn't know Mendelian genetics, granted, but he knew there was life evolving, and he didn't use that word.
He didn't. In fact, he mentioned in his book.
But hang on, let me finish. He knew that life was changing from existing life, and he knew that would go all the way back and all the way back and all the way back, and that would describe why we have the biodiversity we have today based upon millions and millions and millions of years of this process. He didn't know what these processes actually were, however. But this is not a presupposition of a universal common ancestor. This is a deductive, actually, I would say, reasoning of if you take two species or you take two populations and go back to an ancestral population, you can keep doing that over and over and over again back to the first domain, correct? So that is not a presupposition. That is a direct logical conclusion.
Steve, Darwin knew at the time that the fossil record didn't comport to his theory. In fact, he asked audibly, or in his book, why do we not see the gradual gradations throughout the fossil record?
Tell me how
small cumulative changes that the theory would predict.
How prevalent was fossils back then? How many more fossils do we have now than we did 150 years ago, Tommy?
Quite a few.
Oh, quite a few.
Yeah.
Okay, let me. I'd like to, if I can talk for 2 minutes and explain how evolutionists engage in a huge bait and switch.
Well, wait. Let me just say something.
And Nootropic, I'll explain to you why it's deductive reasoning, and I'll give you a post that I wrote why it's a deductive argument, and I think it's pretty decent. I mean, it might be wrong. I don't know, but I made a deductive argument for common ancestry, and I'll send it to you later on that. Okay, Nootropic?
Yeah, I'd like to. Let me just, Fiona, let me get this out. It's a sleight of hand that nobody knows that evolutionists use on the fossil record.
Wait a minute, Tommy. that is...
Nobody knows?
You don't even know what I'm going to say. It's a secret.
It's a secret.
No, it's the fact that you called the sleight of hand.
Tommy knows.
You're immediately going to dishonesty there.
You think?
Well, Tommy, do you understand like what evolution is? Not Darwinian common descent. I'm talking about evolutionary biology that we do in like laboratories every day. What do you?
Okay, like what? Like what?
Like how we see evolutionary changes in different organisms.
Give me an example.
Bacteria.
Yeah, bacteria.
You've been given the examples, Tommy, again and again and again. The examples have been explained to you.
I can go through the bacterial argument.
And again and again, and you have denied every single example you have
It's because
given.
none of them involved random chance mutations plus selection. None of them.
There's no such thing as random chance mutations.
I would like to get my point out about the fossil record if I could, since we're talking
Sure,
about
go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead,
Okay.
Tommy.
Yes. Cut your own throat. Be my guest.
Calling everybody dishonest.
Fiona, you get quite a few chances to ramble on for a few minutes, and just give me a little bit of leeway here. The evolutionists have engaged in a huge sleight of hand and with the fossil record, and here's how they've done it. The vast majority of fossils are indeed invertebrates, so we're talking snails and clams and worms and things without backbones, lots of them. So it's like 95 to 99% of the organisms that are fossilized are indeed invertebrates. But so if they were going to attempt to prove evolution with the fossils, would you think that they would go right to the section or the large part of the fossil record that has been actually uncovered and dug up to show these slight changes over time, over millions of years, to prove evolution happens? But no, they don't do that. The sleight of hand, the bait and switch, is they actually go to the small 1% of the fossils that represent, like I say, just a tiny group of what we actually have, and they ask people basically to make inferences, and they do this especially with apes. You know, they'll dig up a fossilized ape or part of one, like a finger or part of a skull, and then they'll draw the rest of it on a piece of paper or something on a computer. They'll design the rest of it basically with their mind, and they ask people to imagine, you know, that this may be an ancestor, or this may or may not have been related to this other creature, when they could go actually to this incredible, vast array of fossils that are the invertebrates.
All right, let me address this. I mean, then I want Fiona to. First of all, everything you said is completely fucking made up bullshit.
No, it's not.
Yeah, it actually is.
Okay, so
I'm going to explain. I'm going to explain something. Tommy, how about we just start very basic? And I'm not even getting into this nonsense about inferences, because these are all based on very specific things that we know about the human physiology and anatomy. Okay, just like a reconstruction of a face. We know how to do that. That is science that does that. So this is a very, very technical aspect of paleontology that people study very many years to learn how to do. However, let's assume this, Tommy. I will say we have never found a fossil in our entire life. We don't even know what a fucking fossil is. Let's assume that. How does it affect evolutionary theory? Because evolutionary theory is genetics. It deals with evolution and population genetics, right? So let's assume we have never had a fossil. Does that mean that evolution is not true? Show me how.
It could never be disproven for you guys. It's always
sure it can.
No, it can't. How?
Two dogs get together and they have a horse.
That wouldn't disprove evolution.
Fucking wouldn't.
No,
the hell it wouldn't.
How would it? How would it?
Because you couldn't understand the phylogeny. How do you have two dogs? Wait. Do you understand that horses are equines and dogs are canis? How do you have two dogs get together and it's something have a totally different genera? Or
you
genus,
can do the same thing with horizontal gene transfer, Steve. You can transfer genes.
What?
Steve.
Horizontal gene transfer is not a fucking germline vertical gene transfer, Tommy.
It has the same effect by transferring genes horizontally.
We're not talking about that, though.
No, we're not. This is what Tommy does every time. These goalposts are on wheels.
These goalposts are on Mars. We're not even playing football anymore, man. We've diverged into fucking like pocket billiards.
Just before you go down to genetics, Tommy, you do realize that when it comes to morphology and when they look at the skeletal system and muscles, that is also used in forensics. So would you then go and try and argue against forensic science? You know,
Okay,
there's
so
when we have our legs, it has a certain shape to conform to with muscles, and apes don't have that. So if you can find a fossil that has kind of a transitional look to it, well, then that's suggesting something.
But I still want time to answer. Let's assume we never found a fossil. Okay, so what? We still have enough confirmation that the evolutionary theory is confirmed without ever finding a fossil. Just upon the genetics alone, we can confirm evolutionary theory.
Okay, so you're laughing about the horizontal gene transfer concept, but you're not laughing so much when I showed you the link showing that snakes, that cows have 25% of the snake genome.
So what? We have 50% like a banana. So what?
Okay, no, they had the exact same genes. 25% of the genome is the exact same as in snakes.
We are related to them. They're related to each other.
But not directly, Steve. Yelling doesn't help you.
What do you mean directly?
Indeed, horizontal gene transfer destroys your theory.
Tommy, I don't think you ever. Okay, we've explained to you lateral.
It destroys your phylogenetic maps.
Tommy,
but that is the truth.
Tommy,
the whole thing is debunked by it.
Tommy,
what do you
horizontal gene transfer? Hang on, let me explain this to him real quick. Because horizontal gene transfer has been around for a very fucking long time. It is the primary mechanism from bacterial resistance. Do you understand that?
Yes.
Okay. So we
take note of that, Steve, of that, Wayne.
Tommy, will you shut up and let him talk?
So we know that horizontal gene transfer, also known as lateral gene transfer, exists because we know, as I said, is the primary mechanism for bacterial resistance. Now, what I've asked you is vertical gene transmission, which is a linear descent from two organisms that have mated, copulated, had sex, reproduced, whatever the hell they call it, what the kids are calling it nowadays, that have had offspring. Horizontal gene transfer has nothing to do with that.
I agree, but how would that disprove common descent?
Great. Then we have meiosis, right? So we have meiosis. Then we have on the germ line, we have an organism that's from two dogs. If that organism was a horse, it was a what's a baby horse called? A colt. If two dogs had a colt, you're telling us that would not falsify evolutionary theory. Is that what you're saying?
How would that falsify common descent?
I didn't say common descent. I said evolutionary theory.
Okay, evolutionary theory has common descent as a part of that.
Tommy, I'm asking you, has nothing to do with common descent.
How does that disprove common descent, which is evolution over time? It's descent with modifications. So just because two dogs had a horse would not disprove evolution or common descent.
If it disproves part, that makes the whole thing.
May I say something, please?
Yes, because Tommy, I'm amazed at you're really pulling the shit out of your ass right now.
You didn't answer the question, Steve. How?
I did answer the question.
No. How would that disprove common descent?
And I'm going to answer it if you'll shut your bloody mouth, Tommy.
He didn't answer.
Seriously. You're doing this to look at the smirk. This is what he wants.
Come on, Fiona.
Yeah. Here's why. Because evolution is talking about a gradual change from one generation to the next. A gradual change. And two horses giving rise to a dog, or two dogs giving rise to a horse, is not a gradual change.
It's a major freaking change.
None of the mechanisms that are proposed that play a role in evolution could do that in one generation. None of them. So therefore, if two horses give rise to a dog, or two dogs give rise to a horse, evolution is scuppered.
How would that disprove evolution from a common ancestor?
She just explained it to you, Tom.
Let me explain.
It does not disprove the notion that organisms evolved over time.
Tommy,
I'm going to say one word to you.
Listen to me. How did
gradual? Gradual.
All right, how about we ask him this? Tommy,
hold on, people.
Boot his arse.
Yeah, Tommy, I know you're trolling right now. I get this. Yes, you are. Tommy, can you give us an evolutionary mechanism that would allow for a horse to be born of two dogs? Show us a biology book that allows that.
No.
That falsifies it. There you go. Thank you very much.
Or common descent.
Well,
you cannot show us a scientific book that allows.
This is how ridiculous.
Well, hold on, people.
This is how ridiculous what he's saying is, right? And I'm not even looking at the biological details. I'll give you an analogy, right? So let's say I said to you guys that I have a gubliono, and you said, "What is a gubliono?" And I said, "Well, it's a dog, but with an extra leg." Okay. Now, then you disprove that I have a dog, and then he says, "Well, you haven't disproved I've got a gubliano because you didn't do the extra leg bit." That is how retarded what you're just saying. No, that is exactly analogous to what you just said to Steve.
There is nothing that evolutionary theory can't adapt to.
Are you out of your fucking mind, Tommy?
At all.
So, okay.
Let me say something real quick, people. Well, it's said when people are talking about intelligent design that we can't make a conclusion to intelligent design because there might be other causes, right? So would there be possible, if evolution is true, that there could be other unknown mechanisms to make the whole, dog from a horse thing happen? Is that possible that could occur?
No, that's not what evolution is.
Have we ever observed that happening?
I understand.
Mechanism for that. Do we need to find a mechanism to explain that which we have? Do we need to find a mechanism to describe that or explain that which we have never observed?
Well, I understand that. I'm just saying that for the similar argument that intelligent design is often dismissed, I'm just saying that there could be, possible other unknown things that we've that could exist like that we've never seen before. So I mean, it can't be necessarily ruled out, just because we haven't seen these mechanisms before.
Science doesn't rule anything out. Science holds everything tentatively. Science is based on the available evidence, and science always states that it is based on the available evidence. And that is why science will, when it comes to its conclusions, will state that the evidence indicates, or sorry, swallow the wrong way, they always use tentative language. They never say this proves, because science never assumes that it has found all of the possible evidence.
Tommy, wait, hang on.
Let me finish. It always leaves room for evidence which may come to light, which disproves. And that's the thing with science. You can have as many pieces of supporting evidence as you want, but a single piece which disproves your theory, and your theory's out the window.
Right, so we go by what we know, right?
So we go where the evidence leads us. Now, give me the evidence of the horses producing the dog.
Well,
and we will go and look for the mechanism that allows that to happen.
Yeah. How can two dogs have a horse? We would look for a mechanism. We would not be able to explain it.
Yeah, I was never making an argument, to begin with. I was just saying that the reason often why I'm not saying any of you are doing it in here. I'm just saying a reason why intelligent design is often dismissed is because it's said that, like, for example, we can't prove intelligent design necessarily by trying to disprove evolution. Would you agree with that?
Yeah, that's called argument from ignorance. Yeah.
Right. Right.
And go ahead.
Yeah, and the reason why that's typically said is because there could be other things out there that we haven't seen before. Like, again, I'm not saying any of you doing this.
But that's not what idea is dismissed, though, Antonio. The reason intelligent design is dismissed, and I'm going to use more the colloquial understand we all have intelligent design. I know Brandon has his own version.
I'm not even saying that's
But let me explain to you why we don't accept intelligent design for science, because intelligent design is a ad hoc conjecture. It has no testability. It has no experimental power. It has no explanatory power, and has no predictive power. It literally has nothing that anything that was required in science to be a scientific theory has. It is conjecture at best, and that's being lenient. So when people say it could be, sure, purple fuzzy unicorns that spit rainbows and shit gold bricks and crawl out of my ass in a second. But the chances of that happening are not worth contemplating. It's not really, do I need to sit around and think that these things are possible? So intelligent design, to be an actual explanation for something, needs a demonstration. It needs unique and novel predictive things that would say, if intelligent design is true, these are the things that we are going to observe for it. Okay, just like the theory of gravity, we had to observe things that were predicted. You know, stars being in the wrong position, aberration, the Einstein crosses. These things that the theory predicts. Intelligent design has none of those things. At most, you can bring up something about junk DNA, which I don't think that the theory even talks about much. It's people that are in the movement, but it is not a novel thing. It's just saying that we don't think we have enough, as much junk DNA in our genome as should be seen. Okay, but other than that, there is no predictive power by this model. That's why it's not science. Does that make sense?
Yeah. I get the scientific argument that you made as to why somebody would dismiss intelligent design. Well, the only thing I was saying was that an often dismissal of intelligent design that I hear is because other explanations may be out there. If there would be a better argument to dismiss intelligent design, like the one you just laid out here, then that would make a better argument. That would be a better argument to make than rather saying, there could be other explanations out there rather than intelligent design or evolution. So since there could be other arguments out there, we dismiss intelligent design on that basis.
Let me ask you this, Antonio, because this goes back to something that Tommy Hall and my good friend Isaiah Sloan were talking about when it comes to de novo genes that Fiona had brought up. You see, Tommy Hall and like the rest of them want to see these genes come out of nowhere. They want de novo genes do happen. I mean, there are genes that are new genes that are not recombinant or anything like that. I think, correct me if I'm wrong, Fiona, but de novo genes generally are types of mutational genes that were non-functional that became some kind of functionality to them. Correct? In a nutshell.
Yeah.
Okay.
Sorry, I'm getting totally bogged down in the side chat with Tommy.
I've been watching, and that's he's doing it.
I also point out that thank you, Jesus left.
Yeah, and by the way, I'll just say this: thank you, Jesus. If you want to come back in here, I will shut Tommy down so we can talk to you. No offense, Tommy. He understands why. This is not a personal thing with Tommy.
I'll be quiet.
Okay, I trust you, brother. But I mean, I did want to talk to Thank You, Jesus, because he had some very good questions, and they were legit questions from a place of honest inquiry. But I mean, when they went, go ahead, Fiona.
I'm sorry, but I just get no time for this. Tommy does this every time. Every single time.
It's a big issue.
No, Tommy, the big issue is you trolling Hangouts.
I'm not trolling anything.
Well, I'm gonna stick up for Tommy just a little bit here, not much, but just a little bit. Tommy believes what he believes, and he does think that if we deconvert people out of younger creationism, or help to, like, Wayne's left younger creationism because he learned a lot and he listened to a lot of people. I do think, though, you are preventing that from happening, and I understand your reasoning for doing that. I do, Tommy. I get that. Okay, you have a position.
It has nothing to do with younger creationism.
But I think at the same time you're helping us because we can show people that have these things against evolution and have these positions that are contrary to established, recognized, known, confirmed science. You do us a favor. That's why I like to have the opposite viewpoint around. But I do think you do it to try to silence what we have to tell these people.
Get his back.
All right, so we're going to talk to Thank You, Jesus, and you said you're just kind of going to kick it. You want tossing every so often, doing the side chat, and we'll address it, Tommy, because I'm not going to silence you because there's no reason to. I will silence people like Christian Hillbilly who come in here and only want to preach, and they don't want to have anything to do conversing with people or interlocutory. So, thank you, Jesus. Can we get back on what we were saying to you? I mean, you had some questions. I would really like you to continue on that. Could you do that?
Does his microphone not work?
No, he works. Why he's figuring out his mic. He might have to re-enter. I do want to touch upon that de novo genes because, I have had Tommy ask me, well, these genes are not new genes. They're information that's, not new information. And I'm trying to explain to everybody that information comes from existing information. It's built upon that. So even a gene duplication is new information to the genome. So if you have a polyploidy situation where you have multiple sets of chromosomes, some of them may have obviously different mutations than the other set. So you have more of an ability to have variation within the genome, and more mutations, and more likelihood for a speciation event. That's why, you know, polyploidy leads into speciation events many, many times. But this is how evolution predicts it. And then Tommy and Nephilim Free come along and say, hey, you know, we want to see a new gene out of nothing. And I'm like, well, that doesn't happen that way except with de novo genes. So what they're asking for is not what evolutionary theory predicts. And when you ask any of them, go find a science book that predicts this, they will always fail. Because they'll say, well, they won't come out and say it. It's just implied. And that's a cop-out for them saying, we are making shit up. I just want to throw that out there.
I have to say again, Tommy, evolution deals with the diversity of life, and the abiogenesis deals with its origins. How are you still not understanding that?
Can I please ask?
Go ahead.
Oh.
Tommy? Is that you?
Well, why are you bringing up the straw man? Because I never said otherwise.
Well, in the side chat, you're talking about how it can't account for anything in the biosphere.
Right. Name something. Name something that mutation can account for biologically. Any structure.
Can I please say something here? Tommy put in the side chat that I can't help anybody because I am mute here. What do you mean by that, Tommy?
I'm asking you for an example of mutation that can add any structure in the whole biosphere, meaning from any organism that exists.
Right, so here, Tommy.
Hang on.
I had already
you
put
are
into
unable
the
to
side,
say anything.
I had already put in the side chat that brand new structures do not appear de novo. It's from modifications of existing structures. So I had already answered that question. So why were you saying Fiona can't help you, she's mute?
Because that's begging the question.
You put that in after I answered your question.
You can't account for pre-existing structures either by way of mutation. Nothing. No, pay attention, Fiona. You can't. Mutations don't create anything now in the way of new structures, and they never did.
So you keep telling yourself that, pal.
Hey,
you keep telling yourself that.
If you got the science to back yourself up and to refute me, then please bring it on.
Tommy, you've been asking in the side chat for the evolutionists to explain the origin of life.
No, I haven't.
Evolutionists, abiogenesis.
Please quote me when I said that.
Did we not
I can't. Do you know why I can't quote you? Because I lost my connection. I've lost the whole side chat. Somebody else will have the side chat.
Quote me.
Right, somebody else who still has the side chat.
Wayne,
you find it.
Wayne,
you find it. Ask the evolutionists to explain where biology came from. Somebody will find it.
The evolutionists have no legitimate explanation for the origin of any biology. You can
there you go.
That's true. Anything throughout the whole biosphere. That doesn't mean the origin of life. That means the
you said
biological
Wayne,
feature in any creature.
Tommy, you said, quote unquote verbatim, Wayne, the evolutionists have no legitimate explanation for the origin of any biology. You take that to the bank.
That's true.
Yeah, so that's saying the origin of life.
No, it's not. Yeah. It means hearts, it means lungs, it means blood vessels, it means eyes.
The origin of biology.
Don't you need all those things to have life?
Right, so wait a minute. So we've just caught Tommy out.
No,
he said he didn't bring up abiogenesis.
I didn't.
It's just been read out.
Biology. Look, Fiona, are you equating the word biology with abiogenesis?
Tell me something.
What does
biology deal with? What does biology deal with?
Answer the
what
question.
Does biology deal
are
with?
They synonyms, Fiona?
What does biology deal with? And I'm going to keep saying this. What does biology deal with?
Are they synonyms? Is abiogenesis and biology synonyms?
What does biology deal with?
Organisms.
What are they? They
are within organisms.
Living organisms.
Okay, but my
origin of living organisms.
My word biology does not mean the origin of life.
Oh,
could somebody read his comment again, please?
Yeah, we're reading it again, and I want to
it's in the side chat. The evolutionists have no legitimate explanation for the origin of any biology.
That includes all of biology, not just the cell, the first cell that came into life.
Origin.
That means all biology, any biology.
And Tommy, you
Notice
said
the diversion. Notice the diversion.
The origin of biology.
They can't disprove me, so they got to pull this crap.
Well, Tommy, you do know that evolution doesn't deal with.
Just own it. You said it. Just own it. You said it in the side chat. The others have pulled it up for me. You said it.
Biology does not mean origin of life, Fiona.
One second.
Biology does not mean origin of life. But the origin of any biology has to be
the origin of life.
Yeah. All right, we're gonna take this a little bit more one time. Yeah, we're gonna take this one more time because everybody's talking over each other. I just want to say real quick before Jade takes over. Tommy, you talked about structures. Do you know what the first cell structures were? Can you give me a single? Oh, okay. So you don't know what the first cell structures are? Yes, I do. How about a bilipid membrane? Would you consider that to be a first structure required for the first cell?
Show me the mutation that did that.
Why would it have to be mutations? Why did that have to be mutations? No, it's not.
Okay, then how did it come about?
Tommy, do you know what a bilipid membrane is?
Well, you're talking about the membrane around the cell?
Yes, a bilipid hydrophobic membrane.
All right.
Do you know why does that have to do with mutations? That is because of chemicals. That is a chemical process when you have lipids and you have hydrophilic parts of the cell that are opposite the other. That you have a differential across the cell, basically.
Okay, so you don't need DNA. You don't need DNA to form a.
No, you don't. You need lipids.
Cell membrane.
You don't need DNA. That's why it's called lipids.
Could you let Jade speak, please?
Yes, go ahead, Jade. But I'm just trying to explain to him that these new novel things don't even require what the hell he's talking about.
But he's been caught out in a blatant lie.
Okay, Tommy, when you said this, you said the evolutionists have no legitimate explanation for the origin of any biology. Do you mean by that any particular animal or plant or fungi line? Or do you mean the origin of animals, or the origin of mammals, or the origin of plants? Is that what you mean by biology? You don't mean just from the first cells on?
If you can see it, and if it's within a cell, if it's within a living organism in the phenotype, then that's what I mean. Any organism, you can't explain it by any evolutionary process.
So you mean we cannot explain the origin of any particular organism?
Oh dear.
Not by way of mutation. Go ahead, prove me wrong. Notice
there's more than,
didn't Steve just say that?
There's more than mutation, Tommy. Are you familiar with the theory of endosymbiosis?
Right.
Okay, so
but that requires two different organisms, right?
Yeah. So but out of that, no. Out of that, you're saying we can't. No, but then you're going back to a biogenesis. What you're saying is we cannot tell you the origin of any particular organism. What I'm pointing out is that through, for example, endosymbiosis and other various similar sorts of things, we can have two organisms come together to form a third. That would be the origin of the third organism. But if you're going to have
what did that add in the way of anatomy structures?
Well, that's how we got mitochondria. That's how we got chloroplasts. That's how we got cell organelles.
Yeah, yes. Tommy, if you just described how mitochondrial formations started in eukaryotes. I mean, that's how they think mitochondria came to being. Correct?
Yes, that's their theory.
Okay.
I'd like to see the experimental evidence for that.
This is an explanation of something, Tommy. Now, wait, is that a mutation, though, to you, Tommy?
No.
Okay. Does that change the structural component of the cell?
Well, my actual challenge was by way of mutation.
I don't give a shit about your actual challenge.
Okay, well, then you don't care what your theory says.
You're setting up a straw man.
No, you did not.
Nobody's saying anything about mutations, Tommy.
No, he did not mention mutations. He said, and I'll read it again, the evolutionists have no legitimate explanation for the origin of any biology. You can take that to the bank.
And he just got it wrong.
So the explanation, if I may, if I may. So the explanation for the eukaryotic cell, for example, is endosymbiosis. We have an explanation, and when we look at the mitochondria, what we see is a bacteria. When we look at a chloroplast, what we see are blue-green algae. They're nearly identical. If you look at the something I brought up before, there's a certain protozoan that lives in the guts of termites. Okay, and this is a commensal organism. It's Lynn Margulis wrote about it, calling it the beast with 5 genomes, because what you have is this protozoan, and then on the protozoan are 4 different bacteria, but they are an integral part of the protozoan. They cannot exist without it. It cannot exist without them. However, they are not yet one organism. They're on the way to becoming a single organism. So the cilia on this organism that help it move are actually spirochetes, bacteria. There's a little round bacteria at the base of the spirochetes that produces energy for the spirochetes, and there's a couple others I forget. But the point is, here we have something that is an organism that is not yet one complete organism. This is on the way to becoming a complete organism. Because these independent parts, it's a transitional organism, because these individual parts cannot exist without each other. They are an integral commensal organism, but they are not yet a single one.
Okay. Fiona, would you, again, as you have in the past, define evolution as a change of allele frequencies over time? The answer is yes. Okay,
yeah.
So any symbiosis process, any process that Jade is talking about, symbiosis, would have had to have been led up to by way of allele frequency changes over time. So mutations would have had to have given rise to this capacity to do this, and you can't provide any evidence that that's actually true.
Do you realize?
Actually, we
do. Do you realize, Tommy? Do you realize, Tommy, that when you get endosymbiosis, you get the alleles of one organism and the alleles of another organism, and they go together?
Yeah.
Yeah, and do you know what the DNA in mitochondria is? It's called mitochondrial DNA because it came from a separate line. That's why it doesn't have the same new things that nuclear DNA has. That's why we can show different lines, with the matrix. Was it the not Y chromosome, but the chromosomal Eve, because that comes from the DNA, right? The mitochondrial DNA. So we know that at some point these were 2 different lines that had a symbiosis together that came together to form a single collective organism. Tommy, this is evidence for that. Yeah, right. That's what the evidence shows.
You know what's funny is you evolutionists denied this symbiosis for decades. In fact, the person who discovered it was ridiculed, and basically she had to drop out of science altogether. I forgot her name. Not Margulis. What was her name?
I know who you're talking about.
Anyway,
no, she was not ridiculed.
She had to drop out of
proved her case. Yes,
she ultimately got the Nobel Prize like 4 years later.
She proved her case. Right. Yes.
But you
you have not proved yours, Tommy.
And Tommy, that's why science works, because she was right.
Just like Lynn Margulis was ridiculed, and she did have to fight, and she has also been proven right.
Right. I agree.
Because that happens. There are stubborn people in science. There are stubborn people in history. There are stubborn people in all of the social sciences, as well as all of the sciences, and literature and whatever. There are stubborn people who don't. You have to prove it to them. They're all from Missouri. You got to prove it to them.
Reading between the lines, he's not really talking about evolution. He's talking about the people.
Yeah.
And his ascriptions to their motives and their nefarious intents. That's what's really.
Well, he's
going
always
on.
had a fallacy of motive. Yeah, he's
always all the
time.
I mean, the fallacy of motive is strong with young Earth creationists and anti-evolution deniers, because even not too long ago when they said, who was this that said Fiona only uses technical jargon in her thesis because it confuses the average layperson. This is why scientists don't want people to know how to read their papers. Who was it that said that, Fiona?
That was talking about the thesis.
Let me ask you a question.
How else do I write it? How else do you write it without using scientific terminology?
I just said it was a side effect. I didn't say that was the reason
Oh,
they
it's
used
a
it.
side effect. Oh,
Let Antonio speak, guys. Let Antonio share, please.
Just for the record, though, Symbiosis doesn't add information or anything else.
Oh yeah, throw that one in quick.
For
Throw it in.
goodness sake.
You got to throw it in. Just throw it in. You're not going to get another chance. You got to throw it in what you got.
You're still at 0.
I'd like to add something in here about the motive thing. It's often said quite a bit that intelligent design proponents are trying to hide behind certain motives of religious theology and things like that. That's
They are.
so true on the, well, here's the thing, though. I mean, where they are and that has nothing to do with if there is evidence for intelligent design. I know y'all may disagree that there is, but I'm just saying whether they have motives and that have nothing to do with whether there's evidence or not. I mean,
well, what I'll tell you is this: that way back in 2005, when the Dover School Board were attempting to get intelligent design into the biology classroom, at one of the meetings, one of the people wanting intelligent design as part of the science curriculum stood up and said, 2,000 years ago, somebody died on a cross. Won't anyone stand up for him? Now tell me there wasn't religious motivation in getting intelligent design into that class. I rest my case.
Hold on. I was mute there for a second.
Mic drop.
I'm not saying that there aren't people who may have motives who have presented motives. I'm not making that argument. I'm just saying that it's not a necessary thing to suggest that somebody holding an intelligent design position is just trying to hide behind certain motives.
And Tony, not the individual persons, but it is demonstrable. We can actually demonstrate with evidence, and this is what Kitzmiller versus Dover did, and there's more out there you can find, that the people that started the wedge doctrine and the intelligent movement design had a religious agenda. That is not even questionable.
Well, you can find as much evidence out there as you want, but I mean, I'm just saying that how does that impugn intelligent design at all?
Well, it's not. There's nothing. We don't need to falsify intelligent design because intelligent design is not an active theory. There's nothing to falsify. It has nothing to be falsifiable yet. That's one of the problems it has. It is not falsifiable. So when we're saying that it has religious overtones and this came from a religious point of view, I'm not trying to do a fallacy from genetics, but what I'm saying is that the individual person may believe there might just be an intelligence and not God, but the whole movement was a creationist movement, no question, and that's what we're trying to impart to you. So you cannot separate those two things. You can't just say, oh, intelligent design has no theological or theological overtones. It does. It has both of them because that's what intelligent design advocates. It doesn't always necessarily say God is the intelligence, but that's where it came from. And it's disingenuous to say otherwise.
Well, I'm not saying, it didn't, excuse me, I'm not saying it didn't originate like that, but, I mean, it just seems to be the consistent thing to go to that when someone's trying to present a scientific case. I'm not saying any of you in here are doing this. It just seems to be the consistent thing to go back. And
do you have a scientific case?
What's that?
Do you have a scientific case for ID? Because all of the ones I've seen, all the ones that Dembski, Behe, and Myers have, none of them have ever passed scientific scrutiny. Why is that?
I don't have a scientific case for any position. The reason why I started joining these Hangouts is to increase my knowledge. I didn't start joining these Hangouts until about 2 weeks ago because I'm a layman on both issues.
But do you get, though, the fact that in order to say intelligent design is even a workable model, okay, there has to be evidence for it. There has to be some reasons why we say, hey, there's evidence, there's an intelligence that did all this, okay?
Right.
The problem is that there's just nothing of that. What we have is evidence for a non-intelligence process, okay? It's called a teleonomic process. Natural selection, for example, is a teleonomic process that nature designs things. So it may have the appearance of design by an intelligence, but we can explain it naturally. That we have evidence for. Because we've seen things actually occur this way. We've never seen any in disembodied, non-corporeal, etherical, it's some intelligent thing out there do anything.
I guess my issue here would be the fact that I see in certain scientific journals that I've read, I've seen intelligent design mentioned, by evolutionists. They'll mention it to attack it or to show how it's invalid or something like that. But it just seems to be a bit, I don't know if there's anything going on behind the scenes in the scientific field. It just seems to be a bit just unsettling for me that intelligent design could be mentioned and attacked all day in the scientific journals, but it just seems to me that it can't be put across as a theory, but it could be attacked all day in the journals.
It's not either. First of all, it's not attacked anywhere in the journals because it's not published in the journals because it's not science.
That is the difficulty that they're facing. They haven't been published in peer-reviewed journals.
I mean, it's so bad they actually had to start their own journals to publish.
Yeah, they publish in biocomplexity.
Well, what's wrong with that? Don't science allow people to,
No, let me finish, please. Biocomplexity is the Discovery Institute's in-house journal. Only those who are intelligent design proponents are on the editorial board, and they're the only ones that actually read these papers and check them. Actually looking at how good the papers are. They're not actually reviewed by scientists. They can't get published in the mainstream scientific journals because they can't provide the evidence to support intelligent design. They've done very little experimental work on it. Some of the work they have done has been so bad that it's awful. Really bad. If an honours student, in the final year of their degree, handed in work of that standard, at the big red F on the top, it's that bad.
Well, what's unsettling for me is the fact that if it's really that bad, it would be as bad as, let's say, it's a flat Earth idea. It would be really on that sort of a level of that bad of science. But you still have all these debates that happen between intelligent design scientists and evolution scientists.
You do.
You do. These debates happen all the time.
Antonio, you do not have these debates in the scientific arena. You have them for stage purposes for the general public. Every debate you've ever seen is only for a public consumption thing. That's all it's for. It has nothing to do with an actual scientific debate in the scientific arena.
Wait a minute, Steve. You seriously are convinced that they just do debates like this just for entertainment purposes?
Yes.
No.
Not just entertainment, but edification, education. It's for show, though. It's for public consumption every time.
Like with Ken Ham and Bill Another Science Guy. That was just for the general public. It wasn't, at a university.
And so is every time Hovind has ever done one too.
And here's something interesting you might like to know. The book that was involved at the Dover trial of Pandas and People. Michael Behe of the Discovery Institute and also Lehigh University wrote a chapter in that book. Now that's the book that the school board was trying to get put into classrooms. And that book said that intelligent design said that animals appeared abruptly, fully formed. Fish with fins and scales, birds with feathers, beaks and wings. That was in 2005. Now bear in mind that in that book, Michael Behe had a chapter. So he was obviously in agreement with that. Michael Behe now accepts common descent.
And so does Dembski, and so does Meyer.
Yeah. And yet in 2005, they were going to teach school children that common descent was a load of rubbish.
And think about that, Antonio. Think about that.
Go ahead.
I was just saying that they were the original book they had, A Panels of People, did specifically say that things were formed, fully formed. Okay, and all they did was they took bits and words and changed them. They turned creationist into intelligent design advocate. They turned creationism into intelligent design. That's all they did. And so it is literally the next step of a quote-unquote evolution from creationism to science. I mean, to science, because what they tried to do was called the wedge doctrine. And what the wedge doctrine was saying was that we do not have the science or the evidence to support what we're saying. But what we're going to do is we're going to try to wedge it in the back door to get it into the scientific curriculum.
I've got the wedge up actually on my screen. And there's some very interesting bits of the wedge.
Oh yes. And I compare it to this. I'm like, okay, let's say you weren't smart enough to get into Harvard. So what you do is you start your own little school, you say, and you call it Harvard. And then you say, hey, look, I went to Harvard. That's what they do when they say they published. Oh, yeah, well, they're published. Well, they're not published in any kind of scientific journal.
Yeah, here are their governing goals, right? To defeat scientific materialism and its destructive moral, cultural, and political legacies. To replace materialistic explanations with the theistic understanding that nature and human beings are created by God.
It doesn't sound really religious to me. I don't see any theological overtones. Does anybody else?
Yeah, that was our governing goals. Now here are the 5-year goals. To see intelligent design theory as an accepted alternative in the sciences and scientific research being done from the perspective of design theory. See the beginning of the influence of design theory in spheres other than natural science. To see major new debates in education, life issues, legal and personal responsibility pushed to the front of the national agenda. 20-year goals. To see intelligent design theory as the dominant perspective in science. To see design theory application in specific fields, including molecular biology, biochemistry, paleontology, physics, and cosmology in the natural sciences, psychology, ethics, politics, theology, and philosophy in the humanities, to see its influence in the fine arts, and to see design theory permeate our religious, cultural, moral, and political life.
And let me ask you, Fiona,
science to you.
And Fiona, let me ask you, how many of those predictions came true? How many of those goals came true?
We see, what I don't see much of in their goals is a lot of science being done.
No, it's all undermining.
It's all about pushing their agenda.
Yeah, and people keep complaining that we gays have an agenda. I mean, seriously.
And not just that, but South Korea, I think, had a similar issue back in 2012. And they also did a review and so forth. They didn't go to court, but the government had to do a review because some creationists were nitpicking about horse evolution. They said, well, yeah, horse evolution isn't the best example of evolution, so we'll use something else like whales or something else like that, and keep the other examples used. And that they said that it's needed for students in biology to learn evolution because it is one of the core principles and is of biology and so on and so forth. And that's back in 2012 from the South Koreans. This isn't up for the debate in the scientific community about is evolution fact, theory or hypothesis. It's set. I'm sorry. This is an inconvenient truth for you. I realize that. But
when I hear the gay agenda, I think of a bunch of gay people sitting in a laboratory trying to build a virus to turn everybody homosexual. And I know you got that. I'm sure you're doing that. I just can't prove it. But it's okay. But just make sure that I find a nice man to go out with.
Yeah. Oh, and one thing I wanted to say about
treats me
the
well.
Dover trial. And there you go. We're working on our homosexual virus as we speak. We're going to release it into the air via the contrails. That's really what the contrails are. Just to let you know. It's a homosexual plot. But what I was going to say is about the Dover trial. When they went through all the different versions, they actually started with the term creationism. It was then changed to creation science. It was then changed to intelligent design. And one of the things that the judge noticed was there was a potential change in the offing. And I don't remember what it was. But he made a comment like, so are we going to be back here in a few years arguing about whatever it was? So they were already prepared if intelligent design got shot down. They were already prepared to use a new term. Since creation science, you see, got shot down earlier. Creationism got shot down. Creation science got shot down. So now they were using intelligent design. And in case that one got shot down, they had something waiting in the wings.
Yeah, like, so are you getting the idea that this was a planned movement from the outside that literally never even addressed science? It had nothing to do with the science.
No.
Okay, so intelligent design got shot down. They still calling it intelligent design?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, intelligent design itself really didn't get shot down at the Dover trial.
Yeah, it did.
It was just the version of intelligent design that was masqueraded. Yeah.
No, it specifically responds. The opinion specifically names intelligent design.
Yes, it does. The difficulty that they had in Dover was that intelligent design was hijacked by a bunch of young Earth creationists. The ruling by the Supreme Court in 1989, Edwards v. Aguilar, stated that creationism could not be taught because of separation of church and state. So that's when they redid their edition of their book. And instead of talking about creationism in the book, they started talking about intelligent design. Otherwise, the book was word for word the same. And they tried to get that book put into the schools in Dover. And it was that specific thing that brought the case about. That book, that school board.
We're talking about in America or in the UK? Dover or where?
America.
Dover, Pennsylvania.
Oh, you just said they had a different alternative term in case intelligent design got shut down. It was shut down. They're still calling it intelligent design.
Well, you see, what happened was that given that this case was very specific to that school board, the evidence that ends up getting led for both the prosecution and defence are very specific to that case. And because of the way the whole thing had been worded, the judge was left having to say, is intelligent design as proposed in Dover science? And he could only go by what the defendants had produced to show that it was science. They didn't make their case in Dover.
I would go so far to say not only did they make their case, but the judge lambasted them on how bad their case actually was.
But he could only go on the evidence that was presented in court. Now, if the Discovery Institute pulled out of that trial because they realised that intelligent design had been hijacked by a bunch of young Earth creationists. They were using intelligent design as a Trojan horse to get creationism into the classrooms.
Yeah, but intelligent design in and of itself, regardless of who hijacks it, is wrong. I'm sorry.
Yeah, look, that's beside the point at the moment. Now, since Dover, and because of Dover, many people who are advocates of intelligent design have gone to great lengths to distance themselves from any religious overtones or even undertones because of what happened at Dover. Because based on the evidence that was led in trial, and things like, as I mentioned before, somebody in favour of this book being used, standing up saying 2,000 years ago someone died on a cross, won't anyone stand up for him? You can't say that that's not religious. They plastered the religion all over it at Dover. And going on that basis, the judge could only come to the conclusion that there was that intelligent design, as proposed in Dover, was religious and it was creationism in a frock and lipstick. He could only go on the evidence that was presented to him.
And this is why
intelligence is trying to distance itself from religion because of the Dover ruling. Now, I've spoken to I've spoken to a lot of intelligent design people. I'm an admin in one of the groups, and I remember at first when I said to some of the people in the group, the best thing that could have happened for intelligent design was for it to be struck down in Dover. Because if you want to claim that intelligent design is a science, you don't need the baggage that those young earth creationists in Dover were trying to tag onto it. Because you then end up with the religious connotations that you can't escape from. If you want intelligent design to be considered a science, first you need to do the science, but you also need to have none of the religious baggage. If intelligent design had not been struck down in Dover, then it would be stuck with that religious baggage.
I think it's stuck even more with that baggage. The creationists are still using intelligent design.
Yes, because, and this is the ironic thing about it, that those who are serious about intelligent design go to great lengths to not talk about religion. And then someone will come paddling into the group and say to them, so how do you solve the starlight problem? And they'll say, what do you mean the starlight problem? And the answer will be, well, how do you explain how a galaxy is 13 million light years away, but God only created the universe 6,000 years ago, and they are told to sling their hook because they still want to try and use intelligent design as a Trojan horse.
That's not a problem of intelligent design, though. Like,
it's not. That's a problem with the creationists.
Yeah,
that's not even a problem. It's not even a problem because
it's a problem with
it pertains to the common question that they both have. The problem is people unable to make proper distinctions.
But how can you? If you have people, creationists, coming in to supposedly scientific discussions about intelligent design and throwing in things about young earth creationism, how will intelligent design ever get away from it?
Yeah, I mean, Brandon.
So you're saying, no, wait a second. You're saying that if a creationist jumps in on the conversation, how can I tell the difference between creationism and intelligent design? Well, simply by knowing the constraints of intelligent design.
Well, I agree with you. So you're saying though, like the starlight problem would not be a problem with intelligent design, right?
Right.
Okay, but it is with young earth creationism. As a matter of fact, it is a big defeater of young earth creationism.
And
they cannot get around it.
And that is why this person came into the group and asked that question, because they were wanting help to make the argument for a young earth.
Well, they may have I'll go even farther than that. I'll say they may have gotten help from some intelligent design advocates who might be young earth creationists.
Sure, or sympathetic to sure.
Yeah, I take intelligent design is broad.
Yes.
It can even include like the full evolution.
But if you go to what is supposed to be just the science and say, help me fit in God creating the earth 6,000 years ago, that's not what science does.
I mean,
science
Brandon
can't investigate God.
May I interject? I know I'm new here, but can I interject?
Hey, Patrick, what's happening, buddy?
What's up? Listen, regardless of the superficial differences, intelligent design is in fact creationism. That was during the 1980s. There was a court case over it. The fact is that they deliberately try to dress up the idea with this intelligent design thing. They try to make it look like science. Intelligent design is in fact creationism. It's just it was just dressed up the whole Dover case in New Jersey was, or was it Pennsylvania rather, Dover, Pennsylvania. It was the whole idea was they uncovered textbooks that were being injected into the school system that weren't supposed to be there. There was files that were opened that were literally, the creationism was literally rewritten as intelligent design. It was literally the same
C design proponents.
Yeah, it's a Brandon, but Brandon, and we agree. I think everybody agrees on that, Patrick. Yeah, but Brandon,
no, I don't agree.
Well, that was Kismo versus Dover. I mean, okay, besides you, obviously, but the Kismo versus Dover, that is what happened. But
no,
Brandon, but don't you think though, by aligning yourself, be all-encompassing, uniform, this umbrella that you have with like young Earth creationists, and then to turn around and say that you're promoting science, you don't see a conflict there because you don't accept young Earth creationism.
No, you just generalized. You've attempted to generalize ID to creationism to all these other.
No, I did not.
I've tried to draw a distinction there. But this is the problem that.
Can I say something about
those people who are very serious about intelligent design are trying to distance it from religion, but they are shot in the foot time and time again by young Earth creationists jumping on the intelligent design bandwagon and trying to hijack it.
Now, Richard Dawkins jumps onto evolutionary theory, so
they can try to jump on all they want to. They can try to jump on all they want to. That don't mean there's any connection.
No, but what I'm
problem for the observer.
To you is the connection is made in the minds of people who are listening to it.
Well,
that's where the connection gets made.
In the minds of those people and the observer.
You don't think
distinctions.
Brandon, you're missing my point. My point is that when you keep seeing creationists trying to use intelligent design to support their young Earth creationism, then it is very hard for everybody to realise that intelligent design and creationism have nothing to do with each other.
Well, it's hard for people who can't make distinctions. It's not hard for people who can make distinctions.
I'm talking about this from the intelligent design person's point of view.
Well, you know that
I don't accept intelligent design because there's no evidence for it. But what I'm saying is that those people who are serious about it really want it to be split away from religion. But every time they try it, they're getting dragged back by young Earth creationists.
Well, and young Earth creationists like to hijack things. Look what they did with the, Mary Schweitzer's work. I mean, they totally hijacked that. So, I mean, this is what they do. But, Brandon, I think what we're trying to say to you is, don't you think that if intelligent design advocates want to promote a viable hypothesis, I am loath to call it theory, but for all practical purposes, a hypothesis, that they would literally running from these creationists, because I don't think that yes, you could be both. You could be ID and creationist, of course, but to claim it's science and then attach to people that they're the most anti-scientific community around, that laugh at the science we have that demonstrates that the Earth is not 7,000, 8 years old. It's almost as bad as the flat earthers.
Wait a second.
I'm just saying, do you don't see a problem with that, to say that intelligence?
No,
it's like saying intelligent design is science, but hey, if you're a flat earther and your science conforts to mine, we'll accept you.
It's called making proper distinctions. Nikola Tesla, he was a lunatic. He thought that he was in love with a pigeon that had glowing eyes. Nevertheless, he invented radio, all kinds of things.
How does that have to do with anything about these people that promote bad science? You're taking a groups of people that don't know science and then advocating a scientific position. You don't see how that's going to be a problem to people?
Science. He had bad science as well as good science. It doesn't mean that we throw out his...
That's a very poor analogy, Brandon.
But that doesn't mean that we have to teach his bad science as well as his good
science. We don't throw out good inferences because of bad inferences. That's just an inability to make proper distinctions.
You definitely
Brandon,
have... Go ahead.
Brandon, I'm actually trying to help you out here. It seems you've missed my point completely. Intelligent design has no hope of going anywhere until it can shake the young Earth creationists off. They're the ones that are dragging it down.
I don't think there's actually any problem with young Earth creationists co-opting intelligent design. It's relevant to a specific question of whether there is design.
Why should intelligent design go anywhere, though? It's a flawed. It's not even.
Yes.
Well, it's just an assertion.
Yeah, but don't forget there are old Earth creationists as well.
Yes.
And because intelligent design is not the equivalent. Intelligent design and young Earth creationism are not the same thing. There are people who are involved in intelligent design who want nothing to do with young Earth creationism, and there are people involved in intelligent design who are young Earth creationists.
True.
But there's a larger group over here. And then there's a group that believes in evolution except for humans, which they believe is a special creation.
Mm-hmm.
So, you have different groups over here in intelligent design.
Yes.
Oh, darn it. The entire intelligent design movement does not want to be tied down by one particular theology or theological point of view.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Did Tommy Hall did you see what this Tommy just wrote? I'm sorry, I didn't mean to derail this. But I mean, you guys are having a full conversation on the side that I think is worth exploring. Because no offense to Brandon and Tom, we've been down these discussions a billion times. There's actually some more lively in the side chat that I think we need to discuss with thank you much Jesus and Tommy Hall literally just said nobody can prove randomness in molecules. Tommy, really?
Yeah. How would you do that?
Furthermore, hold on. Furthermore,
I have something to say.
Hold on, Brendan. When Tommy asked for the evolution of blood and so forth, I gave him 2 motherfucking research papers on that fucking question. Yeah, and what's he say?
What's the name of the gene that mutated?
Tommy, shut it and let him speak.
So again, if you have a question, if I have a question about anything, shut the fuck up. Oh, sorry, I thought that was
No, I really don't want to be in here with Tommy.
Oh, fair enough. If I have any question about the evolution of anything within the body, or I want to find out how something works, Tommy, what am I going to do? If I want to find out how something works, how it evolved, what am I going to do?
But you can't. And by the way, Tommy, randomness in molecules. Anytime you have a temperature and you have motion of molecules, that is all random. That's all random vectors.
Says who?
Basic thermodynamics.
Prove it.
Basic thermodynamics.
Okay, you know what? Tommy, we could prove it to you. Can I?
I'm sorry.
Do you have any idea what a tension is? Go ahead.
I just want to say,
Tommy, let me say this one thing. Hey, come on, guys. Let me finish. Tommy, we could prove it to you.
How?
We actually could. Here's the problem. How's your calculus? Let's start with that.
Terrible. Non-existent.
So vector fields would be like
in other words, we can't prove it to you because you wouldn't even begin to understand the math.
Show me a peer-reviewed paper.
Define random.
Wait. Have you know? Have you ever looked at a vector diagram? Do you know vector analysis at all? So if I showed him vector analysis and calculus papers that show the randomness of temperatures and molecules, because that's what it is. It's a vector field of temperature gradients. You would be able to understand that, Tommy.
Show me the peer-reviewed paper that proves.
That's not my question to you.
Define random and why it's important.
You made your point. Let me say something here. I just want to say, Tommy, what the fuck does that got to do with the price of eggs in China?
Grow up.
Can I just say this? Tommy's just said, show me the peer-reviewed paper that, blah, blah, blah. Jade and Artist have been busy
showing papers
stuff in the side chat forum on other stuff that he was asking for papers for. And he's ignored them all.
Did you read any of them, Tommy? Did you even click on them?
I asked for a mutation that...
Did you click on any?
Listen to me.
Did you look at any of the things that were provided?
That's what I asked for. That's why I didn't
read. You're just shifting the burden. You're just shifting the...
I asked for a mutation that added part of the...
It has nothing to do with what you're talking about.
Did you look at any of the references that were provided?
I told you, I read the abstract.
Given the questions he
They presented no genes and no mutations.
No, given the questions he asked me after I not only posted the link to the paper but posted the beginning and the conclusion, he didn't even bother to look at it because the answer is in the paper. But
what gene mutated? Hey, Jade, what gene mutated, Jade?
Well, first of all, Tommy, do you remember when Jade and I? I'll tell you.
This is about the creation. This is about the endosymbiosis that I was talking about and how you went from 2 organisms to 1, which is the beginning of that particular organism, which is something you asked long ago. And so what I was trying to show you is how, no, it's not mutation, it's gene expression, which is the first step. You have to understand selection. So we have a paramecium bursae that sometimes has commensal algae and it sometimes doesn't. And what they did was they did a study of the genes of the ones with the commensals and the ones without the blue-green algae. Now, having the blue-green algae inside is like well, you know, it's like the precursor to having chloroplasts, because that's what the job the blue-green algae are doing for the paramecium. And they do this for a number of other organisms as well, like Volvox. But the paramecium is the one that I find most interesting, because the paramecium can do with or without the algae. So what they did was they studied these to see what's the genetic difference between the ones with and the ones without. Well, what they did was they found the gene expression. And there's a lot more than that, just the gene expression, in the paper. I listed it, but you didn't even look at it, and you're... I don't want to scroll back. I don't want to scroll back to look at your questions, but it was really clear that you didn't even bother to look.
What structure was added? What's
Tommy,
the structure? The
structure that was added.
Yes.
The structure that was added to the paramecium were a whole bunch of blue-green algae. They were added to the paramecium.
This is a hypothesis.
Jade,
we can see it happen. We can actually do this. They do this in the lab. They remove the algae. They put the algae back. They've done the freaking studies. This is one of the reasons I like this particular example, because they've done these studies. They did these. I read about this when I was in high school in the 1960s. So this is nothing new. Yeah, the new structure is the blue-green algae. Given time, those blue-green algae might be permanent, given that there's different gene expression.
If you remember back to the original challenge, it was about mutation.
I just want to ask Jade. Jade, I want to tell you that you are obviously highly intelligent, and you're giving your much more evidence and stuff like that than I could ever do. But I just want to tell you that you're wasting your breath with Tommy.
Yes.
He deliberately changed the subject. You know, like my sarcastic remark was, what's that got to do with the price of eggs in China? Is because he deliberately shifted the whole conversation over, and
I've asked the whole time about mutations.
What we were talking about before. I just want to say that. Thank you, Jay.
I've called the whole time for. I've issued a challenge for mutations to add part of anything, part of the phenotype. Blood vessels, anything, and you present symbiosis that doesn't even involve mutations at all.
You're just spitting out words, Tommy.
Well, hang on, guys. Wait, Tommy, wait. Jade and I, not too long ago, gave Neffy exactly a paper he looked for. I don't know the name of the paper. Maybe Jade remembers, but it had to do with mutations of the Hox genes. And it was exactly what you guys were asking for.
What was added?
He didn't even bother to look at it either.
What was added?
And I tried to explain Hox genes to Tommy, and it got nowhere.
A change in morphology and body plan by structural changes due to mutations and epigenetic factors of the Hox genes.
What was added? Name me the structure.
Oh, wait! You see, this is now he's on to the
composite eyes.
Structures.
Was it that one or was it the wings? Because we also had the wings between the the dragonfly and the the fly and the
Yeah, Tommy doesn't understand any of that, and that's why he just kind of dismisses it outright.
It's not a new structure.
Well, there are no new structures. When are you going to get that through your head?
Modification of existing structures, Tommy.
Right. Say it with us, Tommy.
Typing that in the side chat all
Say it with
night.
us.
Modification of existing structures.
Mutations don't create anything, and they never did.
Right, okay, you believe that? Take it home with you. On you go.
Look, Fiona, mutations have shown and proven to do all kinds of things in the lab, but they don't
I've had enough.
Yeah, okay, again, I want to talk to Thank You. I want to talk to Thank You Jesus. Tommy, you said you were going to back off a little bit. So, Thank You Jesus.
He is an ass.
Do you notice that Tommy asked all these questions that are malformed, and then when he provided the evidence for him, he deliberately tries to change it to something else because he self-admits he does not know these topics at all.
Exactly. That's the point. The point is that you guys are wasting your breath.
And
the other thing I would like to point out here is that he started to say, show me the peer-reviewed paper. And yet, previously, when he was asking all the peer-reviewed on a different topic, it was provided for him and he didn't read them. So when he starts asking for them,
the subject is forgotten.
When he starts asking for them again, why should we give him the papers?
The subject was a mutation.
No, it wasn't, Tommy. No, it wasn't. We were talking about something else, and you brought up this mutation bullshit.
I don't know. Tommy
hasn't read the ones that were given in the for the previous topics. So why, when he suddenly says, show me the peer-reviewed paper when it comes to thermodynamics, should we bother our backside?
I don't look anything up anymore.
That's not what I asked for. I
don't care what you asked for. You're still the same scumbag that I ever was.
Tommy, it's
peer-reviewed papers on the randomness of molecules.
It's basic thermodynamics, Tommy.
No, show me the biology, the peer review.
No. See,
I know I'm being loud and obnoxious, but I want to tell you something.
You won't do it.
We're not here to.
We're not here to.
Shut up. You're demanding fucking bullshit, and these people are trying their hardest to be polite to you. But I tell you what, I'm not these people. I'm not going to be polite. You're a scumbag, and that's all there is to it. You're being a fucking asshole. And you always were, and not only that, you're a fucking pervert.
Well, okay then.
Well, okay then. Yeah, let's not, Patrick. Let's not go down that line. I understand. No. I understand. There's bad blood there, but I'm not going to allow that. I want to allow from Tommy.
I'm sorry.
So I'm not. Okay,
I got pulled into this hangout.
I know it happens. It happens.
I apologize.
I'm going to stand for Tom. I'm going to stand for Tommy like I would anybody else because that's fair. It's just not
doing that to you guys. He's like he always has been. He's
we understand
changing the subject. He's pulling some bullshit questions out, and he's asking you for. I demanded some fucking proof. This is what he does.
Right, but the fact is, we're showing other people, especially trust in Jesus, who is on the edge of of wanting to know about young Earth creationism and why it's not true and stuff like that. We're showing what a dishonest person does, an intellectually dishonest person.
Oh, okay, wait, if we can talk about Tommy being dishonest, can I talk about people being dishonest about intelligent design and creationism?
Sure, but can we do that later on? Because I mean, I want to address some of the things that he brought up. You brought up like bloods and vessels, and one of the questions you were asking in the side chat was, which came first, blood or the blood vessels? Is that what you asked? I trust in Jesus, or trust in Jesus?
Yes. Could we read it for everyone, or has everybody?
If you want to read the first paragraph, it's kind of long, but if you want to read what you wrote, yeah, of course. You want to do that?
Yes. Let me find it. Okay. It's pretty short. All right.
Sure.
Can you explain which came first, the blood or the heart, and why? Did the heart and all these different species of fish, reptiles, birds, and mammals evolve before there were? Okay, wait, I'm sorry. People are posting in the chat. It kind of like messed up what I was reading there. But I have it right here. All right. I'm just going to start all over, okay? Can you explain which came first, the blood or the heart, and why? Did the heart and all these different species of fish, reptiles, birds, and mammals evolve before there were blood vessels throughout their bodies? When did the blood evolve? Was it before the vessels evolved or after they evolved? If it was before... If it was before, what was it that carried the blood to the heart? If there were no vessels, did the heart beat before the blood evolved? Why was it beating if there was no blood? If it wasn't beating, why did it start when it didn't know about blood?
All right, let's take them one by one, because I mean, you're getting I'm getting a lot of noise. Jade, is that you? Or is that thing?
Okay, but I think I heard him say what came first, like the blood or the heart or the blood vessels.
Yeah, let's address that.
What probably came first is fluid.
Yep.
So, which is blood. You had inside cells, you have a fluid that helps provide that. You have this fluid that has chemicals in it, and these chemicals provide food and oxygen to or whatever is necessary to other parts of the cell. Or we can see that in cell structure. So technically, I guess you could say blood came first, but we wouldn't look. We don't look at it as the blood we had today. Yeah, I mean, we can say blood for use, but it's not necessarily what we think of as blood.
Yeah. So does that make sense to you? That you obviously had to have the fluid before anything else. I mean, so whatever carrying the nutrients, the oxygenation, or whatever to the cell. that would be considered, the blood per se. But as far as like for mammalian, like our blood structures, and I would say that they developed simultaneously. They developed at the same time. So for a mammalian, you can't just say what came first, the heart or the blood. It's basically they both coexisted at the same time, even though obviously the fluids had to come first for molecular transport and stuff.
Yeah, that molecular transport, the phrase I was thinking of. But yeah, and even the hearts themselves have changed from a very, very simple one-chamber pumping organism, and we can see simple one-chamber pumps in like earthworms, although they have 5 of them. But then it developed into a 2-chambered heart, and again we have examples of that, which then developed into a 3-chambered heart, which then developed into what is essentially a 3.5-chambered heart, because the ventricle, there's 2 auricles, and there's a big ventricle with a partial septum in between them, to the 4-chambered heart that we have. So we see all these steps, and I haven't bothered to look, but I'd be willing to bet that there's been some genetic analysis done along the way of how the heart developed. Remember, when we're looking at these things, that you did, okay, the genetics, we seem to think, especially when you watch television, you see all these CSI-type shows and stuff, people seem to think genetics is wonderful and magical, which it is, but we haven't really been able to look at genomes that well until fairly recently. I was just reading an article about that, about how they did a comparison. Oh, it was the hobbits. The hobbits, the Homo. I can never remember the proper name for them.
Homo habilis?
No. The hobbits, the little ones from Indonesia. That we would shortcut as Hobo. Homo
florensis.
But anyway, yes, that's it.
Homo florensis.
Or however it's pronounced. If I'm looking at it, I can say it. But if okay, well, what they did is, because the geology of the caves that they were found in is just extremely complex. They originally made an estimate of, I think, 18,000 years for the hobbits, but there's one guy was absolutely sure they were really older. But anyway, they finally, partly because it was cheaper now, they finally actually did the genetic sequences for several bones of different members of this group, and it's more like 60,000 to 85,000 years. But the thing is, see, just in the short period of time since those were discovered, genetic analysis has gotten faster and cheaper, and it continues to get faster and cheaper, and that was talked about in this article. Just a few years ago, it cost a lot of money. What they say was at one time something like $180,000, something really horrible, to do a full genetic analysis of an organism. And now it's nowhere near that. And part of this is due to better methods we've developed of looking at genes and comparing them as well. But so we think of genetics as like having the answer, and one of the things that Tommy wants is he wants to know what genes. And I could spend a while, if Fiona could even say more about the fact that it's not like there's one gene per thing. Sometimes there's several genes for things. Sometimes that thing can be arrived at by more than one pathway, and so on and so forth. We're still figuring this all out, and one of the stumbling blocks has been the amount of money it takes to do a genetic analysis. The other is how freaking slow it is. I've posted a couple of videos on my G+ page that talked about this, about how they came up with these new sorting methods and new ways to analyze genes and to compare them that are much faster than the older ones. So we're still in a genetic infancy, and epigenetics was just born. So we don't have the answers to a lot of these things. But to ask the question, ask for absolute proof for something when the science is still very young. Actually, I guess you could say genetics is toddling around and epigenetics was in its infancy. That's probably more accurate. We just haven't had the ability to do the work. But it's being done now. I see it in my feed between, Facebook and the stuff that I get in email and Twitter. I see this in my feed every single day, where somebody goes, whoa, we did this genetic analysis and look what we found. It's exciting. But yeah, we can't answer all those questions yet. We have things that we can point at, like if you look at that page, what is it, 13, was it, the tweaks that made us human?
Yeah.
Which lists a group of, yeah. And you'll notice that their language is very carefully couched there, because they say, we see this change occur, and we see this gene changing at the same time. And we know this gene is associated with at least part of what has occurred. But we can't say definitively that this gene did this. And part of the reason they can't is because there may be more genes involved. So, we're getting there, but we're still looking at a toddler, essentially, out there in this big wide world. And given time, we will, because every time you turn around, every time I look for papers, I find these brand new papers, that were just published in the last month or two that have stuff that we hadn't seen before. And it's just really cool. But, yeah, so if you want to ask the impossible, go ahead. And if you want to say that, and if you want to say that because we cannot give you the impossible, then the whole theory falls apart, then go ahead. It has your little petty opinion has absolutely no influence on the majestic science that we're talking about here, that is studied by millions of people all over the world using very strict procedures and strategies. So yeah, go ahead.
I just want +1 or +10 Jay's comment just now. It's a beautiful way of stating that. It's ridiculous what Tommy's asking.
Yeah, and I like to anybody listening. Where have anybody who's ever studied biology of any kind, any aspect whatsoever? Where has they ever learned or read or even found out, supposedly, the secret thing that there's this belief system that a single mutation can cause such big morphological changes or structural changes that Tommy's suggesting?
The thing is, it's what Jade.
Where does this happen?
What Jade is saying, and Jade, you're beautiful. What she's saying, Jade, you get as excited about biology as I get excited about astronomy. What she's saying is that the scientific method doesn't work that way. It doesn't work the way, we don't demand like answers right now. It's a method. It's a method of trying to figure out what the answer is. And if the certain people don't understand that I don't know right now is not an answer to them, that's just too fucking bad, because that's not the way science works. We can actually say I don't know, and that's actually the best answer ever. And the research is going on. This is what Jade is trying to explain. She's trying to explain that the actual scientific method is not this. I will tell you what it is because I think I know what the answer is. It's not that. It's a method that strictly tries to push away bias, and it's a method that is deliberately tries to get us, because we humans are fallible. It's a method that tries to circumvent those fallibilities, and that's what Jade is trying to say, and that's a beautiful thing. Jade, you're terrific. Thumbs up.
Okay, thank you. Can I give you a parallel? It's still science. Something that's really been exciting. That's been in my feed for a couple of months at least, or several months now. What we're discovering in medicine about gut bacteria, and they're doing all this research that is just mind-blowing, because it affects obesity, it affects mental illness, it affects so many other things that nobody understands why. We just know it does. All this research is showing that our biome is really, really, really important, especially our gut bacteria. And I've been posting about it, every time I see it, because it's just about everything that happens with us is cancer is affected by our gut bacteria. So we have the research that shows that this is happening. How it's happening, we don't know. Is it possible that maybe the change in the gut bacteria is a side effect of something else? Yes, that's true. But this is the way science works. We see this over here, and we see that it's related to gut bacteria, and they've done all these studies, because this is, I mean, Richard, the abominable history man, even pointed out, he says that if he was in doing biology now, that's what he'd want to look at, because this is just really exciting stuff. I know a lot of people have got gut bacteria, yeah. No, but what effect this stuff that lives inside of us has on our bodies is astonishing. Or is it is it a message? Is what's happening to our gut bacteria telling us about other stuff? We don't know that yet. But it's exciting. But we know that there's a relationship. We just simply can't pinpoint the relationship. So Tommy, when you're saying that I'm using an evolution of the gaps, no, I'm not. I'm pointing out that we see these relationships. We just can't pinpoint exactly what's happening yet. Part of the reason is because genetics is still toddling around. I'm done.
Jade, have you read or watched it was a lecture, not a lecture, but a press lecture kind of thing from a bloke called Dr. Martin Blazer. It was about his book, but it was at the American Society for Microbiology, and he was talking about the microbiome in our gut, with diabetes, asthma, and so forth. I'm somewhat at odds with his research, but I do see where he's making the connection. I will link you to, if you haven't heard of the bloke, I will link you to the lecture he's giving, and also some of his research. But yeah, he does make a few connections. Some of them I'd say are a bit off, but nevertheless, it's pretty good to watch. And his book is called Missing Microbes. Yeah, just thought I'd put that in there.
Let's see. Okay, I see. I think you put the link in the chat, right?
Yeah. And also we do have a lot of coexistence.
I have not seen that, but I will.
Oh yeah, it's right up your alley then. We do have a lot of co-evolution going on with our microbiome and us. Yeah. So if Tommy, if you want research papers on those, I will provide them. It's no secret there. Just saying.
Well, did Trusted Jesus get his question answered then?
What was his question?
I'm sorry, I don't know. I was sidetracked. I had a message I was responding to.
I also came in back at the time when someone was talking about, the heart and so forth.
Yeah, I mean, I think we kind of answered, what came first and why. I think, because I don't think he's that, heavy into biology, but maybe if you give him some links to a phylogenetic tree to explain these are, this is where we're at now. This is the species that came before us. If you look at the progression, you can see that obviously the anatomy, the physiological things, the blood vessels, everything had to change in accordance to each speciation.
I have a question for you, Steve.
So
okay, you talk for a long time.
Can I just like I haven't talked enough, but let me just ask MMR one question. You guys are breaking up on me, so if I'm talking over you, I'm sorry. I just want to ask MMR a question. Does this? I haven't seen this lecture, and I'm going to. And after I ask this question, I'm going to shut up. Does this have anything to do with how they're thinking of, because of our evolution, because of our I'm meaning like, or I shouldn't say evolution, because of our as we become more and more modern, we're becoming more and more. We're starting to wash our hands and things like that, and that is affecting our biome in a negative way.
That's what his hypothesis is. I do find some flaws with it, but yes, that's the general gist with it. Yeah.
Okay, then I'm really excited to watch this because I've been reading a little about this.
Because it was like, not verbatim, but it looked as if it sounded as if you'd watched it or read some of his work. I'm like, gee.
I may have read an article about him. That's what I think happened.
Yeah, fair enough.
Okay, so anyway, I'm going to shut up now.
Okay, Steve. So Richard Dawkins said that the eye formed by way of an accumulation of 1,000 steps. That's his hypothesis.
Well, that's his colloquial way of saying it. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So 1,000 steps over time, probably millions of years, formed the eye. Would you say that the heart formed the same way? Small, gradual, almost imperceptible steps.
Everything that came before us. Look at the mammal's heart. I mean, it's very similar to ours, only smaller, right? I mean, so every step, every species that we have diverged from was a step in that direction to the heart we have now.
Okay, so any heart that even has a tiny hole will be catastrophic. So all of the heart has to be there. It has to be a whole functional heart. So it seems to me that a small, gradual. Hang on, just a second. Let me just figure it out.
Okay.
Okay, so evolution adds body parts accidentally by way of random mutation.
I would never say that, but that's your words.
Okay, well, and then if they're helpful, selection will freeze them, so to say. So if that's true, if the heart was piecemealed into existence by the addition of random accidents, how could a heart be functional?
Can you give
whole and complete?
Can you give me a name of a species that has a heart that isn't whole and functional?
Exactly. So that's
exactly.
That proves logically they didn't form that way.
No, that's just the opposite, Tommy. Do you understand that there's no such thing as a non-functional heart as you're describing? Everything is 100% of things. Just like we are 100% human, right? We're not 50% banana and 50% this and 96% chimp or 98% chimp. We are 100% human. Our hearts are 100%
wings.
Look, listen to me.
Wings.
Listen to me carefully. Our hearts are 100% formed. Now, for other species like Homo habilis, Homo erectus, Homo habilis, that have different sized hearts, guess what? Their hearts are 100% formed. Now, you go back to chimpanzees. Guess what? Their hearts are 100% formed. And you can do this all throughout the phylogenetic tree. So this concept of a partially formed wing or partial nub or partial stub is absurd because everything that an organism has, no matter what it is, whether it is the formation of the beginning of a wing, it still is a structure. It still has something to be built upon. But it's 100% complete, as is for each species.
Okay, so a nub of a wing is as functional as
a
complete heart.
Didn't say that.
Would you agree? Okay, so a complete heart would need to be there at the beginning. So if a non-heart, an organism.
What is a non-heart? What is an incomplete heart?
If an organism has no heart, which is what you were originally asked by Thank you Jesus. Thank you Jesus. So what you're saying is from this organism that had no heart, suddenly a whole and complete and functional.
No, it was probably no.
Okay, which is it? You can't have it both ways.
No,
it's not both ways. Hold on a second. It's not a problem of didactics or dialectics. We have somebody who I'm sorry, but 7 months ago, this was explained to him. And
right.
Hold on a second. I really think that there is a mental illness here. I'm going to put it on the table. There is a mental illness of some sort. I can't diagnose it. But when people have stuff explained to them multiple times and they still do not want to accept it, the truth of it, that is delusional behavior.
It's ridiculous. I don't think I've never discussed this before.
Yes, you have.
Coming from a
Tommy, the last time we chatted, and I subsequently blocked you and then I unblocked you. The last time we chatted, you were talking about the same fucking thing.
No,
Tommy, let's look at a heart. Let's look at a heart and say, let's say we have, and this is hypotheticals because I don't know this for technical details. But let's say we had a vessel, and that vessel had a little twitch, and that twitch allowed a little bit more volumetric flow rate through that vein. Okay, that increased your oxygenation, your molecular transport. It created all the different things that blood does and fluids do. Let's say that was a mutation, a mutation that caused that. Natural selection acted upon that. And then it gets a little bit stronger, and it gets a little bit stronger. Then it starts developing into a chamber, and then it starts developing into a valve, into another chamber. Same thing with the eye. You have basically an eye spot, right, that showed a difference between light and dark. Boom, easy. All of a sudden, it got a little more concavity to it. It was able to see more directionality. It was able to have a little membrane go into it. Collect more light. That membrane got a little more solidified, became lenses. Every step in the way is 100% complete. Period. So even with that, even with that eye spot, that first eye spot is 100% eye. That's where the creationists get confused, and this is where you always have done this before. You have asked these questions, and you've gotten just as well confused because you're trying to say that there's such a thing as an incomplete heart in the phylogenetic record, which makes no sense.
Your theory is a theory of piecemeal, and it's genetic accidents that add just random parts here and there.
His theory is not a theory
for
of
just a
piecemeal.
second, for God's
That's not
sake.
true. You're
Absolutely.
What is piecemeal?
You're just stating the fallacy just to make your point. Stop it, Tommy.
Tommy, is the eye spot 100% eye?
I don't know, but I don't know.
Then it's not piecemeal.
That's about the most intelligent thing.
That may be. That may be.
But I don't know. That's the most intelligent thing you said tonight.
Yeah, there's no
I
piecemeal
don't
wrong.
know. Okay, well, an eye spot is not 1/67th of our eye.
Correct. It's 100% of its own eye. It's 100% eye for that animal.
Okay, so if you're going to go from an eye spot, a sensitive light spot, whatever you call it, to a mammal heart, you're going to have to add heart parts that may or may not make sense.
Well, if you go from an eye to a heart, there's a little more problems there, Tommy.
Okay, we know. Well, okay. Sorry, light spot. I don't know.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, I know. Okay, so anyway, so yeah, if you go to from an eye spot to an eye from a mammal, by way of small changes over time, you're going to have to add them accidentally or at random. And
no, natural selection is not random.
Okay, but the mutations are random. So indeed, it is a piecemeal, just like Richard Dawkins explained in his book. I think he even used that word.
Okay, look at Tommy.
Steve, how can you assume that every piece that's added is going to make a fully functional organ?
Tommy, let's say you have members of a population that have different mutations. Okay, now this is hyperbole here. Okay, Tommy, this is for demonstrable purposes only. Okay, you have different members of the organisms of a population. Some of them all of them have an eye spot, but some of these have an eye spot that concave up. Okay, allowing more light in because you have more surface area for the light to come in. Other ones have concave down. I mean, basically, they're tilted down or something. It's getting less light, okay? It's convex, I guess. Now, natural selection comes along and says, hey, which one's more advantageous? The ones, and these are small changes. I mean, small, you barely even notice these things, right? It's going to pick out the ones with the more likely changes that have better reproductive odds to reproduce, right? That gives them an advantage. This process is very minuscule, over millions of years, and each step is not going to be noticeable from one generation to the next like that. You get that, right?
Oh yeah, I get it, but we don't see it in the fossil record.
Well, fossils of fossilization of bone, okay, not tissue. Now, but
don't see it there either.
The eye spot though, right? Could you have told me billions of years ago with the first flatworms, whatever that was, let's say it was a billion years ago. I'm making this shit up. But let's say it was a flatworm that had an eye spot. Could you have predicted, or anybody could have predicted, what that eye spot would have grown into?
No.
Correct. You couldn't have. So you have no way of saying that our eye is a piecemeal thing because there was no end goal involved with the evolutionary process. It didn't start off saying, I have an eye spot, and at some point in time, in the year 2016, we're going to have human beings with the eyes we have.
The problem, though, Steve, is that so many structures, like the eye, and probably like the heart and others, they require all this stuff to be in concert and functioning together as a functional unit. And you're suggesting that a process that adds a tiny bit over time, individually, in isolation, can create each and every time a whole and functional organ.
What is a not whole and functional organ?
One that doesn't operate.
That doesn't reproduce and it dies. It doesn't continue.
If you look back in the fossil record, you don't ever see anything but graceful, incredibly complex features and organs.
Welcome to teleonomics. Yes.
You don't see the duds. You don't see the freaks.
Because they.
Even if, yes, they fossilize.
You do see. You see duds. We see things all the time. Go ahead,
Steve. Tommy is using the fossil record to make his case. This would be the fossil record that he has declared previously to be non-existent.
That doesn't exist. It's like Leffy says the phylogenetic tree doesn't exist, and he'll try to use that to disprove whatever.
The point is, there's no clumsy or awkward features in nature to indicate that anything was piecemeal together over time.
What would you expect to find, Tommy? What would you expect to find? Sure. I mean, but Jay does. I mean, you're really good at this stuff. Is my analogy that bad?
Let Jay.
No. We find no clumsy features in nature. Actually, Tommy, we do all the time. There are lots and lots of people who have clumsy features. They're born with birth defects. There are lots and lots of animals with clumsy features. They're born with birth defects. There are even plants that are misshapen because their genetics is off. Now, the thing is, things that are wrong in some way tend to not live very long. And so we don't necessarily see fossils of things like that. We do see things that we're pretty sure have come to a dead end, though, that may be a little awkward in one way or another, and maybe that's the way they reached a dead end.
Can you show me a fossil of a cheetah that might have been sluggish or awkward or ran in a crummy sort of, like say, awkward way? That's the thing. If you look back in the fossil record, all the cats, they're graceful. Same with the birds and
are all cats graceful
and all
today?
in their same way.
Tommy,
they've always been graceful.
Oh, so you haven't seen the white tiger with Down syndrome?
Yes, defects are not transitions, though.
But Tommy,
we're not talking about transitions. You just said that all of nature. No. You were just trying to tell us that we don't see anything off in the fossil record.
We're talking about transitions.
Well, but those things that are not symmetrical are not going to survive. So only those transitions which are symmetrical will survive.
But they will be in the ground, and they might fossilize.
Okay, Tommy, let me ask this. If you had a species, let's say tigers, that had bad chromosomal defects, okay, something they couldn't run very fast, right? And you had a population of these things, they would die out before they ever had a chance to diverge into a speciation event, right? That would be a failed species because they didn't diverge in anything because nature had weeded them out if that was the case. Now you have individual ones that tigers that may not run so fast. They have some problem. They die out, leaving the ones with the not so many problems to keep populating and to keep promulgating their genes. So you're not going to have a species of cheetahs that don't run fast because they would never happen because they've all would have been killed.
Steve, it's trial and error. You admit that, right? It's trial and error with the genes and with the phenotype.
But do you understand what we're saying?
If you have a grand scheme, grand plan of trial and error, the freaks and the awkwardness and the clumsiness should far outweigh the gracefulness. It should be a gazillion to one.
No. Let me see if I can go back a bit and try to explain.
Because non-adaptive accidents should far outnumber the adaptive.
No, actually,
trace that gets selected.
They shouldn't. They actually shouldn't. Because let me go back just a bit.
There's 3 billion sites in the genome.
Let me go back, if I may, a bit into our ancestry and the ancestry of a lot of other animals. There are certain patterns in our genes. No, Patrick, please let me. Okay, right. And then I'll let you say whatever you want. There are certain patterns in our genes that determine who we are and what other animals are and plants and so on and so forth. For example, we are all eukaryotic organisms because we have eukaryotic cells and we have the genes for that. We're also all vertebrates because we have the genes for vertebrates. So we're always, anything that's a vertebrate is going to give birth to another vertebrate. It's going to have the genes for being a vertebrate. Once upon a time, way back, there's this thing called bilateral symmetry. You familiar with bilateral symmetry? Bilateral symmetry means that basically one side of the body matches the other side of the body. So as animals and who have bilateral symmetry, which as you can see includes fish, amphibians, reptiles, mammals, and us because we're mammals. Every time an animal with bilateral symmetry gives birth to another animal, it either has bilateral symmetry or it doesn't survive. So you're not going to see these half something or other. Everything is going to proceed along this pattern that we have. There can be changes, but the changes will have to be in the genes that, for example, affect arms. So if a change occurs in that gene, you may get a different arm. You won't get generally a different arm. You're going to get two different arms because a change has been made in the genes that create arms. The genes don't just create one arm; they create two arms. Just like the genes create two legs, they create two kidneys, two eyes, two ears. So you're going to see those genes. You're always going to see that pattern repeated and led somehow to the organism as it's developing, in which case that organism is not likely to survive with one arm, one leg, one eye, or whatever. And then if those changes are in their in the genes that they can pass on and not caused by some kind of damage, they're not going to pass those genes on. So there are just certain things that you're not going to see certain kind of monsters that I think you're going to see.
I didn't play monsters.
It's not going to happen.
I said awkward.
All right,
I said monsters. I didn't say you said monsters.
I'm trying to interject here for a second. I'm not sure I can remember exactly what I want to say because Jade, you're obviously much more educated than I am, but I was just simply going to reply to Tommy's statement that, again, I don't remember exactly what he said now, but it has something to do with, Tommy, you seem to be fixed on this idea that if it's not designed, then there's a problem with it. In other words, what you said, and I don't remember your exact words, and I can't repeat them because I don't remember them. But the point is that you seem to be fixed on this idea that, oh, that doesn't make sense because it doesn't sound like it's been designed that way. In other words, no, that's why it doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense because it hasn't been designed. It has been designed. I don't remember your exact words, and I certainly didn't want to step on Jade because she's obviously much more educated than I am, and she's obviously given.
Well, Patrick, you got to be careful with that word because when things are designed.
I just wanted to make sure that you understood that Tommy, you're fixed on this design idea, and that's the problem.
Well, hang on, Patrick. I want to clarify something because this is where some people do get mistaken. In biology, things are designed. Okay, this is not just an ID thing. This is a fact of biology that there is design going on. But in biology, the design is due to nature. It's a teleonomic function of nature doing the actual design because you cannot have design without a designer, and the designer is nature here. Now, to say that there's no design is a misrepresentation of what biology actually infers.
Okay, we'll talk about that later. But I was referring to Tommy's idea of design and his idea is a deity design.
Right, or
we'll talk about that later on.
Yeah, he has a teleological aspect of design, which has not ever been proven, demonstrated, or even remotely evidential.
Right, I don't want to get into that discussion. I'm
Here's my point.
A little bit wine buzzed to be actually dissecting that conversation.
Yeah, I was just saying like the hummingbird. You know, that's an organism that if it had just a little bit of a design flaw, it would kind of throw it all out of whack. You know, it's coordinated in such a way that it's able to fly like it does in a beautiful, incredible way. But if you just had something that was out of balance, or something too big or too long or whatever, then it's not gonna function in an operational sort of way like it does. And that's true. That's true of all kinds of structures and features throughout the whole biosphere. So the issue here is we've never seen a hummingbird that I know of that looks like it's out of kilter, out of balance, awkward.
Real quick,
it's always perfectly functional and adaptive. Go ahead.
Yeah, that's the thing with teleonomic. It looks like a design, but we can explain this now. But I need somebody to drop out to get Wayne back in here. He wants to engage us with something. So somebody's not talking much, like Down or Antonio. Can one of you guys make room? 50, 90.
I'm sorry, who was it?
Okay, Antonio's going to drop out. Okay, so Wayne, if you're listening, he's going to drop right now, and then can you just come on in? Thank you, Antonio. Oh. Okay, go ahead, Tommy.
No, I was done.
Okay, because I'm not really understanding the whole thing there, because I mean, I don't know what you expect to see. You expect to see like evolution has all these half mutant things all running around with all these failed things, but if they're failed, then they wouldn't reproduce. The hummingbird is a successful reproduction of prior ancestors that it had in prior species that were successful because they had things that were advantageous to the fitness of that organism in the environment. That's exactly what we should see.
But Steve, you've got 3 billion parts, different places in the genome that could possibly mutate randomly. So if that's actually the case, and we're indeed doing organismal construction by trial and error, then we should not look back through the fossil record or across nature and see absolute perfection.
How many mutations do you think happen in a genome, Tommy?
You didn't even hear what I said.
No, I did. You did. You said there's so many different genes and there's so many different places mutations could exist. We shouldn't see all this perfection in different species because of all the different places mutations could exist in the genome, right? Basically.
Right.
I know your argument.
The base pairs is what, 3 billion
right.
or so in the human.
And how many mutations do you think there are between one generation and the next? Can you give me a rough estimate?
I don't know, but they could happen anywhere within the genome.
Yeah, about 3.
Okay.
Okay. It's 10 to the negative 9.
I'm sorry. I got to leave. There's a thunderstorm coming, and I got to shut down.
All right, Patrick.
I just want to thank you for inviting me here. And Jade, I hope we catch up sometime and have our own hangout without Tommy. But in any case, goodbye, guys. I'm sorry.
Okay, goodbye, Patrick.
You take care.
Yeah, thanks, Patrick.
I just wanted to ask a question here.
I got that impression.
I'd like to ask Tommy a question. I'm going to go with humans. We're talking about, hummingbirds, and you don't see them out of kilter and all the rest of it. So I'm just going to look at humans here. 50% of human pregnancies actually end before the fertilized egg has implanted in the uterine wall. It's usually to do with gross chromosomal abnormalities, etc. How many of those do you think fossilized?
Probably none.
And then there's a large percentage of pregnancies which end in the first 3 months. How many of those do you think fossilized?
3 months, probably none.
Right. And if you look at the total number of unsuccessful pregnancies in humans, it comes in at about 80-odd%.
Okay.
So 80-odd% of human pregnancies are unsuccessful in total. How many of those do you think fossilized?
Well, there's probably no bones, so none.
Right. So why would you expect all these other creatures to have left a fossil in the fossil record?
Well, if they're fossil, we're talking about actual organisms that have structures. So if these structures change at random mutations, whether or not they're selected or not is irregardless.
Humans have structures.
If they died and they had a bum structure, they could possibly fossilize.
But I've just gone through all the number of human pregnancies and you said that they probably didn't leave fossils. So why would the humans?
Well, they don't have bones, so that's why they're not going to fossilize.
Sorry?
What? Women don't have bones?
No.
I know they don't have souls, but bones?
So when you have once you come together, if the egg doesn't materialize, then that doesn't have bones yet. So yeah.
Right. The same thing applies to all the other animals, Tommy. Did you know that?
Okay, so either mutations add parts or new parts to structures,
stop.
to structural anatomy, or they don't.
Deal with what I'm saying. The same thing happens with other animals. If they're lost very, very early, then you will not find them fossilized.
Yes, the ones that have terribly destructive problems, yeah, sure enough, they will die and they won't be fossilized. But that doesn't negate the idea that there is a trial and error still going on, and some of those will survive.
Yeah, exactly.
These experiments.
Yeah, because those ones that survive and continue and pass their genes on.
But you can't expect all these changes to be perfect and coordinated every time.
They're not.
Well, no, but nobody's saying they are.
But when we look across nature, they seem to be.
Because the ones that don't die.
You only see the successes, Tommy.
Look, if I had a little nub coming out my shoulder, that wouldn't stop me from breeding, and I wouldn't probably die during development because of it.
But Tommy, the point
we
is,
don't see these random silly things sticking off of people or random changes to single features.
Yes, we do.
Like we were saying before, and Steve, I think, could kind of acknowledge
Tommy,
this.
Would you please let me finish what
We
I'm
do
saying?
change as wholes. We don't add these individual parts along the way.
Jesus Christ,
Okay, so I'll continue with that. That's the big that's the big misconception and misunderstanding that people have about how the nature of reality on how animals change. They assume it's a bottom-up process where individual or isolated parts change individually, when in reality, your whole body changes. Like when you go through development, something coordinates all of that. And if you have bigger knees or bigger legs, your whole body is going to be adapted by some organizing force or principle that does organize all that and change all that at the same time. There is none of this 1,000 steps to get to an end product,
Tommy,
such as an eye or a heart.
I'm now going to finish what I was saying when you interrupted me. This may come as news to you. I'm sure it does, actually. But dead animals don't breed. If they're not successful, they don't breed.
But
They're
they do die.
dead.
They fossilize, or they can't.
I've just been through this 80% figure on human pregnancies with you, and you said they didn't fossilize. The same applies to all other animals.
You're ignoring what I just said.
No, I am not.
That some of these features that come about by random mutation may indeed survive past the developmental stage.
Yes.
Into life.
Tommy, I am not saying that none of them do. But what I'm pointing out is, have you any idea of the frequency by which some of these really strange ones actually occur? And they do not survive to be seen.
Yeah, some of the really terrible ones surely don't. I agree with you. It's a good point. I acknowledge that.
Yeah, Brandon's giving everybody into trouble for interrupting Tommy, by the way. You have to realise that if they do not survive to be seen, and we don't see them, then of course what we're actually seeing are the ones that did work.
Okay.
That's why it looks so perfect to you. You're only seeing the ones that actually did work. All of the failures you're not seeing. Now,
look beyond that. Let me respond to that. Hang on just a second.
And there we go again. Okay,
I'm sorry. Let me just respond to that. Okay. So what you're assuming is that all of these traits are deleterious enough to be edited out by selection, or they'll die during the developmental process. But I think you would agree that a lot of the traits that are generated by mutation are not necessarily that detrimental or that deleterious. Some of them probably have a neutral or near neutral effect on the phenotype, and thus they wouldn't cause necessarily a quick death before development, or even a death during the lifetime of the individual. So a good portion of those variations should indeed be visible. You make a good point on the fact that the really bad ones would be eliminated before they got born or conceived, but that doesn't mean all of them wouldn't carry forward into life and be visible.
Okay, you know what? I'm going to give you an example of something that we know didn't breed, or if it did breed, it didn't continue to breed. There is a jaw of Homo sapiens that was found, and it was a rather unusual looking jaw, although they were quite certain it was Homo sapiens. They did a genetic analysis from the jaw, and for those of you who don't know, a really good place that basically, I guess you could say, genes hide is in teeth. So if you've got a jaw and you've got some teeth, you got a really good chance of getting some genetic material. What they discovered about this particular individual was really interesting. I don't remember if I posted about that or not today. I might have, or yesterday. They discovered that this person had 4% Neanderthal DNA. Now that's many, many times the percentage that is seen in people of European and Asian ancestry. This particular individual had a Neanderthal ancestor 4 to 6 generations back. But when you look at what genes were carried over from Neanderthals, no human that we found today has those particular genes. So this individual was a dead end. This individual may have bred, but whatever traits it had either were not advantageous or it just happened to be part of a small population. So we have here an animal that was different, that did not succeed. It has no ancestry. I mean, it has ancestry. It has no heirs. I can't think of the right term. And we're likely to find more of these. Our disadvantage, again, is genetics is still in its infant. Well, it's a toddler, and we haven't tested everything yet. And we can only get genes going so far back. However, we've discovered that we can get proteins going even further back, which will help us in analyzing, different fossils. But that's still to be perfected. We're also discovering we could get genetic remnants back further than we thought we could. But that's just remnants, and that's not necessarily going to tell us a lot, but it might. We don't know, especially if you can get enough remnants from enough different individuals. But again, you still have to have like the right remnants to be able to tell you something, the right parts. I mean, if you get genetic material that tells you that you have a mammal, wow, that's not much help, is it? But yeah, so yeah, we just don't have a lot of examples yet. But we have this one that was found fairly recently. It's a human that did not pass its genes on. And it was a different human. I mean, still Homo sapiens, but a lot of Neanderthal in there.
Greg, do you hear me?
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, just complete silence.
Oh, okay, I just wondered. But
yeah, I think we've all just had enough.
I did want to ask you a question because I forget this a little bit. It's on topic, but off topic. It has a lot to do with probability of mutations. Now, do you remember who it was they did this research? Because, they say, oh, it's so incredibly improbable that certain things could happen. Mm-hmm. But then they did this research in bacteria to show just exactly, was it soil bacteria or something? Just exactly how many generations. You know what I'm talking about now, right?
Yeah. That was part of the testimony at Dover. It was Michael Behe. He'd run a computer simulation about the probability of getting, I think it was 2 mutations at the same time. And he started with a population of 20,000 in his computer simulation. And the time it would take for these mutations to pop up together was ridiculously long. But of course, if you double the number of bacteria, then you're going to cut the time it's going to take because you've got so many more multiplying. And then the guy, the attorney for the plaintiffs, went into how many bacteria would be found in a ton of soil. It's an astronomical number. Certainly nowhere near Behe's 20,000 figure. You need to read the transcript to get this, to get it accurate, because I've not read it in a long time. But anyway, it transpires that if you work it out for the amount of soil on the planet, then using Behe's own figures, that mutation would arise, I think it was either once every 2 hours or once every 2 days. It was a very small figure. Did you get that?
Yep, I've got it, and I'm going to look that up. Yes, I remember that because it's when people keep saying, "Oh, but the probability is so high, all of this stuff couldn't happen."
Yeah,
but that's absurd. First of all, most of the probabilities that people are used are based on false premises. One of the things they do is they forget that everything isn't completely random. Things are constrained by physical and chemical laws, for one thing. You also are dealing with the material you have on hand, so you can't just, certain things aren't just going to be completely random. But also, oh crap, I forgot what I was going to say. But also they forget the effect of cumulative mutation. So, for example, it's like, the way I look at it is if you have a deck of cards, right, and you start laying out the cards, and you've got, you manage to get all of the hearts laid out, and each time you pull a card, it's the first card you pull, your chance of getting what you want is like 1 in 52. The second time it's 1 in 51. Third time it's 1 in 50. Fourth time it's 1 in 49. Fifth time it's what you see what I'm saying? Yeah. And they forget that part. And so each time they go back to it's 1 in 52. No, you don't understand. We pulled 20 cards already. It's no longer 1 in 52.
Yeah, exactly.
But the other thing was what you were talking about, that, because I remember that, and I've got to look that up. Yeah.
Yeah, you'll find it in the transcript. I think if you go to Talk Origins, they've actually got the transcript down as your names, who's giving evidence, because it's all in different links, because the transcript's so huge. There's another probability thing that's stunning. Everybody goes on about the probability of getting a perfect hand in bridge. So that's a hand that's all one suit. And the probability of getting that is the same as the probability of any other hand. Think about it. Do you see what I mean? And does anybody not see what I mean?
Yep. Oh no, I mean, I see what you mean. Yeah. So the thing is, no matter what happens, you're going to get a hand.
Exactly.
If you're playing bridge and you're dealt a hand, you're going to get a hand. But the probability of getting that exact hand is really high. But you got it anyway.
Yeah, and the thing is, if you just go on the probability of you having got that hand, then you would think that bridge was impossible. And yet people play bridge every day. It's one of those things that when you sit down and look at probabilities, you can lead yourself up the garden path. Yeah, I don't know who's in the call. It might be Steve.
Hang on, I'll mute 1 second.
Right, is that any better?
Should be, but...
Yeah, because Steve's screen is just blank now.
Is that better?
If you hear any funny noises coming from me when I forget to mute myself, I'm trying really hard not to scratch. I got a whole bunch of little bites.
Oh dear.
And I'm not going to mention what I got bit by because Fiona will freak out.
Oh, please don't. I'm going to have to go to my bed. It's only like 6 in the morning. I am so tired. And it's been a long day. I moved tons of rocks. But yeah, this, I can only say this hangout was completely derailed. You're probably right, Brandon, but it was impossible. Seriously impossible.
It usually is.
Yeah, this is what happens.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Yeah, we can hear you now.
No, I mean, I was just saying that I would have liked to talk to the other kid more, but I think that it's good for him to see different kinds of hangouts because he only goes into Nephilims, and he sees how people just told how Nephilim treats people. He agrees Nephilim is ridiculous as a moderator. He doesn't let people talk. He talks over them constantly. He just bloviates, and he's like, I really don't think that they're right about the age of the Earth thing, and so I think there's hope for him. He seems like a good kid.
What concerns me is, I've said this time and time again, best recipe for making atheists is young earth creationism. Because when those kids get out there, they go to college, and they discover all these things that they've never come across before. And they begin to realise that maybe, just maybe, they weren't lied to. Sorry, if they realise that they were getting lied to about, say, the age of the Earth, and then they wonder, what else was I lied to about? And especially if they've got their faith wrapped so tightly around it being utterly dependent on a literal reading of Genesis, then as soon as they see the amount of evidence that is there for the Genesis account not being literally true.
Well, I came in, mine was the exact opposite.
If their faith is dependent on that, and they lose that part of it, they'll lose their whole faith.
Well, Tommy, I know about a dozen ex-Earth creationists and another atheist for that same exact reason Fiona just described, and you know them as too, and you know I'm not even exaggerating. It's probably more than a dozen.
Okay, we can debate that later. I want to ask Brendan a question. Getting back to ID, and it was based.
Just ignore me.
No, I mean I gotta go, and I think I kind of like to ask Brandon something, because Steve was talking earlier. I think it was Steve, but somebody was throwing out the idea that ID was basically a God of the gaps argument.
Not always.
And so, okay, well, that was what was thrown out earlier.
Right.
So I was just going to ask Brandon if he could elucidate for us why ID is not a God of the gaps argument.
Can I say before he does, I don't think Brandon's version of it is a God of the gaps argument, but I think that Ronnie's is. How about that?
Okay, Steve, well, that is awesome, because I think we've had a conversation before where you've said that it is a God of the gaps argument.
And then you explained your version, and I had to agree with you because your version is not you're actually explaining it in a much better coherent manner than true empiricism could ever have tried to.
Well, okay, I'm glad that we're on the same page about.
Doesn't mean I accept it, Brandon, but
version. Yeah. Well, yeah, I know that you don't accept it. Okay, so it's not a God of the gaps argument because a God of the gaps simply says we don't know how this happened or how it came about. Therefore, we're going to arbitrarily say it's this other thing. We're going to arbitrarily say it's design or God or a unicorn or flying spaghetti monster or something. That's a God of the gaps. It's based on the absence of knowledge. But the design argument in its proper form derives its inference from our knowledge about the effects of mind or intelligence. So it's not based on an absence of knowledge, it's based on a knowledge about the causal structure of reality.
Do you still think it's an abductive argument?
Yeah, I mean, I've heard it described that way. I have no reason to disagree that it's abductive.
Okay.
What do you say when people got an echo? Like they did earlier, their biggest comeback was that intelligence is only seen in humans with minds. Motors are only made with intelligence that comes from humans with minds. So what would your comeback be to that?
Sorry, I missed the first part of that. Can you say that again? I apologize.
Well, I was trying to frame the debate earlier that the evidence led to intelligence, that intelligence is not a bad or incorrect or illogical inference from an outboard motor, for example. And they said, well, basically they were saying that intelligence only comes from minds, which come from brains, that come from humans. Outboard motors can only be built and only can be it's only been seen by humans. So how do you get, or how would you respond to that?
Oh, how do you separate mind from the brain? That's what you're asking. Like, how do
I suppose, but well, they will acknowledge that it's scientific that humans in their intelligence can create a structure, like a motor or a bridge or something. But they pretty much will end it there and suggest that because the designer, which is what we're inferring, is not visible and does not have physical attributes, then it's not scientific.
Well, I think there's some confusion about what people mean by physical versus non-physical. I personally think that mind has to exist on some kind of a substrate. I mean, it has to work somehow. There have to be some kind of interacting things in order to exchange information. That's my opinion. I think when people say disembodied, I don't think that they mean that there's no substrate, there's no basis on which this mind can exist.
Do you think existential would be a good word? Because I don't think anybody would really disagree with what you're saying on that per se.
Right.
I mean, people get into dualism, but I mean, when we say a disembodied mind, we're kind of just saying there's an existential being out there that doesn't have a corporeal form as we know it of some kind. That even if he has a substrate, we don't know if it's a materialistic substrate. Does that make sense?
Well, yeah, but I don't really know if I don't know what you mean by materialistic substrate, like physical.
Well, the brain,
physical.
The physical brain itself is right. What the mind is contained upon. You cannot have the mind conscious without that.
But do you think that a non-physical substrate could exist? Do you think that that's coherent?
I don't know. I don't see it, but I'm not going to make the assertion that it's not.
I mean, I like talking to Cliff Stamp about this because he's a physicist. He's done research and he's a research scientist and stuff. And I heard him explaining in a Hangout one time that there are absolutely non-physical things that actually exist. And I wish that I could have gotten him to elaborate a little more on that. I'll have to have a conversation about that at a later point. But you just have. I think it's just something that people don't know enough about, and you just have to have somebody who's really familiar with physics to talk about whether something non-physical can actually exist in the way we're speculating that it might exist. I mean, I just think we kind of can't really go much further right now.
Well, I mean, we're not exactly like physics invalids here. I mean, we're not theoretical physicists with PhDs, but we understand the concepts. I would just say that, I'm not a materialist, but I understand that anything derived from materialism, such as even forces, fits into that construct. But I think Fiona wanted to say something.
Yeah, I did. I thought maybe I should explain my point, given that Tommy made such a dog's breakfast of it. This was my point. The argument being made by true empiricism was we have only ever observed a jet engine coming from intelligence. Therefore, he makes the leap to the motors in the cell. It's the use of his word observed that's the problem. Because what has he observed? What have we all observed when it comes to jet engines?
Well, they're attached to wings and a fuselage and stuff.
No, I'm talking about the design of them. I'm talking about the design of them and the building of them. Attaching them to wings and a fuselage doesn't design or build them. So what have we observed when it comes to the design or the building of a jet engine? What have we observed?
Well, we've observed that conscious human beings can produce them.
Right. Conscious human beings. So, if you want to say, therefore, because we've observed that, we will then extrapolate it out to these biological motor analogies. You would then extrapolate it out to the human beings. That's what I'm pointing out about his argument. It doesn't work.
I don't think you're obligated to posit human beings made those structures.
No, he's no because no.
He's saying observed.
Because he said observed.
Yeah, that's the key word, Ren.
He said we have only ever observed. Now, that's why
Can you explain that a little?
Hold on a second. We've only ever observed what?
What is the significance of the word observed? Is what I'm trying to understand.
Okay, observed, seen, experienced, have knowledge of.
Okay, we've only observed what though?
Conscious humans producing these
conscious
effects.
humans designing and building jet engines.
Yeah, but it's more than observation though.
Oh, for fuck's sake. So
can you just explain why that word's important, though, Fiona? Like, what is the significance of the word observed? Like, you and Steve said that word makes all the difference here.
Yeah, here, he is saying we have to go on what we have observed. What we have seen, what we have experienced, what we have knowledge of. What we have observed are human beings designing and building jet engines. Now, he wants to claim that we've observed an intelligence doing it. And he then extrapolates over to some intelligence making the bacterial flagellum. But he's now talking in that case. His argument is some form of disembodied intelligence. He's talking about God.
Hey, stop for a second here. You're talking about the empiricism of observation, and we observe bacteria doing this and doing that. Ergo, God. That's a flawed logic, Tommy. I don't know where you're getting that, Tommy.
That's not Tommy. This was the argument. Yeah, this is the argument that true empiricism was making.
Yeah.
You just have to be really careful, though, because if people aren't precise, like if they say intelligence does it, like I don't think people always mean that disembodied mind did it. And it would probably be better to say that intelligence is necessary to produce these effects.
Could you change that to something with a cognitive thought process?
No. What he is homing in on the observed.
Well, I think that's a proper inference.
Already observed it.
It's not a proper inference.
I think it's proper to say that we've observed this to be the case over here, so when we see the same effects, we can infer to what we've observed.
Yeah, but he's making an extra leap. He makes an extra leap.
How do you go from a corporeal body, human, with a mind that we know has a physical brain, to the leap of a non-corporeal, ethereal, existential type mind that he wants to call a god, Brandon? How does he make that based upon observation? That's the key
what I
word
just
we're
tried
saying.
to point out. Can I get in here? You just asked me a question.
Sorry, go ahead.
The point that I just tried to make was, are you sure that he meant disembodied, as in has no substrate.
You meant God. You meant
because
God.
listen. Because listen. No. Because listen.
Brandon
because
is talking about God.
Because people often say intelligence did it, but I understand there's a important distinction or point of clarification. Like, it's not that intelligence or mind without any kind of substrate does anything.
Right, and I get how people do that, but he is talking, Brandon. He's talking about God. Period. Talking about God. And he believes God has no body.
That's a semantic issue. That's a semantic issue.
Well, how does he make that leap, though?
Well, he can just call it God. That's a semantic issue.
But that's not a conclusion. How do you do that?
Claiming he can take what he has observed, and he's applying what he has observed.
And he's never observed
so you're saying,
God do it, or not mind.
Well, he's observed intelligent beings doing it. So you're saying that because his observation is specifically conscious humans, he's obligated, if he's going to infer to consciousness or mind, to also posit humans, right? Or
no, what I'm saying is he cannot base his argument on the observation if he then makes the leap to something that's not been observed.
I'm not convinced that he is. I'm not.
Well, I've talked to him, and she's talked to him, and he has.
Well, I'm not convinced that he's saying there is no substrate.
Well, he believes God doesn't have a body, and he believes God is the intelligence, so I would kind of think that would be...
You know, actually, you're going to love this one, Brandon. Some of the young earth creationists who are going down this route are actually now trying to claim that God is a biological life form to get round this problem. True empiricism hasn't cottoned onto the problem yet, but the brighter ones have. You cannot say we've only ever observed intelligence build a jet engine and ignore the fact that it's not just the intelligence.
I've never heard anybody actually argue that mind doesn't exist on a substrate. I've heard people say things that can be construed that way because I think there are a lot of nuances.
What do you mean by...
We've all been misunderstanding them for years then, haven't we?
I guess so, Fiona. That's what I'm kind of... Brandon, you're saying that we're misunderstanding what his argument is, that he said many times that we're... I don't think we're misconstruing what Drew is saying here.
No. If somebody's going to argue that mind doesn't have a substrate, then, I would not accept that as a proper...
No, he's arguing that only the mind that doesn't have a substrate is the one responsible for the bacterial flagellum.
Yeah, that's the mechanism. That's what he wants to come across from his observations that he's seen. He's taking the observation of a human being with a physical mind doing this, and then all of a sudden magically formulating this conclusion that is actually just intelligence that's causing it. Well, you know what? Here's the problem with that, Brandon.
And it's claiming it's based on observation.
If you just had intelligence, right? Then we wouldn't have motors and car motors and things like that, because the intelligence, it cannot do it without the rest. You cannot have a fallacy of division there and apply equally to all the different things. You cannot have this random thing but this is what he does.
Evidence that that's not what he means.
It is what he means. That's why he's flawed.
The very fact that he thinks it can do stuff.
That's why his argument's flawed.
Yeah, that is why his argument's a load of marsh gas. It's such a basic error.
Yeah, we're not playing this to you, Brandon.
We have observed this, and let's unpack it.
But you're not. You're strictly speaking, though, you're not critiquing his design argument. You're critiquing his idea of how mind exists, and you're.
No.
Yeah.
What I'm critiquing is his claim that this idea of the disembodied mind is based on observation.
Right. What have we observed on that? As you said, you don't even think that it's possible to have a mind without a substrate.
But he says we have observed this, and this is why he calls it an argument to the best explanation.
How about we just do this?
Observation.
How about we just do this? We take away the intelligent design aspect of it, Brandon. We just say, okay, I've observed an intelligence wait, I've observed an intelligence with a substrate, right? We all agree about that, right? Yeah. Now, I will deduce that there is an intelligence without a substrate. That's it. Is that a logical formalization that I can say based upon what I have observed so far? How do I get from point A to point B in that way?
The detail about whether or not it has a substrate, I don't think we have enough information to make any kind of inference about that.
There's no detail whatsoever. I'm just saying that, you know what? I'm telling you, Brandon, there are brains without a substrate because I've observed brains doing this that have a substrate, and I'm going to go to brains without a substrate doing this. That is basically, in a nutshell, what's going on.
Well, anytime you're positing something about the nature of the designing intelligence, you've extended beyond intelligence.
No, we're just going with his argument. That's it.
I don't know how you keep going back to intelligence. I'm just saying, brain with a substrate, I've observed. Brain with a substrate, without a substrate, I have not observed. He says we can deduce that we have observed the brain with a substrate, therefore we can induce, by induction or whatever he wants to use, that there's a brain without a substrate. That is a complete bullshit argument.
Yeah, it's a claim to be basing it on observation. That's the problem.
Just because you've observed one, you can't conclude the other.
Yeah, I mean, this is what this seems to have sailed over a few people's heads. It's his use of the word observed. Because if we're going to allow ourselves to break a human down like that, then we could also say that, as I said this earlier, well, that means we've observed a colon designing to build the jet engine. Therefore, a colon must have...
Or even more, we can say, I've seen...
You can't separate them, but you've never observed one without the other.
How about Brandon? I've seen a human design a plane. Therefore, I've seen a baby design a plane, because a baby is a human. How is that argument flawed? That is exactly the type of reasoning.
Well, the baby doesn't have a specific mental faculty.
You're changing the parameters. A baby is a subset of a human. So how is it a logical argument to say, I've seen a human create an airplane, therefore I've seen a baby create an airplane? That's the
clearly,
same fallacy.
No, I mean, at that point,
clearly,
if I could jump
being a
in for
human
just a second.
It's not the only thing necessary.
At that point, I could tell you that I was abducted by aliens at that point. And,
you have told me you've been
abducted
by aliens.
I know. And that they built it because they've got because they're sentient and that doesn't. I mean, you know me, Steve. Like I accept evolution, right? That right there doesn't hold it for me. Like to be able to say, well, because you see a human do it, you see a baby do it. Well, that's Or okay, well, I saw an alien do it. Then disprove that. Like that's.
But that's not my argument. That's I'm showing the flaws in his argument. You get that, right? That's not my argument. I'm saying that's basically the argument that True's running. It's a fallacy. That's not my argument, obviously. I mean, I'm not that stupid to think that I'm actually arguing that a baby created an airplane. But the fallacy is the same, that he's saying what we have observed and then taking it to something we have not observed.
Yeah, but you can observe things and then posit a non-uniformitarian cause.
Yeah, but what you're doing there, Steve,
you can't claim it for observation.
Is that you're depositing that humans are the only creature that exists that has like the mind to do it to begin with, though, and I don't know. I can't posit that, but I can say what we have observed. We're pinging on this word for a reason here, and I think Fiona, they're not. Some people don't. You said a lot of people don't seem to see the Ronnie's true argument, and I'm getting what you're saying now because we understand that word observed is so critical in this.
Yes, it is. That's the whole heart of the problem.
I'll agree with Fiona. I'll agree with Fiona.
What if you word it like this?
Because when you base it on what you observe, then you discount any possibility after that.
What if you word it the effects of intelligence? If I've observed the effects of intelligence.
You see, if he had worded it that way, then he may have been less wrong.
And that's a little bit more Brandon's way of doing it.
I think
Yeah.
I would rather talk about true empiricism when true empiricism is here, so that
I
he
can
could represent and
he's
clarify.
invited. He's always invited. I don't. I mean, I can't add him directly to the room
I
because his name doesn't come
suspect,
up.
I suspect that, I don't know. I suspect there's
Oh,
some
welcome to G
issues at play
Plus.
here.
People get talked about all the time when they're not around, huh?
I mean, it's just making it
about it.
difficult to
You think
talk
they wait for?
about.
Yeah, you think they wait for Fiona to come in there before they fucking start making shit up about her?
Dude, I'll talk.
I'm just saying
I'll
it's
talk
difficult to
about
talk
something,
about it.
I'll talk about
Yeah, well-
somebody, and then they'll come in the room, and I'll continue to talk about them like they didn't come into the room. Like that's how much I care about it over G+.
That's not the point.
suggest-
That's not the point. I don't care if you're talking about
I-
people
I
behind
just-
the back or
I'm
whatever.
sorry that I just got back in here. Am I correct in thinking that you're talking about the varied what is intelligence and stuff like that? Or am I off the line here?
Talking about the argument that true empiricism had made using the word observed in his argument.
Does anybody know why you can't? I can't for some reason add. I can add everybody when I set these things up, but once I'm inside, I cannot add true empiricism. His name doesn't come up when I do the add person for some reason. And he's not the only person. There are other people like that too. For some reason, their names. So I'm not the only one that experiences that, because there are people I try to tag, and then once I have to go externally to do it, because when I hit add person, their name doesn't exist.
Yeah.
It's a Google thing.
You can have the plus sign, and then if you copy the link for their profile, the numbers at the end, you have the plus sign and then those numbers, and then it should tag them.
Mm-hmm.
This hangout just got much better for me. Tell me about what's left.
Yeah, I take it there's some bad blood there.
Jade, are you there?
You guys are really focused on one thing for over like an hour. I mean, yeah.
We're pretty pedantic.
Especially when the guy's not even here to respond. It's kind of frustrating.
Yeah, I mean, can we reframe
it? It was actually because Tommy brought it up.
Can we reframe it away from true empiricism?
No,
with all due respect, we've all dealt with these things for a very long time. People make videos about themselves and this. Drew's made videos. People are going to discuss these things. We don't have to wait for a specific person to come by, as long as I think that they're being represented properly. And I think that Drew is being represented properly here. And we're not talking shit on him. I'm not making anything up about him. This was his argument. This is simple as that. It's nothing personal.
Well, I can't really. I mean, it's hard for me to evaluate it because I can see
then go and watch
everything can be confusing. So.
Yo, I don't think any of you understand the uniformity of nature. Okay.
Yes, Jade, you are still here, and I am very happy that you are. I apologize for my abrupt leaving. We had a thunderstorm here, and I am very protective of my computer equipment, and I decided that I needed to shut down. But yes, Jade, it is cool that you are still here.
She is. She's very cool. But do you remember that, Jade?
You're going to have to repeat that.
Right. You remember Ronnie's argument had been, we've observed intelligence building a jet engine. Therefore, we extrapolate across, and it has to be an intelligence that did the vaccine.
I've heard it 3 times already.
Yeah, I do remember that.
Yeah, so I mean,
it's not very interesting to make a claim about what somebody else's argument is. I mean, it's.
I want
Tommy brought it up, and you wanted to talk
realize I'm
about
being a little.
Okay. Can we just make this more generic? A lot of people have used that argument that we've observed things. We've only observed intelligence make a computer. We've only observed intelligence build a car. We've only observed intelligence doing a whole bunch of things. Therefore, an intelligence must have created everything that we see. And
that's a little
exactly.
Yeah.
I just want to say
it's constrained to the specific effects, not everything.
I just want to say that I know that I left abruptly and I'm sort of behind, but Jade, I just want to mention that I highly appreciate your obvious intellect about what the scientific method is actually about. I am a scientist. I am a science enthusiast, not an actual scientist, because I don't have any degrees you apparently do. If you don't, then you seem to have some. So I want to pat you on the back for that. The scientific method is an important thing to me. I want to give you a quote from myself. My quote, I invented it myself. This is for Jade. The beauty of the scientific method is the anticipation of a better explanation. That is for you, Jade.
Well,
anyway,
thank you.
Yeah,
Patrick, are you flirting with Jade? Because I don't know how that's going to work out too well. Just give you a heads up.
Well, flirting's okay. I think Patrick knows I'm gay.
I just want to finish this.
He might be able to change you. He might be able to make you switch girl. I'm just saying. Look at him. He's a fine looking specimen.
I just want to finish by saying that I know that I left earlier, but Jade has been the most concise and consistent professor of the scientific method. I'm a dork when it comes to biology, but my forte is astronomy. But anyway, Jade, Jade
is wonderful.
You're awesome.
No question.
Okay, well, thank you, Patrick. And I do want to make one thing clear, which is something I've never denied. I have no degrees. There.
And if I was a few years younger, I might be able to convert you back to the home team too, Jay. Just saying, but you know.
Well, you try, right?
I know. It's been a lot of years for me. I wouldn't know what to do anymore.
Well,
you're still
I'm older
awesome,
than you are.
Lack of degrees.
Only chronology-wise.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. But yeah, see, you don't have to have a degree. You really don't. Yeah, not only that, there are people who have degrees in one area, and yet they've gone on to excel in other areas.
Yeah, but having a degree does help if you want to do real scientific inquiry and have a degree of scientific literacy. I mean, scientific literacy cannot... I'm sorry, but I've heard Patrick talk, I've heard you talk, and yes, you do know a lot of things, but if I throw a academic paper at you, and I ask you about the qualitative or quantitative data and the methods and the methodology and the results, I'm sorry, but you're going to have trouble discussing that. You will, because you don't have a scientific literacy background.
Depending on what paper you're talking about. But yes, you're correct. A lot of them have a great deal of trouble with this. Yes.
That's why I've tried. Just because she doesn't have a degree doesn't mean she didn't go to college. She does have a lot of college courses.
Oh, no. I didn't say anything bad about her. I'm saying about in general,
it's more difficult, but she does have enough. She has the equivalency of over a degree.
Yeah, I know, but
well, let's put it this way. She has impressed me as being somebody who might have a degree, and she admitted that she doesn't, but nevertheless, she impressed me as somebody who might, in other words, her knowledge is impressive. Thank you, Jade.
Well, and if I'm wrong about something, I want to be corrected, and I know, believe me, I know I have friends here with degrees like Fiona and Sam, who would have no trouble correcting me instantly.
They'll stick it to you.
They'll stick it to me, and if I get something wrong, Steve, MMR, there's so many people here who know me, and they'd be right on my case saying, you screwed that one up, Jade. They might be a little bit more polite than that. They might not.
That's the beauty of it. The beauty of it is that that's what science is about. It's about you are thinking logically, you're thinking for yourself, and you impressed me upon me that I thought you might have had a degree, but you admitted that you don't. But that's no problem. You seem to be more knowledgeable about biology. Is my fucking dorkness, But so in other words, that's what it's about. In other words, that's a beautiful thing, regardless of any degrees or non-degrees. You are very knowledgeable. That's the idea. The idea that you understand the scientific method.
Well, I try.
Yeah,
and when I listen, if I listen to people like Redline, people start going into physics. I'm like, okay, time to take notes, because that's what I do.
But it is funny.
I take notes.
When Tommy comes in here, and if you notice, he didn't say this out loud. He put it in the side chat. But did you know? I mean, he's like, well. Yeah, first thing he said was like, well, Steve has a lot of fundamental errors, and then after I'm like, well, what is it? What is it? Can you name me any? And he backed away from that, saying, no, Steve knows a lot about different stuff.
Yeah,
and it's just like
you have to understand. You have to understand that when it comes to people like Tommy, if I can't reach into the monitor and strangle the motherfucker, I have a problem with people like Tommy.
I noticed.
Oh, why is that?
Yeah, you noticed. I know.
But like if somebody, like what Jade said, if somebody or myself or somebody makes a mistake on something, we're going to be corrected. Tommy cannot be corrected. He thinks that the problem lies with other people.
Exactly, Steve.
He thinks that they have conceptual
error. That's why
error.
we are scientists, or at least we are scientists.
Yeah, because when we went through school, we took tests
to make a correction.
We understand that science is about admitting that you might be wrong. We all understand. That's why my lower third says I'm a science enthusiast.
Yeah, but with science, though, it doesn't matter what Tommy's beliefs are, or what Patrick's beliefs are, or what Steve's beliefs are. Science is fucking science, and this is what these people cannot understand. They think their personal fucking beliefs and their personal understanding of how they think the fucking world works is the truth. That's so fucking retarded.
And that's true.
And by the way, I was just going to mention, speaking of people being corrected and people trying to figure out exactly what is right, there was not long ago a recent snowball and flame incident.
Shush.
But no, that was great. That was absolutely great because it took a whole bunch of people to figure this thing out.
It took like 4 people with PhDs to figure out something we all should have known in 2nd, 3rd grade. Yeah, great. That's the funniest thing.
Yeah, and then you ended up getting committed to the local mental hospital.
We've all had physics, right? You know, we've all had college level physics, and for us to like look at this now and go, you know, this wasn't a bad idea. Like it wasn't like I was like pulling the shit out of my ass, right? It's just I honestly didn't do any research on it. And I even said that I haven't looked into this crap. It's just what appears to me, right? Because it does look like that, right? And then when you have like 3 or 4 PhDs are going, let's think about this, and a couple actually agreeing, yeah, Steve might be right, and the other one's like, no, Steve's I think he's wrong. And then Fiona tries to actually start burning an ice cube to try to determine if this is true or not.
I wasn't trying to burn it.
You were trying to burn an ice cube.
You know what? I have to add Fiona to another circle. You know, Fiona, you have ultimate patience. I actually have a circle. Called ultimate patience. So as soon as I'm pulling you up now, I'm already following you, and you're already a scientist. But I'm going to add you to the ultimate patience because I don't have the patience that you have. You know, if somebody else had a circle of ultimate patience, they better not add me to that because I don't have that ultimate patience. Fiona, you have the ultimate patience.
Hey, we need to, guys. We need to get Chris H in here. He or she. I'm gonna assume it's a he, but I'm not sure. Well,
I need to get going, guys, because look, it's got light behind me.
Before you go though, this person has been around for a while in the side chats, and they seem pretty cool. They too get timid and scared to actually drop into our Hangout, like everybody was the first time. So I've divergenized a lot of people in Hangouts. I mean, quite a few people actually, more than I actually would have suspected. So let's all when you leave, let's all get Chris in here and give him or her or it or undecided or whatever they want to call themselves. Some things to get involved in these Google Hangouts rather than just sit in the side chats and type because I think it's more right.
I have no idea who you're talking about, so I'm
and we promise to be kind. We really will.
I can't make
this
that
is
promise.
Not. This is we'll try to be kind. How about that? This is not one of the scarier Hangouts to enter for the first time.
To tell you the truth, I was pulled into this Hangout because people were trying to get me to do what I used to do when I was drinking beer, trying to these people, bathtub guy, Kevin, Downs Corner, whatever you want to call him, he's one of those people that were trying to get me to do the things that I used to do when I first started on Google. I used to curse at fucking creationists and shit like that, and I got away from that. It's been a little bit more than a year since I actually started on Google. I got away from that because I found that I was getting emotional because I have a problem with the lack of science education. But you know what? The fact that I'm here now, I realized that I've also been because I avoided these type of hangouts. I've also realized that I've also neglected the people that might be in these hangouts. People like Jade, who obviously is a very intelligent and well-educated person. So I'm actually glad that I'm here now.
Brandon, you didn't.
I met people like this.
Yeah, me too. I think we all think that way. Brandon, you don't think you got enough chance to respond? I mean, did you want to follow? Did you want to follow up on something?
Well, Tommy asked me a question. It wasn't really what I talked about. What we were talking about earlier. Just Patrick tried to say that intelligent design is the same as creationism, and I think it's false.
Yeah, no, and I would be on your side on that. I would never say that intelligent design is a form of creationism. I think it's just a more subtly hidden type of creationism. But,
well, you have to remember in Dover. You have to remember in Dover that Kenneth Miller testified that he would be a creationist.
I would say that
it was a covert thing. It was a deliberate covert operation.
Yeah.
No, I don't think so.
But you know what? You people are friendly people, and I don't want to give any. I have a problem. Look. I'm going to tell you right now. I'm a son of a bitch of an atheist. So intelligent design, creation, it's all the same to me. You know, it's so I'll admit to that. But nevertheless,
well,
what's your name? Let me.
My name?
Wait. Brandon.
My name is Brandon.
Brandon, you are actually a likable person. So I'm not gonna.
Thanks.
I'm not gonna be like those. You know, the stereotypical thing. You know. I'm not doing that. But what I'm trying to say is that I'm tired of the fucking bullshit that let's go the Neil deGrasse Tyson thing. You know, there is a problem in this country with the lack of science literacy, and that's where I'm at.
I agree with that. One thing that I wanted to point out was some of the evidence cited to support this idea that intelligent design is creationism is the fact that they use the word creationism or creationist of pandas and people. But just the mere use of the word isn't sufficient to make that case. You have to actually establish that the meaning of that word is the same. And in the very drafts cited as evidence to demonstrate that intelligent design is creationism because they use the word creationism and creationist. In those same drafts, they have passages where they say that science cannot infer to the supernatural. It has passages that say Paley's arguments were flawed because science does not have the ability to infer to the supernatural.
But that's right. That's right.
So obviously, they're not advancing supernatural.
Even if you took the supernatural aspect out of it, Brandon, do you think there'd be a heavy movement from the DI and other places that would say, "Hey, we're going to push this intelligent design agenda, but we're going to say the intelligent design is obviously, clearly aliens"?
I'm sorry.
That's completely. That's outside the purview of the theory.
No, that was actually what I was going to suggest. Really,
I just want.
The problem with intelligent design is that people make it about religion. It could be that it could be some kind of tiny piece
generic intelligence, right?
It could have been some tiny piece of DNA that smashed into the earth and stayed dormant for however long. That was already that you get what I'm saying? Like we can't rule that out. That came from another world.
Brandon's question. I want to answer Brandon's question.
Well, let Brandon answer Brandon's question.
I'm sorry. What did I just ask myself?
I don't know anymore. I tried to answer.
Well, the question was actually wasn't your question.
I was trying to say that's the point. The point is that. Everything you're saying is about a deity, and I'm an atheist. I'm a son of a bitch of an atheist. And any deity, any ghosts, any supernatural, that's the word I think you used or somebody used, is null and void for me.
They specifically clarified that they weren't advancing a theory about the supernatural.
Right. So what's wrong with aliens then, Brandon?
There's nothing wrong with aliens.
Do you think
within the purview of intelligence?
Within the umbrella of the big general thing of intelligent design. So you think the Discovery Institute is pushing the advancement of aliens as the progenitors for all life on Earth?
They're not pushing anything specific about the designer.
The Discovery Institute?
No, they are.
That's a bit, yeah, that's a stretch there, Brandon. Of course they are.
Even on their own website, they admit it.
They talk about God. Yeah, on their own website,
Yeah.
they talk about God, and if this is about God.
Yeah, on their list of evidence for intelligent design,
God.
they actually use the cosmological
Genesis.
arguments for God.
Well, cosmological argument isn't specific
And they
to
refer
God.
back to Genesis and
And,
so forth.
and
It's
besides that,
obvious.
whether something is or is not God is purely a semantic issue. That's purely a semantic issue.
Yes, but if you're going to claim they're not pushing anything that's just blatantly false, they are, clearly, evidently, from their own website. You can't get around that they're trying to
There are
push
absolutely
Christianity.
design proponents who are theists, but that doesn't
Yeah,
mean
but
intelligent. That doesn't
you
mean that
just said,
intelligent
though-
design is committed to theism. It's
No,
not.
but
Intelligent
you
design.
just said, though.
Intelligent
You just
design is not
said-
committed to theism.
But you just said the Creation Institute is not pushing anything. Yeah, they are.
No,
Yeah, on the whole webpage.
I didn't. That's not what I said. I
Brandon,
said they're not
Yes, you did.
pushing the idea that intelligent design is
Brandon,
committed to God.
Brandon,
Wait,
Brandon,
Brandon.
Brandon, I'm sorry, Brandon. I have to tell you something. I'm a bit older than you. I know that for a fact. Intelligent design was the lie, or the intelligent design was the attempt to push creationism into the scholastic system. I'm sorry.
Yeah, Patrick, we all know this.
I know that you're younger than me, but I have to tell you that I know more about intelligent design than
Patrick, hang on.
I don't think you do, Patrick.
Hang on. Patrick, let me. I have to say this to you, man. Brandon is probably the most well-versed on the intelligent design movement. I mean, I don't think anybody is really going to deny that. I mean, he has an interest in it, but most of us really have only a cursor.
What I'm trying to say is that.
Well, let me finish what I'm going to say, Patrick. Let me finish what I'm going to say. When we're not talking to the fruit on the vine, the low-hanging fruit, and the fruit on the ground type of intelligent design person. Okay, Brandon is very intelligent. He's very articulate. We don't agree with him on a lot of things, no question.
No, I'm not saying anything of the sort.
But
I don't know where you're coming from. I don't know what you're trying to tell me.
Because you're giving him arguments that you would be
something, and you're like, I don't know what you're trying to do.
Because you're giving him arguments that would be given to somebody who really is a fruit on the ground ID proponent. He's already heard all these things before. I mean, this is our first rodeo. We want to get a little bit more in depth to some of the arguments if possible, rather than just saying, well, yeah.
Let's put it this way. I am of the generation that was affected by the Dover, Pennsylvania. I
lived in Pennsylvania
by that court case. Okay, so I don't know what you're trying to tell me, but I'm not trying to put anybody on a pedestal or trying to diminish anybody. I'm simply trying to qualify myself.
Well, back to my question though. I mean, do you think there'd be funding? Okay, how about this? Let's say there is funding. Would you include in your umbrella there, Brandon, organizations that say yes, we think we want to subscribe to the intelligent design movement. We think we see intelligence, and we're not saying that as aliens, but just the fact that we believe that we came from Zeta Reticula, and aliens have come down and seeded us, with our DNA, but we're not saying that has to do with the intelligent design. We're just saying that there's a correlation maybe there, but we have no idea what the intelligence is. Isn't it kind of disingenuous? And would you really throw your hat in with those people?
Well, I don't really know what you're trying to say, because it doesn't matter whether it's disingenuous or not. It's a question of what is actually the theory. The theory only pertains to correlating causes to their known effects.
Right, but I mean,
even if you establish that every single design proponent is a Bible-thumping young Earth creationist, that still would not mean that intelligent design is committed to theism.
Okay, how about this on the surface value, effects? Do you don't think that they inhibit the intelligence movement cause when you are latching on to the crazies, the kooks, the disproven The nut jobs, and I'm sorry, but the flat earthers and alien conspiracy type people probably are considered fringe.
Well, but what's weird about that? It's the idea that the Earth is flat. It's the idea that the Earth is 6,000 years old. The idea that you can infer intelligence from specific effects is not strange at all.
Well,
the problem. People are trying to portray what you described as a problem of intelligent design. It's not a problem of intelligent design. It's a problem of people not being able to make proper distinctions.
Okay, well, let me ask you this then. You're more often. Oh yes,
I'm sorry,
Patrick. Hang on.
You know what? Intelligent design is not anything that both of you are talking about.
Well, again,
it's exactly what
Brandon is correct in his version of intelligent design. That is the more prevalent type that is being promoted more than anything right now, because the other ones that Kitzmiller and Diller did get shot down.
Well, just go to the ID websites, and yeah, as far as Dover, the judge did try to shoot down the proper version of intelligent design, but he did it by conflating it with creationism.
Well, they didn't have the intelligent design position that you're stating, because they
did.
No, they didn't, because they came from the position of a young Earth creationist. They were making it.
That's not.
If you look at the label, remember the label that was supposed to be put on the book? Correct. Well, do you remember the label that was supposed to be put on the book, written by oh my God, was it Miller? What's his name?
Kenneth Miller? Yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
yeah. They wanted to use his book, and they wanted a label stuck on it, and he was actually fine with the label as long as they reworded it a little bit differently. But the way they wanted the label to sound was basically that there was an alternative explanation to evolution, which there isn't, and they had religious overtones for it. Now, I can't remember what the exact label said, but that was what they were.
What the actual label said. But I think the label was written by creationists, not the intelligent design proponents.
I'm sorry. I know, Steve. I know this is your hangout, but I have a feeling that we've gotten off subject. If I'm the son of a bitch of an atheist who wants to argue with a creationist, that sort of thing, I want to know what Brandon. I want to argue with him. Let's put it that way. I want to argue with him. I'm not sure that you're presenting this argument in Brandon's sake. I want to argue with Brandon. So Brandon, awesome. What is your argument?
Well, my first argument is that intelligent design is not creationism. That was a claim that was made earlier.
What's the difference?
Well, the difference is that creationism takes some kind of religious text as axiomatic and then tries to prove that religious framework. That is not how intelligent design constructs its inferences.
But creationists have hijacked intelligent design. You already said that earlier. So they
haven't hijacked it. They've co-opted it for the specific question of whether we can correlate intelligence to specific effects.
Kevin, let
hijacking.
Let him talk. Let him talk, Kevin. I specifically asked the question. I don't understand where he's coming from. I'm trying to understand where he's coming from. Kevin, let him talk.
Well, I think I just answered the question. I don't think creationists, quote-unquote, hijack intelligent design. They co-opt it to make a specific argument about whether certain effects signal designing intelligence. That's a valid argument, though. But the problem is people will then conflate intelligent design with all the other claims that a creationist will make. But that's a problem of the observer doing the conflating.
Brandon,
intelligent design.
Are you saying that intelligent design doesn't have to be attributed to any religion? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
It's religiously neutral. It's even neutral to theism or atheism.
See, and I think that can be respected. I don't necessarily agree with intelligent design, but I think that can be respected, that it's not attributed to any religion.
I think these are good clarifying questions, and I think they need to be asked and discussed because so many people have this idea, and especially after Dover, that intelligent design is just creationism in a cheap tuxedo, so to speak.
Well, that's people in the community, though, like Ronnie.
That's just it. That's just it. In fact, I'm glad you said that. Wait. How's your name? I'm sorry, Brandon.
Brandon.
Yeah, Brandon. I'm sorry. That's just it. That's exactly it. It is, in fact, a pig in royal robes. It is that tuxedo thing that you mentioned.
Brandon,
well, you can say it's in a tuxedo or that it's a pig, but it's not creationism.
Yeah, no, I'm sorry, but that's the problem. The problem is that I have I don't want to say proof. I hate that word. The point is that that's what they did. They deliberately engulfed it in these robes of beauty to make creationism as a scientific thing, and it just doesn't work.
I think
that is the problem. The problem is that it's a what's the word I'm looking for? I'm sorry. I'm a little drunk right now. I apologize for my drunkenness.
That's okay. I do have something to say.
The problem is that it is a falsity. It is a ruse. It is a we're trying to fuck you over kind of thing, and they did that deliberately.
Well, I don't think so. But you said that it's all dressed up and whatever. I think the opposite is true. I think, if anything, let's accept the premise that it came out of creationism. Well, what they did was they stripped it of God, they stripped it of religion, and so now you've got this religiously neutral, theistically neutral proposition that you can infer intelligence from certain effects. For an atheist, I would think that you would see that as progress.
I'm still confused though. So let's say an asteroid came here and bacteria got off of it and created life. How is that showing intelligence? I'm not really following you.
Well, nobody infers intelligence from pre-existing.
That's panspermia.
I don't think that's the argument. It's a question of the specific effects that we observe in these living systems, like information or code, or certain kinds of molecular machinery.
Okay, there's DNA, there's RNA. Christian Hillbilly uses this argument all the time, and says that that's proof of.
Christian Hillbilly is a fucking dickhead.
Anyways,
well, if somebody's saying proof, it's not the argument either.
Hold on a second. DNA and RNA is not evidence of an intelligent design. I'm sorry, it's not.
Well, I mean, that's kind of another argument. I mean,
it's not an argument. There's nothing intelligent about DNA and RNA. It's simply.
Well, they're not. Nobody's saying that they're intelligent. Well, actually, I have heard one or two people say that, but that's not a design argument.
There's nothing spectacular about the whole DNA and RNA interaction. It's simply a bunch of sugars. Okay, I mean, what do you mean it's intelligent? What are you talking about?
Nobody claimed that it's intelligent, or at least I didn't, and no serious design proponent claims that it's intelligent. But they say that it's an effect which signals that a mind was at work.
No, it doesn't signal.
Here's the thing.
I'm just explaining the argument.
Kevin, let me say this for a second. Here's the thing, Brandon. The problem is that we humans have the habit, and I'm guilty of it myself, of personification. That is, I have my car, and I say that this car has been good to me. She's been. I personify it by calling it she. We personify natural effects as personification. Personification is a human nature thing to do. We all do it, and I'm guilty of it myself. The problem is that every time we talk about nature, let's call it the Big Bang. Like who did this? Who did that? why are you using the word who? In other words, the inference of the word who infers a creationist. The point is that stop using the fucking word who, because that pisses me off, because there is no who. That's where I'm coming from. I don't know if you understand that or not, but
I don't think he's trying to anthropomorphize. I don't think Brandon is saying who or what. He's just using a pronoun that is colloquially in nature. Am I correct in that, Brandon?
I mean, it kind of sounds like the argument that we just impose these ideas onto natural things, but they're not actually inherent to these natural things.
Well, I mean, would you call the intelligence a who or what?
Why is that important? I would call it both. Any mind, I would say, is a who.
Okay,
that's just it. Why do we insist on saying who? Why do we insist on saying who created?
Well, first of all, actually, I want to make a point here. I have a point to make here.
It should be what?
I want to make a point here. It's not the design proponents saying who. It's the people who are trying to criticize intelligent design for not identifying who the designer is.
Well, I'm not asking you for the who. I'm just saying if that is a proper pronoun to identify with the intelligent design. Would you say? And you said that's fine. Who?
Yeah.
But you would say what would be okay as well?
Yeah, I would say what? I would say who, because it's mind.
And that's why I like you. That's why I like it, because you're admitting that it could be a what. In other words,
well, I would say it has to be a who, though.
In other words, what I'm trying to say is stop using the word quote who unquote. In other words,
I think it's
appropriate. There is no who. It is just a natural thing of happening. In other words, that is the problem. The problem is the personification of natural things.
Well, but that's the whole point of contention.
Yeah, that's the argument.
That's the whole point of contention.
Right. I mean, we can look at it from different perspectives, and I will say, hey, look, yeah, I can say this is a teleonomic design, and Brandon will look at it and say, hey, I think it's a theological design. That's the whole point of contention right there. I mean, so you can't just like summarily dismiss it like that, and I think we're trying to find out more technical details than anything else on the actual argument.
Yeah, but I think if you're going to posit a mind, then I would say that who is an appropriate word to use there. But I mean, I think that's.
I'm sorry. Did you say an inappropriate or did you say appropriate?
I'm sorry. I wasn't speaking clearly. It is an appropriate. It's appropriate to say who.
Now, how would you
determine
minds
that?
are
That's
who?
my problem. My problem is.
No, but a mind is a who, right?
It's consistent.
My problem is the fact that you actually say that it is appropriate for saying who.
Well, he'd be consistent on that, though. If it is an entity, then I don't think it'd be inconsistent to call it a who. But the follow-up question should be, though, how do you determine whether it's a single entity or entities?
I don't really care if it's one or many.
That's why I'm a son of a bitch of an atheist, because I have a problem with the word who, because it is not a who. It is not that. It is just simply the nature of things.
You're saying it's not who because no mind did it?
Exactly. Yeah, I think you're right about that. I agree.
Right. So you're jumping to the conclusion of the
entire
point
I'm
of
not
contention there.
Conclusion. I am
put it this way.
Why are you jumping to the conclusion that it is a who? I'm asking you why. I'm asking you why do you jump to the conclusion that it is a who?
Well, because I'm drawing a correlation between the effects and mind. And when you're referring to a mind, it's appropriate to say who.
You automatically assigned a deity. You automatically assigned a.
I said just the opposite.
You automatically
I said the inference is neutral.
Let me finish.
Sorry.
You automatically assigned a quote who unquote. You automatically assigned a deity. This is my problem.
I said just the
Who
opposite.
doesn't have to be a deity?
Yeah,
Yes.
by the way, I really don't want people straw manning because that's not what Brandon has said. He's actually said the opposite.
Yeah, I specifically said the opposite just a few minutes earlier, that intelligent design is religiously neutral and it's theistically neutral.
Okay, how is it religiously neutral if you're saying that it's appropriate is to use who?
Well, because who does not automatically denote religion.
No, who automatically annotates a person or a personification.
Well, but we're just making a semantic argument here. If there's a mind, it's appropriate to call it a who. That's
okay. A who automatically personifies a. What did you use?
I'm personified. That doesn't make me God.
Does it, Patrick? Does it actually like automatically personify a deity? Have you ever seen the movie Prometheus?
No, the word who automatically personifies something. In other words, who.
Like have you ever
personified doesn't automatically mean God.
It personifies a mind.
Have you seen the movie Prometheus? Do you remember that movie? It came out like a couple years ago.
Yeah, the Alien prequel.
I enjoyed
it. Right. Like that would be like a godless theory of ID right there. Would be that movie. That'd be a good example of
the who still would exist, all right?
Let's look at the English language here.
Hey, no, the who still would be the guy pouring the vial out, right? That would be the who.
Right.
But he didn't design it.
Let's look at the actual English language here.
No.
We're talking about who. As soon as you say who, you're automatically personifying. You're automatically saying that there is an intelligent being. You're automatically saying that there is a who. There's automatically a personification.
Okay.
Patrick, but the problem is this is not inconsistent with his position, though. You're arguing a semantic issue that's not inconsistent with his argument. That's what I'm having a problem with.
Personification also does not automatically mean God. Just because something is personified doesn't mean it's God. I'm personified. I'm not God. Right?
No, what I'm trying to say is that you're personifying a natural existence. In other words, something that happens naturally.
Well, you don't know. The point of contention is you don't know.
Assigning a deity to this natural occurrence. So you're personifying it by saying who.
Brandon, can I see if I can explain it to him maybe?
This?
Go ahead.
Who made the Big Bang?
Patrick,
who did this? Who actually did that?
Patrick.
In other words, that's a first.
Patrick, listen to, and maybe I can explain to you Brandon's argument a little bit easier here. You and I both will agree that when we look at nature and we see design, we will call that teleonomic, right? You agree that that's a design by nature.
Wait. I lost you.
Explain teleonomic.
Oh, teleonomic. Okay. What I said, and I'll explain the word. That when we look upon nature, we think things are designed teleonomically, and what that means is that it has the appearance of intelligence, but not requiring intelligence. Okay, doesn't actually mean intelligence couldn't be there. It just means it doesn't require. So nature, for example, with natural selection, would be the teleonomic agent doing the selection process.
I have a problem with the first sentence.
With
your first sentence. No, I disagree with your first sentence.
Which was when we look and we see design, we would call it teleonomic.
It's like you assume that we look at this thing like that, and I apologize for my lack of. I apologize for my lack of vocabulary.
Okay, sure. In this scientific community, there's no disagreement whether let's say the hand, your biological hand, is designed. Okay, in real science.
Actually, I do disagree with that.
Well, let me explain to you the science first.
I don't think it was designed.
Well, then you'd be wrong. Let me explain to you why.
This is semantics.
Yeah, but I agree, Brandon. But this is a very essential point that people need to realize, is we have to get back to the terminology that's correct, and the terminology is yes, the hand is designed. Okay, now I don't.
Well,
then I'll tell you what.
I have a problem with that.
Well, Patrick, that's the science. Okay, this is not debatable. This is actual science.
No, I have a problem with the idea that it's designed.
Well, why? I mean, what does the hand do? The hand's designed to grip things, right?
No, it's not designed. It is what it is. In other words, it wasn't designed. That's.
But
I have a problem with the word design.
Caught up into different uses of the word.
I know this, Brandon, but he has to understand in biology they call it designed. Okay, you can disagree all you want, but in biology the hand and the eye are designed. Okay, Patrick. So you may not like it. I get that, but it is a scientifically acceptable thing to say that the eye is designed to see, the hand is designed to grip. Okay, these are perfectly fine things to say.
That's the entire argument of Dawkins's blind watchmaker, that nature can design things.
And that was, you go back to Darwin. Darwin was the first one to actually formulate this. So
yeah, he appealed to artificial breeding.
Absolutely, that's what the whole Book of Origin of Species. I mean, cabbages,
exactly.
pigeons. So this is nothing new, Patrick. Now the contention comes in is that a design advocate, an intelligent design advocate like Brandon, would advocate that even though there is a teleonomic explanation, such as natural selection, you do agree that exists, Brandon. You don't have to agree with it, but you exist that explanation exists, correct? Yes? I would assume so. So we know that explanation exists. Now, what an intelligent design person would do is say, well, I have an alternative explanation to explain what we're observing. And I don't think that the natural selection, teleonomic in nature is a good enough explanation to really see what we're observing. And they posit a intelligence, what's called a teleological explanation. That's the point of contention, because we would say there's no evidence to support that. It's a conjecture, but there's no physical evidence to say that. And then Brandon would argue his case.
Maybe, even though I don't have any, degrees, maybe I'm the person that says that the word design is a fucked up word. And maybe I'm the person to say that fuck you on your word design. Maybe I'm the person that says that. Maybe I'm the one that needs to fucking go to college again.
Well,
and come up with a doctorate thesis and say that this fucking word needs to fucking be banned from the fucking Webster's dictionary.
Well, it's not going to happen in the near future, and it's the correct word to use.
Well, we could just forego the word altogether and just talk about the systems were actually.
No, and I agree. I know
what
Yes, Brad. I know what you want to do, but I have to maintain this because I don't really care for when people sit there and say we should not use these words like information or data or design. These are biological terms. These are informational terms. These are things that we should use. And I'm not saying that the intelligent design, not all of them are hijacking them, but they're hijacking them. I know that sounds weird, but we need to take them back.
That's my problem. My problem is that there's a lot of words that have been hijacked.
Okay, then the solution is not to abandon the word and just turn it over and play dead. The word is to take back the word what the original intent was for the word. If somebody wants to argue a case for it, like Brandon does, I got no issue with that. She should. I think it's something worthy of discussion in comparative studies, a comparative theology class even, or comparative, I don't know, just some kind of philosophy is fine. It's just not science.
If you can't handle your views being challenged, then you're not really sure about your views. Like that's basically what it comes down to in a nutshell.
I agree.
Well, I mean, I can deny that intelligent design necessarily posits a God making the same kind of semantic argument, because there is no definition of God that is not contradicted by some specific God in literature somewhere.
Well, I agree with you in some sense. It's funny that I agree with Brandon in some sense. The funny thing is that I am a son of a bitch of an atheist, and like I want to say fuck you, but I can't say fuck you to Brandon because I like this guy. Anyway, that's where I'm coming from.
So do you think still that intelligent design necessitates God?
Yeah, you have to understand, Brandon. You have to understand. I'm 56, going on 57. I'll be 57 in June. You have to understand that I've been through this. I know that. I know for a fact that intelligent design was a conspiracy to. And I'm not a conspiracy. Trust me, I'm a science enthusiast. I know about the story. I know about how they tried so hard to inject their creationism into the public school system.
Do you know that the Discovery Institute was opposed to the school board? It pisses me to fuck off. Let me finish. I swear I will self-mute. It pisses me off that they are still trying to dumb down this country's children. It pisses me off that there is in fact a science illiteracy problem in this country, and intelligent design was an attempt to proliferate the creationism idea. I know this because I've been studying this. I'm not the kind of person that has the articulation abilities to explain it to you, but you have to understand that I am very I'm passionate about this. I mean, you and me both.
Patrick, let me ask you.
You and me both have read about this.
Let me ask you a question, Patrick. Do you think we'll ever advance in science enough where we're able to create an independent life?
I don't know. That's a wide open question.
But if we did, though, right? Like if we ever advanced enough in science where we could create an independent life to our own, that would be by definition intelligent design of life, would it not be?
I don't know. You're going off on a tangent. Let's put.
Does that make us God?
No, it was actually really simple and really clear. There was no tangent involved. It was just a clear question.
Let me give you something that is happening today. Fox News is bullshit, but yet Fox Channel 5, whatever, is responsible for giving us The Simpsons, and this is a channel that gave us the atheist idea, and yet their news channel is totally opposite of what they are. Broadcasting. The funniest thing is that you watch The Simpsons and you understand that this is an atheist thing, and yet when the news comes on, Fox is the fucking assholes of the fucking country. It's like total opposites.
Because they're misrepresenting.
The idea is that they're trying to give the Fox Channel 5 is trying to give total opposites, and yet they don't understand that they need to collaborate the ideas. I'm drunk. I'm sorry. I lost my train of thought.
I mean, it sounds like you don't like Fox because they misrepresent.
Yeah, they do. They do.
Right. So that's the problem I'm having, because I think you're misrepresenting ID. That's the problem I'm having.
Fox News is fucking bullshit. Yet they'll broadcast The Simpsons, and The Simpsons is actually I don't know if you know this or not, but The Simpsons is actually an atheist sort of. I myself, as an atheist, I gravitate towards The Simpsons sort of, because they make fun of religious things. It's weird because Fox, actually their news is bullshit, and their opposite is the fact that they
kind of have the same opinion as your coverage of ID.
The Simpsons. So it's like they're doing opposites. Their news is bullshit, but their cartoons are cool. It's weird. It's weird. It's like I'm not even sure what the fuck to make of it.
Well, I don't know how we got on Fox News.
Later, everyone.
I mean, damn.
Just blame Trump.
Just blame Trump. It's all Trump's fault. I don't know how much longer I'm going to let this continue, because I think it's kind of lost the momentum and the thread, although people are paying attention. I don't know why.
I did like how... sorry.
Go ahead.
I was going to say, I did like how Obama did a fucking... I think it was like a Vine or some shit. And he was trying to dip his cookie into a glass of milk, and it snaps. He's like, thanks, Obama. I just found that fucking hilarious. So someone said that, mentioned blame Obama in the sideshow, and this reminded me of that.
This person, Chris H, has been on the side, and they're just spot on. They're like, their observations are just like exactly spot on at what I would be thinking too.
Yeah.
So you're he or she. I don't call you. I mean, it matters. I mean, I want to use the proper pronoun, and I don't want to say it. There's a minute delay, but he or she wrote. Patrick even does a DPR thing where he becomes self-aware for a second. I know how I got on too long, but then a second later he's on it again 100%. Easy, okay. So yeah, so he's just like totally nailed DPR. It's like they have this self moment of lucidity, you know. That's awesome.
All right, guys, I think I'm gonna have to head out now.
All right, Brandon. You know, I hope
he was actually going to defend ID with you.
Yeah, I mean,
cool. Does somebody have any parting questions or anything?
No, actually, I do have a question for you. It's where do you draw the line with your views on intelligent design? Because I've encountered people who think that, you know, like you have the young Earth creationists who we can consider the very fringe and minority group of intelligent design proponents who deny evolution. And they think that all speciation had to have been orchestrated by an intelligence. Then there are those who think that life had to have been designed. Some who think that just life specifically on Earth had to have been designed. And then you step back further, and there are those who think that the universe was designed. Where do you fall on that spectrum?
Well, okay, so you're basically asking which of the evidences do I accept and which of them do I reject, essentially.
No, because there are some areas in there that do not have evidence, even in the most charitable sense of the word.
Okay. Well, I mean, I like to talk about information. I like to talk about to talk about the information in living systems and sometimes molecular machinery. I used to reject irreducible complexity, but now I've reevaluated it, and I think it has some merit. And the fine-tuning I have
sounds like you're kind of somewhere between the life had to have been designed period or life on Earth.
It's not so much life had to be designed. It's that these specific effects are products of mind in our experience.
What did you say about the universe? Did you say the universe itself was designed, Brandon, or not? I didn't catch your answer to the doctor on that. Because if you say that the universe was designed, then wouldn't it follow necessarily that everything inside the universe was designed as well?
Well, you're jumping to the conclusion that the universe was designed in such a way that it unfolds autonomously. I don't.
No, necessarily. I don't. No, and I'm not jumping to that conclusion. What I'm saying is, would it be a decent argument to say that if the universe was designed, then whatever is in the universe has a design aspect to it, whether it be unfolding naturally or predeterministically?
Everything within the universe would supervene upon the original designer.
It's contingent upon that, right?
Yeah.
Well, kind of, but I feel like you're being fast and loose with what design means relative to ID proper. I mean, there are things that happen autonomously.
So your view of intelligent design is more of a direct intervention kind of idea.
I mean, yeah, because if I design a system to be, let's say, hypothetically random, let's say you could have a computer program that really does have a random C generator. Okay, we all know that it's kind of questionable about randomness on computers. But let's say that you have a true random computer, like a quantum system has a random thing. Okay, if you designed that system, and even though the output is a random thing of the system, that still would be directly related to the initial building of that machine, indicating a creator of some sort or a intelligence, correct? So if you just say that everything in the universe is created, everything afterwards that it comes from the universe, whether it's deterministic or not, or random or not, still falls within that purview. Or am I totally off base on that? Because like the same answer with the computer. I'm confusing you, but the computer was designed. The software was designed. It's producing random outputs, right? So it's not deterministic what happens, but it may be. We don't know. I mean, we have no idea. But are you able to say where the intelligence designed existed and what is not designed, and what is just random? Is he still there? Oh, Brandon has to go. Oh.
No, he's gone.
Oh.
That's something I've been trying to get Brandon to clarify whenever I've seen him in Hangouts.
Yeah, it scared me because I thought what I was saying was pretty well thought out, and he wasn't pretty quiet. So, Doctor, was I like off left field in what I was saying? Did you catch it?
Well, no, it's part of the problem I find with the more well-informed ID proponents is they really don't want to go too far into their ideas, give too much explanation into it, and nail it down to one specific area.
Yeah, specificity is not a hallmark of intelligent design.
No. So I genuinely have no idea where or what Brandon thinks is the determining factor for intelligent design, where it actually was the first moment for it. Was it the universe, or I posted in the side chat, it could have been a Boltzmann brain that just was able to create things. Could it be something along those lines? I don't know what Brandon accepts or not.
Yeah, I don't think I don't think any of them has actually even really made that determination of what's consistent with what they say is intelligence that exists that designs something.
That's the most troubling thing, because that kind of is the most crucial aspect when it comes to, is intelligent design falsifiable even in principle?
Well, let me ask you.
If you just leave the designer open and you just say, well, like how Rocket Ronnie describes intelligent design as just something in nature was designed pretty well. Like certain patterns in nature were the product of intelligence, is how he words it. He doesn't limit that to DNA. If in a couple years we come out with a comprehensive theory that explains the origin of life, Ronnie could just take a step back and say, well, the information in physics was intelligently designed.
Mm-hmm.
And therefore God. And if that gets solved, well, he can just take a step back again. It's so highly variable. It's the most plastic idea that I could think of.
And it's done that way for a reason. And I think one of the reasons they do that is that they have the biggest umbrella or fishing net they can cast. Because if you notice, I don't know if you were listening to what Brandon was saying, he's just fine with including the flat earthers, the young earthers. If you start getting into specificities, then I think you might have a tendency to alienate and you want all the proponents you can get for that particular theory, you know.
Well, at the end of the day, you kind of have to accept them whether you like it or not. So I didn't take too much mind of that, because young Earth, old Earth, the creationists are a very fringe minority of intelligent design proponents.
Yeah, but I don't think you have to accept them. I mean, for example, Fiona's a creationist. She accepts God did everything. That doesn't mean she accepts intelligent design. And thank you, Saul, for dropping by. I saw what you're writing. Always a great friend. I'm glad that you're around more often. We're finally alone, Doctor. We can finally have this real talk we were about. Oh wait, no, we're still.
Oh my.
Yeah, damn it. Okay, well, after I don't know. We're gonna change subjects here just for a second, but I'm finding out all this shit happens on Hangouts, and I guess it happens, after shows that I was never aware of, that people supposedly do things. I'm cool with that. I've never experienced one.
The second that live light goes off,
yeah,
it's wild.
It gets real. I'm like, holy shit, people. Okay. But no, my real thing is that, yes, I know these things go on. I'm not a participant of them, not because I don't want to. It's just because nobody really invited me to them. But whatever, it's okay. But to make an issue about it, like some people are doing in this KFC gate, that I finally know what the fuck that meant.
I have no idea what you're talking about right now.
Oh, have you been following they're going back to the Shamos, Annabelle, Mark crap that just needs to die the fuck out.
Back when like Sugar was on TSD slinging around that baby, and Scott and I were just sitting there going, "Don't drop it, please.
Don't drop it. Just please, what do So I don't know why that keeps rearing its ugly head. What people do or don't do on their own time, it's not on camera or not live. Who gives a fuck? I think it's one of the dumbest things that people can ever brought up. And Shamos, I'm gonna throw this out to you, man. Let it fucking go, dude. Let it go. What's that song? Let it go. I can't do the Frozen thing, but if I could, that's what
Frozen again.
Yeah, that's how I'd be singing it, okay? Because I'm a lousy fucking singer. But anyways, I just thought I'd toss that out there because it's being brought up every so often on this. So.
I steer as far clear from that as I absolutely possibly can because I like Sugar.
I do too.
And I also like Mark.
I do too. I like Mark. Yeah, I mean, Mark is a good guy. I mean, he is a really...
Neither of them know who the fuck I am, but...
I mean, I would fall for Mark. He's just a good guy.
With either of them. And I told some pretty raunchy jokes, so maybe they remember me from that, but that was it.
They don't know. No, they don't know who you are.
I don't know.
Well, anyways, I mean, they're good people, and what the fuck happened? It's between them. Who gives a shit? Yeah. And I think, and I gotta give Mark some high praise that he's like the one that really just like fuck off people. And I agree with him. Why he doesn't have anything to prove, anything to disprove, anything to say on it. It's nobody else's fucking business. I don't know why other people are getting involved in other people's fucking drama. It's not your business. Stay the fuck out of it, people.
I don't know, but Shamos has kind of wrote in White Knight on that whole issue.
Well, I don't know who thinks he thinks he's white knighting.
He thinks he's defending Sugar by slandering Mark.
Sugar's a big girl. Why would Sugar want that?
Sugar, even
Sugar
with her PTSD, Sugar is like one of the most. She's a very strong individual. One of the most strongest women I know.
Fuck yeah! You haven't gonna white knight somebody. She wouldn't. I'm sorry, Sugar. I love you, baby, but I'm not gonna white knight you because you'll probably go after my ass. I mean, she's a strong girl. She doesn't need that, and some women just don't want it. So,
I tend to keep out of that. I do have a bone to pick with you, though.
Oh, you got a bone.
I was actually in with you.
Oh, okay. He's got the doctor's got a boner to pick with me.
Not a boner.
Oh, bone. Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Whatever.
Maybe gay, but I do have standards. Steve.
Oh yeah, I see that. He wouldn't even try to make me go gay. You see this? I can't. I have the worst luck. I couldn't get laid in a whorehouse with $100 bill. Go ahead.
I don't know. Tommy was pretty fond of you tonight.
No, it was. I think it was Patrick was flirting up Jade. Oh yeah,
that was getting a little.
Was that creepy?
Yeah. No, it just has to go. I was in the Hangout with you losing your shit on Shamos.
Oh, you're talking about the whole naturalism and shit like that. Yeah.
Yeah. It's funny because like somebody says naturalism or naturalism 3 times, and I'll just appear in the Hangout, and I'll sit by patiently and I'll wait for a moment to like jump into the conversation, but unfortunately. That doesn't tend to happen.
Well, yeah, and don't tell me I was wrong because I don't think you heard exactly the whole thing. You got basically Shamos' summation of what I was saying.
Well, actually, the bone that I had to pick with you was
go ahead.
The kalam.
What the fuck? What have I said about the kalam you don't like?
Well, you called it a dead horse, and I was like, okay, yeah, it kind of is a dead horse. And then again, so is talking with creationists.
Yeah, well, I think okay. Well,
the purpose of speaking with kalam is that. Somebody out there probably hasn't heard some objections. They probably think it's compelling or it's intuitive or something. And just tell them what it's about. But then you went on to object to the Kalam based on quantum mechanics. And quantum mechanics isn't a valid objection to the Kalam.
Okay, first of all, no, that is not. I'm going to have to clarify here, okay? That was not my objection to the Kalam. I actually said, if you remember correctly, okay, what I said was the Kalam itself, as a structured monist ponens, is a valid argument. Yep. Okay? I'm not saying that the quantum mechanics is a defeater to that. What I said was, because it's logically sound, it still matters how, though.
Valid.
Sorry. Yeah, it's just logically valid. But how if it's sound or not is really contingent upon a lot of things. And one of the things contingent, the soundness of the argument is on the word cause. And I was just giving an example of causation that would invalidate that. But that doesn't mean
that's actually it's a very superficial point to make, because actually you and Shameless were talking past one another. Because you were talking about I think it was radiometric decay, right?
Yeah, I used
that there was no prior information.
Yes.
And then this occurs. So it really is an uncaused effect.
Yes.
And that's true. But in philosophical terms, you distinguish the term effect from event. That's actually why any objection from quantum physics isn't an objection to the Kalam cosmological argument.
Well, hang on. Okay,
it's incredibly superficial.
The term though in the Kalam is cause, right? That's
everything which begins to exist, and trust me, begins to exist is its own nightmare.
Yeah, well, that's another thing I didn't even address the begins to exist part. Okay, because
I get stuck on thing. I spoke to Shamos, I think, once 3 months ago, for about 20 minutes on what was meant by half of a word.
Half of a word,
because it says everything, and I focused entirely on thing. And what constitutes a thing? Is a thing's fundamental particles? Is it any configuration of fundamental particles? Is it any possible configuration of them? So that you could have something like a trout turkey existing?
I don't know if I would read it like that. I just would say everything, meaning that anything that exists in the universe.
Well, that's actually it touches on one of the more common objections to the Kalam cosmological argument, in that we don't actually ever see something begin to exist, because everything is just a recombination of pre-existing material.
Right, I've heard that one too, and that's the argument that I've actually brought up before. Because I mean, where do we say something to be exist? And obviously the most common thing is when you build a house. Does it start to begin to exist when you get the lumber and you cut down the tree? When you nail the first things together? Yeah. When you plan it out? There's no line of demarcation when something begins to exist. It's just
man. That's how I would understand that argument. Well, that objection to Kalam, but how William and Craig responds to it is just saying, well, that's just mereological nihilism.
No, it's not.
It isn't, because at what point did you begin to exist? And he brings up his own existence often as an example. And actually, he came to Saskatoon once, I think back in 2010 or 2011, and somebody actually did ask him that question about demarcation. And they're like, when did you begin to exist? Was it when both of the materials that would eventually constitute you came into being, were produced by your parents? Was it prior to that? Was it after that? Was it at the moment of conception? And if so, why? And Craig just said, bro, that's a subject for another debate.
Well, I don't think there's really a good way for him to answer that question.
There kind of is, given what the second premise is.
What would you say about that? Because I mean, I think that by saying there's no line of demarcation there, it's just a really superfluous question of when something begins to exist.
Well, I wanted to ask this question to William and Craig, but I didn't get the opportunity because the whole event ended prior to me being able to ask the question. Was basically, in the second premise, what is the universe is defined as all matter, space, time, and energy.
Well, even implicitly? It's not defined.
That's just how William Lane Craig, he specifies. That's how he defines it. Okay. He defines it in the classical sense, which hasn't been used, I think, since Einstein. Because we start dealing with ideas like multiple universes and different realities and things like that.
See, I don't know if I'd accept that definition. Because
I don't accept it because I'm a science fiction nut. And I'm like, they're parallel universes, multiverses, and ideas and concepts floating around like that.
Then how does he, if he defines it like that, how does he accept possible worlds?
Possible worlds are different.
Really?
Yep.
But a possible world that has a physicality that to him wouldn't be contained in our universe.
Unless you take a very restrictive view, possible world just means a conception of what could have been, basically,
or what may be,
or what might be. But
I think his definition is limited, and I don't know what definition I would use, except that I would be more broad brushed. But I would say, for example, the universe is all that we know, all that we could know, and then all that can exist.
I just use specific configuration of space-time.
Well, it doesn't even have to have space-time, though. I mean, like you said, the multiverse may not have space-time. We don't have no idea what properties
Well, the multiverse would kind of have to have space-time.
No, it wouldn't.
Kind of.
Not as we know it.
Not as we know it, but it would need to have it. That's another issue that came up. Actually, somebody asked that of him because at the time he was defining begins to exist was actually compatible with the universe just for some unknown and just random reason going from an atemporal state to a temporal state, and that would count as beginning to exist.
That's horseshit. It's not beginning to exist, though. And okay, let me ask you this.
Well, that's how he defines it: is something begins to exist if and only if there are 3 points to it. It exists at point T. There is no point T star prior to T in which X exists, and there is no state where T exists timelessly or something like that. That E exists timelessly.
So you do it quantitatively like that, and you're saying an arbitrary time, but that doesn't tell me anything. You're literally giving an arbitrary time for it of when things started, but that doesn't. What is the T equals 0 though? It still doesn't correspond to something like the house began to exist when I first drafted the plans to build the house. You could say that. Is that my T equals 0, or do my T equals 0 equal when I go buy and I went to go buy the lumber for it? It's an arbitrary thing.
I'll be right back. I just got to check on something real quick.
Don't leave me by myself. I'm scared by myself.
We can take it off air or invite Wolf. I know he's up.
Yeah, no, I invited people. I mean, it's open. I mean, people are listening in, but
do we have any viewers?
Yeah. Yeah.
How many?
16.
Holy shit. Why don't they come in?
It varies between 13 and 16.
I'll be right back.
Yeah. I don't know why people want us to talk about or listening to us talk about the Kalam, but hey. This person had just every so often I get new people commenting on my videos, and I like to get fresh inputs. And this person left a really good comment, but at the very end, they said something about, as for Tommy, he just doesn't understand evolution and will not accept modern young Earth creations or evolutionists themselves, which is actually kind of interesting because did you see what I posted about NeoCloud? I don't know, earlier this morning.
I did.
You did, okay. So I mean, what happened there was NeoCloud, being the little bitch he is, he blocks me every other day, right? I mean, I used to have him permanently blocked, but then I needed to get a Hangout, so I unblocked him. Stupid me, whatever. But James was talking to him, and he invited me on that thread, right? So, I pointed out to him because he had listed all these supposedly creationist scientists, right? And I had asked him, I'm like, okay, can you tell me any of these scientists that have ever used a young Earth model for anything they do in their professional workload, in their professional career? Every young Earth creationist geologist uses an old Earth model. Every young Earth creationist biologist uses all the evidence and all the things that came out of evolutionary biology. All the young Earth creationist astronomers have to use old universe models. So I asked him, what can you name me? I'll get you here to Keith in a second. What scientist has ever used a young Earth model in any of the professional stuff? And he blocked me. I mean, it wasn't no big surprise, but I mean,
you know what it took for him to block me originally?
Probably something pretty minor because he's a little bitch.
I was in Jungle Jargon's Hangout, and in the side chat, he asked if I was an atheist, and I said, yeah. And he goes, well, you want to destroy religion, right? I went, no. And then he started going on about how forbidden fruit is the uber mantra of all atheists.
What? Forbidden fruit this must have been a while back, because forbidden fruit has been around for a while. And
no, this wasn't a while back. This was like a month and a half ago.
What? Forbidden fruit hasn't been around in fucking a year or two.
I know, but this is what NeoCloud was telling me. I was like, I don't like forbidden fruit.
And he got a lot of shit.
I blocked him when he started saying that religion was a mental illness.
Right, he got so much shit for that.
I said to NeoCloud, live on air in Jungle Jargon's Hangout, I am an atheist. I don't want to wipe out religion. I don't want to deconvert people. I'm just here to have a productive conversation, to broaden my own understanding or someone else's. And he goes, well, you're not a real atheist.
No true atheist fallacy.
I believe no God exists. I'm a fucking ontological naturalist. If there's a true definition of atheist, I'm it.
Yeah, I mean, you're like atheist extreme if you're an ontological naturalist.
I'm Ubermensch, and I feel like going Hulk out and just ripping my shirt.
Well, Nadia is also an ontological naturalist too.
Yep. Nadia and I get along pretty well. But
yeah, but you saw the shit that Forbidden Fruit got for that, that nonsensical
shit about people giving him shit for that.
Yeah, and so there's another person.
Channel.
Were you?
Yeah.
Well, there's another person in the community lately who I've already blocked, and I'm just going to throw him under the bus.
Outbound?
Yeah, I am Outbound, who is doing the same fucking thing that Forbidden Fruit's doing, going around showing videos and trying to get people to convince them that religion is a mental disorder. He's arrogant, he's egotistical, not very well educated, has no good arguments, and his arguments are all appeals from emotion, basically, more than anything else, and misrepresentations. And I don't block that many people, and yet in one Hangout I couldn't take this guy anymore because he's a scourge on the atheist community, and even the atheists were running from him.
I've been in one Hangout with him, and he wasn't actually that bad.
He wasn't, or he was?
He wasn't, but we were discussing with like a moderate Muslim, I think.
Well, he has his moments, I'm
like,
sure.
He did have his moments with me, because I jumped in when he started accusing the person of some things, me being given my previous relationship status and who my I socialize with, I know a fair bit about Islam. So I started correcting him on it. And he didn't take too kindly to that.
Yeah, I don't like being corrected, that's for damn sure.
Yeah.
Keefe's my friend.
What's up?
What's up?
You guys are talking about Nephilim Free again. Never ends, does it?
Well, no, I don't think I mentioned Nephilim in this hangout, but however I was.
You did twice.
Yeah, did I? Okay, but I want to, because what the fuck, Keefe's? What happened? Nephi...
I have no clue what's going on anymore, because I tried to get a hold of him and he doesn't respond to me, and one of my goals is I'm trying to get other people that have been in his room before to ask him what the fuck's going on with that. I don't know.
Okay, so here's the rundown here in a nutshell. So I forgot to ask Tommy about this. I should have. I know I should have, but I forgot. But Nephilim Free has basically 3 open challenges, things going on right now. One of which is with Keefe's here. Keefe's, it was supposedly, and him were going to have a formal debate. It was going to be on, I believe, Macro Evolution.
Yeah.
Okay. And it was
like that.
Yeah, it was going to be timed, and there wasn't really that many constraints, but I think you guys were looking for a moderator.
Yeah, I don't know who that would be.
I would recommend.
I just know that if it's the moderator that
Xbox or the doctor.
I just know that if it's the moderator that moderated for Fiona, that's not going to be good.
No.
I have no problem with that.
Do doctor. I'm definitely fine with that. And the one who moderated in Fiona's was Johnny JCK.
Okay. Oh, for fuck's sakes.
Yeah, who I will tell you what happened there in a second if you don't know the story, Doc.
I already do know.
You might just Doc.
You just jogged my memory. I know exactly what happened.
No. Do you know what happened with Johnny JCK and me?
Oh, no. I don't think so.
Okay, let's get back to this. Now we got some tangents to go down, but that's going to be tangent 1. But let's go back on the main path. The other thing that Nephi was challenged by Fiona. Fiona said she was never going to debate Fiona said she was never going to debate Nephi again after the Johnny JCK debacle. But since Nephilim Free says he had a paper that was on the disease risk of wildlife translocation that he says debunks the balanced Robertsonian translocation, that paper that was eventually the human chromosome number 2, the fusion event, right? She's like, oh, I will definitely debate him on that if he uses that paper to debunk, the fusion site of human chromosome number 2, because the paper he had said on camera debunked this, and then when she blew it up, the paper was on wildlife translocation. That has absolutely, obviously, nothing to do with genetics. I mean, this is Nephi's deceit, So she wants to get Nephi to say, oh, come on, Nephi, this was your paper. This is on camera. Use this paper to refute this. I will debate you on this. No response from him. And the other one was me calling him out because he said that I'm an atheist, and he was telling everybody Steve's an atheist. And he called me the new atheist on the block. I'm like, fucking Nephi, it's been almost a year now, and I've been on YouTube for 3 or 4 years. But I'm like, I'm not an atheist. I've never said I'm an atheist. I've never even came close to anywhere to say I'm an atheist. So I challenged him to produce evidence or witnesses, anybody that has ever heard me say I'm an atheist. I would love to talk to them. So, anyway, so he's got the... Go ahead.
To be fair on that point, according to Arcane's list of the top atheists, Fiona is the queen of all atheists.
Yeah, and I love that. Arcane's logo's top 10 list of dumbfuck atheists. Like 3 of them were Christians.
Atheists.
Yeah, 3 of them were Christians. I don't know how that works, man.
The best part was what Matt Bell said.
I know.
Why are you making a list of the top 10 atheists when you don't believe atheists
exist? It does seem hypocritical. And then what's worse is when Matt Bell, Matt Bell, much as I disagree with him on shit, when he has a zinger, he has a zinger. And he said of all the atheists you could put on the list, you put Ozzy? He's like, really? Are you fucking stupid, Arcane?
My favorite Matt
What
Bell
exactly qualifies to him as a top atheist?
I don't know, dude. I don't know. For Arcane to think somebody's stupid, it's just like, wow. Pot, meat, kettle, black. I mean, it's like, fuck, really?
My favorite Matt Bell moment is Matt Bell was arguing with G-Man over homosexuality of all the fucking topics. And I just clicked on like Nadia's room, let's see what's going on in here. And the first thing I hear is Matt Bell saying to G-Man, "Have you never watched any hot lesbian porn?"
Hell yeah, baby! G-Man's like, yeah, I have, you know.
Well, G-Man said, "No, I've never watched any porn. Porn is of the devil."
He's so full of crap.
Yeah, and Matt Bell says, "You're a lying cunt."
You're a lying cunt. Yeah, no, I mean, it's so funny. It's true because a lot of people that are against, homosexuality, and you ask them, well, what do you think of lesbians? Oh, they're fine. What? You don't see an inconsistency in that position?
Hey, I'm against gays, but I'm not against art.
Oh, yeah, that's like, well, I don't watch pornography. I watch art. I watch people making love.
Yeah, the second anybody says I don't watch porn, I just immediately go, "You're lying. You're left-handed, and you have a high-speed internet."
Dude, I got a callus on my hand. What the fuck? Yeah, high speed.
It's on your hand. On your dick. That's when it's a problem.
Yeah, 30.
Like, here's the thing. Like, even if here's the thing. I don't actually believe it or not. I can. Like, here's the thing. When it comes to like the whole porn argument, even if you don't watch porn, I believe everybody has something that they have to do to get their fix. Either they might do drugs in real life or something. Everybody has something that they do, kind of, to keep themselves alive. Something that's kind of acts as like quote unquote their drug. So something that like their fix of some sort.
Well, yeah, that's
so the
part
thing
of our
that
nature.
even if G-Man never watches porn, I'm sure he still does something that's kind of like a guilty fix kind of behavior still.
Oh, absolutely.
And if he denies that, then yeah.
Well, I deny that because I do nothing that I feel guilty about.
Yeah, I have very little guilt either about certain things, but anyways, on that sidetrack, tell you about Johnny JCK, who I've only really interacted with once or twice, which was kind of weird. But he made a video about when I was at Nephi Hangout, when Nephi wasn't letting me talk, and then he kicked out Jade for being hard of hearing, and he kept muting me and never giving me more than 10 seconds to talk. I mean, he was purposely aggravating me, right? And Johnny JCK made a video about this, saying his argument was, this is what atheists do to change the word macroevolution. And I'm like, Johnny, I'm not an atheist. And he's like, his whole video was about atheism. So I'm like, I'm not an atheist. Like, well, it doesn't change the argument. I'm like, the fuck it doesn't. Your argument about atheists changing the word macroevolution. I'm not an atheist, so how do I fit into your fucking conspiratorial crap, dude? I didn't change the word macroevolution. It's been the same fucking word for 100 years. Yeah, he's not all quite there. And then he just changed the name of the video to Evolutionist.
Yeah. Yeah, well, under the common, annoying, modern definition of atheist, you would actually fall into that category.
Oh, I've heard that before. And there's obviously some validity to that with the lax theism thing.
I fucking hate that.
But I don't subscribe to that either, so it doesn't really matter what they think. I mean, if we start defining people what they want labels to be, then we're going to have a problem, obviously.
I was at one point actually tempted to explain why theological non-cognitivism has issues, but I was like, Steve's eyes will roll into the back of his head.
I'm not
if he actually slips into a coma.
You can do that, and I think there's a valid things to be said against it. But when the rubber meets the road, I still think it's as far as this community is concerned, one of the more neutral positions to take.
Well, so like as far as like defining God in like classical theistic sense, theological non-cognitivism makes sense to you?
Yes.
Yeah, then I would fall under that category as well.
Yeah, and that's a huge point to make, by the way. And it's funny is one of my goals is I'm going to get Lyrical to be a theological non-cognitive before the a certain amount of time.
What is she, by the way?
She's a skeptical atheist. but I think she does identify a little bit with theological non-cognitive, but not to the point that I do. But I'm going to hang out with her tomorrow, so that's going to be like the topic, I think. But I think we're going to have like we might even do a video.
Oh, there's a video of somewhere out there, I think on Nadia's channel, of Cliff and I tearing into Darwin's deity, explaining to him theological non-cognitivism and why his concept of God is meaningless.
You were actually kind of, yeah.
Me and Cliff were both tag teaming.
That's awesome.
Them. Like I've spoken to Darwin's deity twice, and that was one of the times. And the other time, I literally had to explain to him what that one was more than zero.
Darwin. I mean, he has so many fundamental things that are wrong.
Well,
but he has that soothing, calm voice that whatever he says sounds like an air of authority. It's like, really?
He's Side 2.0.
But he's so wrong on things. And then okay, one of the worst things he does is that, yes, he strawmans a lot. He says he doesn't.
He refuses to answer questions, even if it's for clarification.
Correct. And what does he do when he asks a question? He asks a question in return. Watch him. Watch him. He doesn't like giving direct answers.
I don't know if you heard that, but my dog is actually snoring.
He's got a great radio voice, so I'll give him that. Yeah. It would put anybody to sleep in the middle of the night. But
AM radio.
Yeah. Can you imagine if him and Neffley and Brett Keane ever got into it? Oh, that would be amazing.
That is the worst gangbang I could ever imagine.
Nobody would walk out of that shit alive.
Tommy Hall just like peering in through the window.
Voyeuristically.
You also got VC Magnus for a good radio voice as well.
Yeah, VC's got a pretty good voice. VC's got some interesting perspective on things. I've been invited to his rooms a few times, but I have not gone. He's got some unique positions.
Yeah. Is it like theism or is it like atheism? In your opinion,
I would say it's more of neither. Deistic, maybe. Yeah.
It's like atheistic idealism.
Is that how you would call it? I mean, you talk to him. It's hard to pinpoint it, isn't it?
It really is, and it's like that is the closest I can get to it, and it's fucking miles off.
It actually is kernalism. That's what it is. But trying to really narrow down what kernalism is, I've had a hard time. I've never really got a coherent definition or understanding of what the fuck kernalism really means. Go look it up. It makes no sense when you read it. Wherever you go look up the word kernalism, it just doesn't really have any ring of being informative to me.
I'd rather not. I just dealt with a bunch of libertarians and having to look up what they meant.
Well, maybe it's one of those things that goes by different terminologies. Because you know how sometimes people call some of the similar ideas certain things.
It's possible.
Because don't get me wrong. Like I heard about that kernalism stuff before, and to me it sounds like it's kind of more of like a certain branch of spiritualism.
Oh, I would say that. Yeah. Oh, yes. There's definitely a spiritual aspect to it. They're not metaphysical naturalists. I don't know if that would transform into a belief in a deity per se.
Yeah, but I think they do believe that there's like a spiritual element to.
Yes.
Yeah.
One of these days, I'll be of an interest in it, but.
Okay, so how the fuck do you spell it? Because I found Commensalism.
Oh, wow. Holy crap. There's a lot of religions and stuff out there, isn't there?
Well, I know that one, because that one's Turkish.
Kernalism is, I think it starts with a K. I think it's Kernaalism. Is that how you spell it?
Yeah, I got Kerbalism as a result of that.
I think there's a U.
Or it could be Keaner. Oh, shit, I don't know.
I think it's Kurnaalism.
I don't really have that much of an interest in it. You found it?
Invite one of them to our hangout. Or something.
Yeah, we have a few members that are that.
Yeah. By the way,
It's not just VC.
I'm gonna see when my text to speech comes up. Kernalism. No, it's definitely not that. I love my text to speech, but
did Hunter change his G+ name or no?
Right here.
Hunter Bailey.
Hunter Bailey? Not that I know of. Why?
Oh,
no.
Sorry.
Okay, because I was planning on getting a hangout together on the subject that you talked about last time, which was like, is belief in God rational?
Oh, see, I thought
and
that was
actually doing it on air and actually having like a discussion on why and when it could be rational, under what circumstances and conditions.
Well, let me ask you: you heard what I was talking about with I Am Bound and Chaz World? Do you think I was off base?
No, you were entirely on point.
Then why were they giving me so much shit and telling me? You know, I understand they're looking from a very atheistic point of view, but my argument
for you pretty simply, I Am Outbound is a retarded cunt.
Okay, that works for me. Because I mean, I understand they disagree with me philosophically wise, but they were saying my argument was invalid and unsound. I'm like, bullshit.
Well, you weren't even really presenting an argument. You were presenting a questionnaire, and it's like, if you agree to any one of these three propositions, or any of these three questions, you've accepted my point.
Yeah,
like,
and exactly.
It's like the first question: is this possible? Yes. Like, and we're done.
I remember too. I remember that. I was like, okay, thank you for playing. You agree with me. So I mean, that was my point. I was doing, a little bit of a Socratic thing, right? And I thought my questions had a point. Each one had a thing to build up to the next one, and a point during the line, just like what Darwin's does in a way. But if they acknowledged any of them, then I made my case, and they all did. Yeah. Except for the ones that basically said, well, your questions are malformed. And I'm like, okay, how? Because they didn't understand it was a hypothetical.
Yeah, I don't even know if we made like a third question with you and me. Because it was like, question 1, could a maximally great being exist or something along those lines? I was like, yes. Like, and we're done.
Yeah, I wish I kind of had those down because I thought they were pretty good.
They actually were, because you did run through them. I just can't remember them at the time. But yeah, I was actually thinking like it would be really, really great to actually have like someone. Max hangs out, Fiona and Jade, Brandon, come into a room and actually discuss their views and why they are rational and why belief in, and even scholar fiction, just why belief in any deity is rational. Why it's a consistent view to have. But there's also the risk of it becoming derailed.
I think it'd be a great hangout there, dude. I mean, if you kept it to the right people that can have these types of discussions, I think it'd be very interesting.
Well, that was the actual problem. I was like, who would I invite to this? Well, I would invite everyone.
Definitely not Keefies. No, I'm just kidding.
Except for G-Man, Peckle, Arcane, Darwin's Deity.
Shamos.
Like, okay, and they go down through it, and it's like half these people aren't allowed in the hangout.
Yeah, it would have to be very, very well moderated and specific. I mean,
fairly good with moderation.
Yeah, and like I said, I thought my presentation to get my point across was lost upon them, and I don't think it would be. I could reformulate it. I could think of it again. I knew where I was going with it, and I do remember what I was saying, but.
Well,
I think they would understand.
It takes half a second to really think about, where it's like, for me, all it really takes is it logically impossible that a unintelligent agent is the metaphysical substance? No, it's not impossible.
No, okay. You and I would say that, however,
rational to believe that. Yes.
No, but but see that they were saying the opposite. They were saying that it would be not logical and not rational, but they wouldn't give me initially a reason for that. They were just asserting it would be. What is illogical about that? Where's the bad logic is what I don't understand.
There isn't one, and that is literally the exact polar opposite of the view that I hold.
So
I'm a metaphysical naturalist, and I go, yeah, ontological ideal, like, monistic idealism. Consistent.
Well, just because, just because you're an ontological modalist, it doesn't mean that if you have a logical thing, you're going to all of a sudden throw it away and say it's illogical. And that's what they were doing. They were just arbitrarily saying, no, it's illogical. And I'm like, well, show me the bad logic. It is not illogical. It's a perfectly well-formulated, structured, logical argument. Oh, my God, I'm dying here. You're making me laugh so fucking hard because I remember this conversation, and I was just like, fuck, dudes. Really?
It's like... Apparently, like, I am is friends with someone else I follow. It's Bulldog 101.
Oh, I love Bulldog.
I love Bulldog, too, because how I met Bulldog was I joined Jungle Jargon's Hangout, and to hear NeoCloud accusing Bulldog of saying, I wish your kid turns out gay.
Oh, Darwin would lose his shit.
And I was like, I know NeoCloud is a lying piece of shit.
Oh, yes, absolutely.
I think I was the one who pointed you in that direction. Where I showed you the video of him, like, false flagging people for hate crimes and shit like that.
Yes. Well, yeah, you're one of two people, and the other one's actually lurking. I don't want to dox anybody, but yeah, there have been people that have been my eyes and ears around and that have pointed me on certain things, sure.
Yeah. But I just loved that. It was basically I was watching. I just clicked on I got like all this live feed of like all these hangouts are now live, and I went, oh, Jungle Jargons is live, and I hear NeoCloud in tears, crying that Bulldog said that his son would turn out gay.
This is a live type hangout?
This was in a live hangout.
Wow. Okay.
He is a very disturbed
person. I'm fucking joining this.
I don't think he likes me and my buddy MX Pin very much.
He doesn't. He doesn't like anybody.
Yeah, and he did. I've seen the video where he said, quote, that he has a doctorate level education.
No, he is a doctor.
Yeah.
Specifically,
yeah. Okay, he's a doctor. Yeah, he said he was a doctor. Okay, yeah, and that he didn't think it mattered about having degrees because he, quote unquote, had a degree, a doctor's degree in general practitioner, and yet, we all know that he probably never even graduated high school. I mean, the guy's just dumb. And then the other day, though, between the times he blocked me, when I did engage him with a few seconds there, it was actually he actually messaged me when we started talking about it, and he said, I've never said that. I never said I was a doctor. I'm like, you motherfucking liar. You're really going to sit there and tell me you never said that when I've seen it on tape and other people have seen it on tape? I mean, that's just fucking delusional.
Oh, he really is a pathological liar. I don't know how to take it.
Yeah, and he's dangerous, and so that's why I don't engage with him.
He literally is like one hallucination away of ending up on the news.
Oh yes, oh yeah. If him and MK ever got together, there would be a body bag count or something.
Oh, fuck
I think.
MK. Oh.
Because I think. Go ahead.
Okay, I was going to say I'm not going to mention too much about him because some of the stuff that I'd like to mention didn't really happen on a thing, so it's kind of like private message. But I will say he does kind of scare me.
MK or NeoCloud?
Both.
NeoCloud.
Yes.
I don't know too much about MK.
Oh,
I can't really
is fucking terrifying.
NeoCloud is a danger to himself and to others. I would my suggestion.
I don't believe him when he says he's married and that he has kids. I don't believe him at all. Given the history that he's had with lying.
Yeah, no, he is
that child needs to be taken away from him now.
Yeah, no question about it. I mean, there are people in the community that I think are not mentally stable enough to engage with, and I don't mean just like people we disagree with. Like Jungle Jargon is not mentally stable, and of course he doesn't know jack shit. But I'm not
really because that's his fucking excuse.
Yeah, but no, Jungle Jargon's cool. I mean, I get along with him on a personal level.
I love Jungle Jargon personally, even though he says insane, crazy, and racist and bigoted shit every now and then.
and I hate to say it, I like him a little bit, but
it's like he can just say like the worst shit about gay people imaginable. I'll just be sitting there going,
But okay, so this person, Chris. Okay, so Christopher just had talked about this in my side chat, so I didn't know if you want me to bring it up. I guess it's fine too, right, Chris? Because you just mentioned it. He said Neil Cloud reported me for hate speech, and what happened was in that video, Christopher Hitzlap, Neil Cloud had actually blocked Christopher, and then right in the video turned around and proceeded to report him to Google for hate speech, even though there was nothing that he did to deserve that. It was a false flag on camera. Somebody false flagging.
The sad thing is,
did he actually get in trouble?
Nothing happened. Well, I don't think anything happened to Chris.
Nothing happened to Chris. It was just, and nothing happened to Neil Cloud. The problem is it literally is like the whole Outer Owl case, where it's like Outer Owl shares something and says something and then does something that's clearly racist. But because he wasn't spitting in the eye of a black person, he doesn't understand how it wasn't racist.
Like his cartoon thing?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And all of the subsequent things that he shared after that, where I was just sitting there going, oh my fucking god, I'm trying to educate you on the racialization of individuals, and you are just fucking... It's like you were digging a hole with your bare hands, and then I handed you the shovel.
And he knocked himself out with it. He couldn't understand, dude.
Yeah,
he could not understand. But it's not that much different than MK, false flagging scholar fiction.
Well, he's done it again. He's false flagged someone else.
Who, MK?
Yes.
Who?
Art Gordon.
I don't know who he is.
I don't know who he is either, but I checked his channel. And yeah, he false flags somebody because he's possessed by multiple demons.
Okay, so let me ask you this. Okay, and I wish people would start coming in here.
Everybody needs to just leave MK the fuck alone. That's what.
Yeah, I wish people.
I wonder what he'd think of me. I really do.
First of all,
I'm serious. You know why?
What does he think of you?
No, yeah, I'm serious because this is something that I'd like to know, and this would be kind of a scientific experiment on my part, because there's a lot of people that say that they receive insight in that, from God themselves, right? Or to say that they're talking to God, God's revealing these things to them, and at the same time, you can also go to some of these people and say, no, that's not God talking. You're crazy. You need psychological help. And the way I see it, it's like, well, if God's going to talk to you that way, it's like, how am I supposed to differentiate between someone who's psychologically ill and God is actually talking to? Because apparently he talks in mysterious ways and isn't so obvious. So I thought of one way is that if I were to, because MK is one of these people that apparently claims that he actually hears voices and stuff, right? So if I were to interact with him, and somehow maybe I'd ask him something, about my personal life, or he would feel a conviction about me in his personal life that he would never be able to get otherwise, like unless somebody revealed some insight to him, something he'd never be able to know unless I told him, and he was able to figure it out. That's how you know. That's how I'd know if he was actually crazy or not, or if God actually revealed some special information to him that he couldn't have got on his own. Yeah. Or if he made some sort of allegation that is not even completely true how my life is at all, something like that.
Well, I don't think a test needs to be done. I mean, he's crazy, but I mean, I don't. He basically would say to you, probably, Keefe, God's not talking to him about giving him special information. The way this is the way it works for MK. Okay.
No, that's not the thing. I wouldn't make it a test. Like, here's the thing. I would, I'd go to his rooms, I'd speak my mind. He'd probably disagree with me because I'm one of those people that kind of can piss off both sides. Might try to do something to me. He might accuse me of some things. Then he might make a really extreme allegation, like saying I'm possessed by demons or something. And then, when he makes an allegation that's kind of crazy like that, that's how I know if he was actually crazy or if God was revealing some information to him. Because if God was really revealing some information, then he might mention something about me that we would not know otherwise.
It's a little loud. Is that... Is that your background noise, Doc?
Your fucking boyfriend.
Is Keefe, is that his background noise?
Yeah, it is.
7 minutes.
Alright, I'll mute him in a second.
And he'll leave.
I have a hard time doing stuff.
Yeah.
Can you mute him? Oh my god, that's so loud. I got earplugs in. It's killing me.
I muted him.
I think. This is how MK thinks for the voices.
I'm just thinking because maybe he would, I would really piss him off, and then God might tell him something about me that scares the shit out of me, because like, how the hell would he know that unless it was actually true or whatnot? And then it's like, I don't know if he's so crazy or if maybe God is revealing something to him that's true.
Well, he doesn't know if God exists.
You're talking about MK, right?
Yeah, let me put myself in MK's position here, Keefe. I've talked to him well enough to know that he has no real position. He doesn't believe his beliefs. So, in other words, most of us, when we believe something, we have a second-order belief system that says, if you believe this, we believe this because we believe it. Okay? He lacks that second step. He literally says to himself, I don't know what I believe because I can't trust anything, because everything could be Satan putting shit in my mind. So he doesn't know if God exists, because he could say, well, I don't know if God exists because Satan could be telling me God exists, or he could be telling me God does not exist. I don't know. He has the most extreme form of epistemological nihilism of all time.
Well, to be fair, even I can think about stuff like that. I mean, I won't put myself in that sort of psychological position all the time. I mean, shoot, even I can put myself in modes of thought like that. But I mean, at the end of the day, I'm confident enough to.
That's not his mode of thought. That's not him taking, a journey down a specific road. This is his epistemology that he has, which is not even epistemology because he doesn't claim to know anything.
Well, no, he actually does claim to know things.
A few things. He knows that I'm not Jesus. But then when you ask him about it, he'll be like, well,
really? Because he didn't know if I was.
You could be. Yeah, you could be. You could be, and Satan just could be telling me that you're not.
He's literally gone down the Sci-10 road, where knowledge is equated to absolute certainty. Certainty isn't just an epistemic property of beliefs or knowledge. It's an actual requirement for knowledge. And I ran this by him, and I went by step. I was like, okay, does this mean that I can doubt things that I know? And he went, yes, you can. Well, how can I doubt something that I know for absolute certainty? And he says, well, you can't. And it's literally the most plastic view and the most contradictory view that you could possibly imagine. It got Scott Gurton blocked, and for some reason I've remained unblocked. When I've issued some pretty serious challenges.
My mind's been kind of in a weird mode lately where I actually can do that.
I'm not
maybe just entertain the thought. Like, if I was put a gun to my head, of course I'd say like what I quote unquote know to be true, right? If we're gonna go down this kind of route. But at the same time, for instance, here's the thing, chances are, like, come on, like, let's put it in perspective, let's be realistic here. Earth is round, right? However, I can still put myself into the mindset that, well, who knows, maybe they are lying to us. Maybe
that's not what he's talking about, though.
Like, kind of just entertaining the thought.
That's not what he's talking about. Yeah, that's not what
he's talking about. Actually being absolutely convinced. You have absolute epistemic certainty that something is the actual state of affairs.
Yeah, and that's actually it. He's talking about absolutism when it comes to, like, the truth. And
he's gone down the entire, like, a strict Cartesian road of knowledge, and I raised all the obvious questions for it, and he didn't really know how to respond to any of them.
Well, and the biggest thing is that road doesn't lead anywhere. It always is a circular road back to where you started. There's no progression for anywhere.
Well, the most troubling problem is if the only thing, like, René Descartes began with doubting everything that he could potentially know, and The things that he couldn't doubt, or at least reasonably doubt, were the things that he knew for certain. For example, his own existence, because in order to doubt your own existence, you would have to exist in order to take that action, and you would exist.
Or would you? Maybe it could be a simulation.
Yeah, but René Descartes actually made an argument because René believed that God exists, and he believed that God exists for certainty, called the trademark argument, which is a invalid argument. So it's structurally flawed. It committed the masked man fallacy, and it was thrown out. MK didn't even get to that point of Cartesian skepticism. So
I didn't know there was a
just
progression
backed
for
away from him.
But let me real quick, and then I want to get to Chris quick. Let me tell you what MK told me once. He said that I asked him, I said, "Well, do you think people are poisoning your food?" And he's like, "Well, I've thought about it before. It could be." And I'm like, "And why do you still eat it?" Well, God doesn't really tell me that the food is not poisoned, but if I eat it and I don't die, then God kind of did tell me that it wasn't poisoned because I ended up eating it. Therefore, it had to be from God telling me that it was safe. I'm like, what? But that's the way he thinks God talks to them. So it's kind of a retroactive, post hoc kind of thing, rather than like an active, two-way communication with a deity.
It's really strange.
It is really strange.
Can you hear me okay?
We can. How are you, my friend?
I'm doing good. How about yourself?
We're doing outstanding. Sorry this Hangout degraded into what it is now, but hey, whatever. It is what it is.
Yeah. Did you mention the other proposition I had that was interesting I messaged you about earlier? Steve?
Oh, I did read that, yes, and I thought that would be very interesting, actually.
Because you're not the only one I reached out to. I sent a bunch of private messages now.
Yeah, I like when people reach out and touch me. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I will get back to you on that because the person you mentioned, I like his videos.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
And I thought that some of the stuff that G-Man does are right up his alley. So.
Have you ever talked to him?
No, I haven't. I want to, but
I think he would probably. I mean, not because you guys kind of sound similar, but maybe because you guys kind of sound similar. There might be some kind of, bonding there. Because you guys kind of do sound a little similar.
You think we kind of have the same voice?
Yeah, actually, I thought you were him the first time.
Are you serious?
You guys do sound really a lot alike. Yeah.
Dude, if I was him, I'd have way more subs for crying out loud.
Oh shit! The dude's got like 4 million freaking subs, dude.
Yeah, I know. That's
4
insane.
million!
That's the thing. The thing is that I even remember watching his channels back when he used to just tell life stories. He wasn't that big before, and I watched him blow up. Like I was with his channel for a long time.
You watched him blow up or grow up, or yeah. No, he's got some funny videos. I gotta admit that he's pretty entertaining. Just watching him play a freaking video game, talking shit about people.
Yeah, I know.
What a stick! He's got a great stick, though. I'll give him that. He found his niche and he went for it.
Yeah, I know, and I thought it'd be kind of cool if you were to ever hit somebody that's like in the great debate community,
Yeah, we're talking about Leafy is here.
Yeah, I know about him. I don't know if the other people do, but that'd be cool.
Yeah, MMA was asking who it is. Well, Sean used to have some clout in this community a long time ago.
That was way back when. Not no more. Not no more.
That's kind of sucks.
Out of it.
Back in the day.
Back in the day when I got bamboozled by Keefe's here.
Keefe's does that a lot. He likes to reach out and touch people, remember?
Well, one time I thought these guys were picking on Keefe's, so I went into White Knight Keefe's, and turns out they were all white. They were all doing this hoax. So I ended up looking like an idiot trying to defend Keefe's. But I'm not mad at him. I still love Keefe's. The kernalism thing.
We never figured out what it was. I don't know what it means.
Turns out MMA's drunk as fuck, apparently.
No, Patrick was.
Oh, Patrick was. Oh, sorry. See, that's what happens when you don't read it properly.
Yeah, out of context much? No.
Yeah, I know. I just read it. It's like, oh, okay.
What happened was in the side chat, people were telling me, Steve, you got to get rid of Pat. You know, people actually left after Pat started talking. I mean, I watched my viewership go down to about half. They were even saying, we can't take this anymore. So I said, like, I'm going to try to reel Pat in because I don't want to be a dick to him because, I like the guy and I don't want to, like, just boot him, right? Wow, that was like catching a marlin with a fucking 8-gauge test. I mean, it was just not going to happen. The guy was not going to be reeled in because he was just so shit-faced drunk.
Mm. Oh yeah, it was going downhill pretty quick. Yeah, and then I was just going through my fucking newsfeed thing, and I see him blowing up like a motherfucker. Oh my god, it's just hilarious. So hopefully when he wakes up in the morning, he'll go, "Oh shit, what have I done?"
But it wasn't really. I mean, you've talked to Brandon before, and I realize you can have long conversations with Brandon, but Patrick is correct. That's what Brandon's ultimately doing.
Yeah, and
I wasn't wrong about that.
I know too much about Brandon.
Patrick was correct and he was incorrect at the same time. I mean, the certain things Patrick was saying that is true. However, Brandon does have a slightly different way of looking things, and if you just pigeonhole him with all the other ideas, then you're never going to have any really good conversation with Brandon. Do I agree fundamentally with Patrick that all intelligent design is a form of creationism? Yes, absolutely. But the way Brandon's looking at it, his argument is not from the God of the Gaps types of argument that you would find from like true empiricism, and Brandon is correct on that. It is not a God of the Gaps the way he is arguing it. Doesn't mean he's right, obviously, but
yeah, I think he focuses more on like consciousness and things like that. But I think that's what was getting under Patrick's skin is that you can beat around the bush for as long as you want, but Brandon is smuggling in his God in the end. So I think Patrick just wanted to cut to the chase.
I agree with you on that. LP with 9,000 just popped in. I'm gonna see if he wants to come in here. He was on G-Man's earlier, and I wanted to ask him something. Do you guys watch G-Man's Hangout, by the way?
No.
I swore I wasn't going to anymore, but every so often I'll be like, oh fuck, I'll watch this for a little while, and of course the same stupid shit as always.
It's just that I don't know how often someone can repeat the same fucking shit. It's gone stale now. It's just that his reactions to everything, that's the funny thing. That's what people are hooked into. But the content's the exact same over the past, fucking 3 or 4 years. The exact same. But he is just a lolscowl because of his reactions and so forth. And it's legit. That's the thing. It's like, you think you have an actual case. That is fucking hilarious. And it's the same with, Tommy. I'm like, it's just funny because you think you've got a point, but you're fucking retard. So.
Well, at least Tommy, stuck in there. But yeah, I mean, everything Tommy says is pretty much guaranteed to be wrong.
Yeah, I mean, when he brought up the muscles, the skeletal system and the muscles, I'm thinking you do realize that's also used in forensics. There's certain things within the skeletal system that only certain muscles conform to and so forth. And then you can use it to say, okay, well, this muscle group shouldn't be here, or that should be there, and so on and so forth. And if you dig up fossils, you can say, okay, well, this organism, could support walking on hind legs, or it couldn't, or it was getting there. You can actually do that. And he tried to brush that off. So I was like, well, no, they use that in fucking forensic science, as does everything we talk about, ultimately. But I don't see you bitching about forensic science. And then when he's saying, oh yeah, I want peer-reviewed papers. Bitch, I fucking gave you 3 over the course of the fucking Hangout. And you're just like,
well, here's the thing now. It's been a while now, and I just don't give peer review papers anymore. I don't do the research on it because they never read them anyways. I mean, if I'm talking to somebody that I want to actually try to have a real conversation with, then yes, I will obviously support what I have with peer review papers. But when a Tommy Hall or G-Man or Nephilim wants a peer review paper, you know what? They can go fuck themselves, and they can go to Google Scholar or go to PMAS or Oxford Journals and look up their own shit, because they're not going to read this fucking crap.
Sorry. Shit moving around. You right there, Steve? Steve?
Hello. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you now.
Okay. Yeah, I'm not going to look up their journals because they won't read them. So when they ask for evidence, I'm like, go look it up. I don't have to back up anything anymore to you fuckers because you don't read them anyways. That's
I think it's.
Period.
I think the reason why I still do it is because, especially if it's on a live hangout, where I can go, hey guys, so the audience, hey, I'm showing this fucking literature, right? Hey, he's not paying attention. Wink, wink, nudge, nudge. So that's why I think what I do it. If it's in a live hangout, because if they claim for it and then it's given to them and people that are watching it can see that, well then, it's more for them at least.
Yeah, no, but okay, yes and no, because what happens is when you get asked a very specific question, you're not going to be able to look this stuff on the fly. I don't have a great computer system right now. Everybody knows this. And I don't really like to talk about things that I'm not prepared to talk about. And when he's asking questions about Hox variations and mutations of the Hox genes for certain types of specific types of morphological changes, that papers that I haven't read myself, I'm not going to just go search for something and say, hey, here's an answer to your question, because I think that's disingenuous, right? And their thing is, oh, you don't have an answer. Well, correct, I don't at the time. That does not mean that an answer doesn't exist, because you're asking very specific questions. But at that point, if I take the time to go research these things and they don't read them, then they're just spinning my wheels, right? So that's why I don't. But hey, Lou.
Yeah. I think with me, it's that I'm so proficient at finding a research paper, like with that bacteria to man with the heart evolution. I think that was either with Tommy or it was with Neff. They asked me that question, and then I immediately found that. You just search for keywords, and if you know the right journal to start off with, read the abstract quickly, then go straight to the conclusions. Then as they're talking about it and they're saying, oh, okay, well, what does it say? Then I'm already reading the fucking methods and materials. And I've already read the abstract and the conclusion section, which is the main, to get a gist of the paper, all in about 2 minutes.
Yeah, maybe I can get a faster computer. But hey, real quick, hey Lou.
Yeah, what up?
I watched your little thing on G-Man today, dude.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. So what's up with that? I gotta ask you. By the way, I don't think I've met you before, have I? I don't think so, right?
No, not really.
Okay. I'm Steve. Everybody knows me as Steve because guess what? My fucking name's Steve. So go figure, right? So yeah, no, you went on to G-Man's show and did he challenge you to a rap battle?
I don't know. I don't know what kind of crack he's smoking. I have never.
Because you're a white motherfucker, dude. Like you're whiter than white. Why would you rap?
I was like, where did you get that dumb idea from? I mean, I had a Korean hooker sing to me when she was drunk before, and I don't know who was worse, G-Man or that hooker.
Well, what was the topic supposed to be? Out of curiosity, because you said you wanted him to come on your channel, and what was he supposed to discuss? Because every time G-Man comes in one of our hangouts, it just gets derailed. Well, to no end.
Well, my hangouts start derailed, so he couldn't do any harm.
Okay, so what was he supposed to debate him with then, or what did he want to talk about?
There's no nothing. There's no nothing. I've been trolling G-Man for ever since I've been on YouTube, and but I just like to poke him in the eye every now and then because he's afraid to talk to anybody that will, that's if he can't control things and mute people and all that stupid bullshit, he refuses to participate. Of course.
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
He's a control freak.
Just like, well, if you've noticed, and I actually did a video on this one time, or a Hangout, I should say, that if you look up the signs of narcissism, that G-Man, Nephilim Free, and quite a few other ones in the community, not only have one, not only have two, not only have three, have all the symptoms. All of them. If you go to 6 things about narcissism or 8 things about narcissism, it doesn't matter which one you go to. They've got everyone, and it's not even like mildly. It is. I swear to God, we did a Hangout. We went through these things, and we're like, sure as shit, every fucking thing.
Yeah, pretty much. But they don't. I don't think they vote. So I kind of consider them like harmless. They're single, so it's not like they're reproducing, and they don't vote most likely because they're not going to waste that kind of time when they can be out preaching. They're not going to stand in a line. So I think I just look at them as harmless, and they're the things I play with when I'm online.
I would say they're mildly harmless. I mean, they do have harm because I've talked to people that are still in high school that still follow young Earth creationism, and they get a lot of their talking points from these idiots like Arcane Logos and Nephilim and G-Man, and it is harmful to them because as they get older, they eventually realize that they got this shit wrong, and it's very detrimental to them. It's a psychological problem that they run into.
I'm sorry, but I find it hard to believe that anybody is taking Arcane Logos seriously.
Dude, they do. You know they do. I know it's hard to believe, but they do.
I don't know if they do because I remember I was introduced to Arcane when he was phoning into the Atheist Experience, and the shit he said was just absolutely insane. And but the stuff on here on G+ doesn't even compare to the stuff that he was saying on the Atheist Experience.
And he got his ass handed to him on the Atheist Experience.
Wait, Arcane called the Atheist Experience?
Multiple times.
Holy shit. I haven't watched that show.
I'll PM you the links to the episodes.
Cheers, man. Oh my gosh.
As far as I know, he's phoned in 5 times.
Oh, Jesus Christ. Does he use the name Arcane?
No, he uses John Smith.
Oh, God.
No, I have to clarify the reason I call the online stuff mostly harmless, like as you put it, is because like in real life, I deal with like real life shit. So online is it's entertainment for me. I've made videos like when I run across serious shit online, I fucking call that fucking shit out and I take appropriate actions. But online is supposed to be for fun and entertainment. It's like I deal with people that have been fucking tortured for decades and shit like that in real life. That's the kind of shit I deal with in real life. So when I come on here, I just try to have fun, and if people are going to get stupid and I can poke them in the eye, then fine.
Poke. Yeah, I know what you mean. I always love it when you're talking about something in America or some shit, and if you're not from America, it's like, well, you're not from America, you wouldn't do shit. And it's like, this is G-Man, and it's like, I don't need to be in America to know what's going on there. I know America has a bit, its media and shit is a bit self-centered and they don't really focus on world events as much. But come on, what the fuck?
I had to explain to G-Man that Canada was not actually a part of America.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
Well, was he talking about the continent, or...?
I keep accidentally...
He was referring to the country. He thought that Canada was a state.
Who did?
G-Man.
Oh,
God.
God.
I didn't realize I was muted. I fucked up trying to invite somebody in here. But Lou, yeah, I totally got you, man. I totally understand. what you meant by that, and I was just giving you shit. Yeah, dude, these people are lolcows, man. So, yeah, anything you can do to mock them incessantly, by all means, enjoy. I mean,
as you notice, you got my new channel that I just started a month ago, and yeah, I'm just kind of rewriting the New Testament in my own unique way. And trying to get all the fundies to watch my videos that will scar them emotionally for life because they think their Bible's real.
I'll get these guys broadcast in a second. One sec. I still like the foundational falsers of creationism. That's the best series.
I have a friend who's actually a biology teacher, and they show that in their classes at a Catholic school.
That'd be awesome. Well, I mean, I'm working on my series, and unfortunately, because of my computer issues, it's been difficult, and I've had some input on it that quote unquote, need to dumb it down. I get that. I was trying to make a series to basically demystify some of these technological terms that like true empiricism use, and then I'm realizing that there's a lot of people in the community that don't even know the very basics. And so I was just going to make the video much more basic than I intended originally, and we're going to do a series just on what the fuck is DNA, for the people that really don't know what the fuck DNA is.
Well, you know that scientists just use those big words to confuse people.
Yes, a DNA is a big word. It's DNA, 3 letters. Yes, but no, I mean I can see their point on it, because when I ran a few people, they're like, yeah, I don't still understand what the fuck you're talking about, and I'm like, fuck, because I really wanted to demystify it, and I realized I'm not going to be able to do it. I don't think the way I want it.
Here's the thing: the funnies, like especially the online funnies, don't understand is they've never been to college. They probably did poorly in high school, and their high school probably sucked balls because it's probably in the deep south. So. And they think that they know everything. And I actually did 5 years of college, and I did a year of fucking, intro biology. And after taking a year of intro biology, like general biology, I'm going to tell you, I don't really know shit about DNA.
I kind of take offense to that, because I did go to like well-funded and very informative schools, but I wasn't scientifically illiterate until maybe my first year of university. And
okay, here's where I step in. Okay, I live in North Carolina. I barely made it out of high school, but I fucking understand evolution. I mean, damn. Just because people go to college and they live in the South, don't mean they're idiots.
Yeah, I mean, the concept is not that bad. I remember.
No.
Yeah, well, even I remember a couple days ago, Ermine was saying, well, evolution is not easy, and I think that people need to explain to people more basically what evolutionary is. And I'm thinking to myself, well, really, the concept is not that freaking hard. It's just
that's part of the problem, actually, is that we're so used to looking at things from like a top-down perspective that when you're looking at something so simple as evolution, which is a bottom-up, it just seems wrong, and that comes off as complicated to people.
Well, I think they tend to overthink things. What they do.
The concepts are the general concepts, general theories they're explanatory, so an average person shouldn't have any problem grasping any basic theory. What a lot of fundamentals, like on YouTube, do though is that, like Nephi especially, is they will look at one tiny little fraction of a sliver of a piece of something and basically, what do you call that in philosophy? Reducto ad absurdum or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
And if you bring something up, if you try to take him off his script or what he's reading, he's like, duh.
And the worst part is when he quote mines biologists and paleontologists as if that is going to somehow disagree with evolutionary theory. It's like, no, you're reading it wrong. We're not the ones reading it wrong. You are.
Yeah, it's like the Darwin's quote
that's
about
the worst part of Nephilim Free, because at least that requires reading. Remember, this is the same guy who thinks that mountains couldn't have formed over millions of years because gravity would have sucked the water out of them.
What?
Jesus Christ on a stick.
I've heard something along those lines before. I thought it was. I didn't hear what the water. I thought it was gravity would pull it down.
Every mountain is formed by a mudslide, and I asked him the question: how could you have a mudslide if you didn't already have a mountain or a hill?
You have to have an incline. You have to have a degree. I mean,
yeah. That's all it took to have me kicked from the Hangout. So,
how is granite gonna slide?
Not very easily.
Was this fucking Neff? Was that Neff who said that about the slide?
Yeah, Neff. One of his many fucking amazingly stupid things.
Was that live?
Does he somehow think that mountains are dirt clods?
Well, yeah, no, he does. He does.
Well, was that on a live Hangout? I would love to fucking see that moment.
Oh gosh.
What do you guys remember when Judy, the geologist?
Live Hangout about a year and a half ago, so I don't know where the fuck it is.
Yeah. No, he just did a Hangout. It was like a day or two ago. It was probably you got just one or two of his Hangouts, and he was talking about how now he thinks mountains like were lifted up and they were all like mud and clay during Noah's flood, and the rivers were able to just drill through mountains in like seconds.
Oh fuck.
Oh, is that kind of like how the Grand Canyon was formed during the flood?
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh gosh.
And water can flow uphill in
sedimentation. Yeah, okay, I don't know who it was the other day when I asked them, okay, well, sedimentation lays things down by a leading edge. That's why you have things being tossed out because of the different amount of density and gravity. So how do you have a leading edge when you have an entire fucking planet of water? And how is it going to separate like a centrifuge, gypsum and feldspar and granite pebbles and all this other shit that's made of different types of layers of sedimentary rock? How is a turbulent flow system going to do this exactly?
Well, and then there's oh, sorry, go ahead.
That's your answer.
Magic?
Yep, yeah. Gone. Pretty well.
Well, and then there's a geologic column. You start out with the simplest life forms and slowly go up to the first arthropods and stuff like that, and then you end up with fish, and then you start getting land animals, and you just keep going on up and up and up through the geologic column, more advanced forms. But they say, and there's some weird ass fucking thing is like, well, the more advanced forms could run faster, and they got up the mountains faster, and then before they died. And I'm like, are you fucking kidding me?
It was the chicken wasn't as smart as the kangaroo, so it's lower altitude.
You don't have to be faster. You just have to be faster than the guy in back of you.
But yeah, this last. Oh, so yeah, just this last fall or end of summer, basically early fall. We drove through Death Valley and the Grand Canyon.
Oh wow!
And if you drive, and we drove like the long way through Death Valley, so we were going up and over like all the fucking ridges and valleys and shit, and you can see the fucking alluvial fucking fantails from when it used to be an inland sea. They're like right there. They're fucking huge.
Ooh.
And that whole sedimentation process. Yeah, you know, it's in your backyard. You can go look at it.
Hell yeah, you can be driving through, like when I go to the Appalachian Mountains here in North Carolina, you can, like, there's some cut-throughs and stuff like that, and you just look, and there they are. You just see all these layers, different layers of rock and sediment and stuff. One thing, they keep going, like the young earthers especially, they're the ones that get my goat. But they say that, well, okay, the flood was real, and then they try to point to some geologic stuff or some shit, And I'm like, well, okay, if there was this worldwide flood or whatever, then we should find fossil, quote unquote, fossil beds, because I don't think they believe in those. But we should find these beds with extinct and extant life forms, like dinosaurs and cows and people. It should be just all jumbled up.
Well, the problem with that we have, and in some places, but not for the reasons obviously they think. There's been some fossil beds that We found mastodons and woolly mammoths and some human fossils as well, because I mean humans did live during the time.
Well, yeah, but I mean like T-Rex and a cat.
Yeah, no, there are some evidences of dinosaur type fossils in those quagmires. However, they are at different levels. One, and there has been many shifting of the areas and many of these things too. But the biggest thing is when people say the claim that human remains have been found with things like mastodons. Yeah, that's true because humans lived during that time, and because they're talking about modern humans, But ancestral humans go back hundreds of thousands of years. So when they say man walked with dinosaurs and they're calling woolly mammoth a dinosaur, that's fucking retarded.
Yeah. Oh, Steve. Well, I couldn't sleep. So I woke up and I came in here and I'm hearing stuff like, "Oh God, it's too early in the morning for this shit." But I have something for you, and I just wanted to see what you think.
Okay, you're not gonna flash me, are you?
No, no. Knowing you would not appreciate it.
Yeah, not really a thing I'm into, but go ahead. What you got for me?
Okay.
Show me what you got.
Tommy Hall. This is mostly for Tommy Hall, I think. Now he's a younger creationist, right?
Yes.
Does he believe in a worldwide flood?
Yes.
Okay. And he also, so then going by that, then he accepts that. All right, let's use felines as an example. That on the ark there were two felines, a mating pair, right? Just one pair of felines, whatever they were. They could be lions, tigers, cute little kitties. Huh?
No.
No, I mean this
he doesn't believe that. Okay.
Yeah, clarify that for me.
Okay, he doesn't subscribe to Ham's definition of kind as far as the family level. So he thinks there could be multiple different kinds of things, like you would have two cats, two lions, whatever. He won't ever answer directly what it is because we just
talking about kinds.
Well, we just had this argument with him because going by Ken Ham's understanding. If you have only one kind from a family, then whatever that kind was developed into all the family of Hominidae, which would be including all the bonobos and chimpanzees and gorillas and orangutans. All had to come from the ark with a speciation rate we've never seen of before.
Right.
That's what they would have to claim, and they can't even claim that.
Yeah, well, see, where I was going with this, though, is say if you had 5 mating pairs, you had lions, tigers, and
bears,
whatever. No, I mean just the felines only. You got maybe several different mating pairs. Okay. And they start. There's a whole lot of fucking going on. And you got all these different species of felines, even the extinct ones, saber-tooths and stuff like that. There's all these different the ancient hyenas. I think there were more hyenas back then than there are now. Anyway. You got all this incredible variety of felines all over the world now. So that came from just a few mating pairs. Now, wouldn't that show up in DNA somehow? Couldn't you trace that in DNA?
Yeah, they call it baraminology.
But do they have any tests for that? Do they have some DNA that they've examined and stuff, and compared?
No, what they used bastardized research, and they tried to. Did you ever see that diagram that had it was like the golden jackal, the hyena?
No, I sure did.
And it was basically a bottlenecking of the populations, and they were using this to show that at a certain time there was a bottleneck that was caused by the flood, and yet the golden jackal on the far end didn't have the bottleneck, so they were exempt from this, which they never explained. Because the baraminology says that basically things are more like a forest. You have a pair of something, obviously from the ark, and then you have a divergence of species from that. Usually it's allopatric for geological boundaries. And the speciation rates that Joe and I once were talking about that to Neffy, or he was talking to Neffy, but we kind of worked on this thing together.
Yeah.
The amount of speciation rates for the African elephant, the European elephant, the woolly mammoth, and the mastodon will require a speciation event every other generation.
Yeah, and think about all the different species of felines all over the world.
Same principle. Think about that. Those are mammalians. Okay, so they're still mammals. So think about for a mammal to have a speciation event every other generation. Does that even remotely something we would expect that evolution would predict? The answer would be no.
Absolutely not.
So
that's no more possible than a fucking crocodile.
Right. But that's what they posit, and they just throw their hands in the air and go, well, that's what it was. No, it doesn't work like that.
Yeah, because I was thinking about that, and I'm like, DNA, I mean, I don't know that much about it, but I know that there's a lot of information in the DNA. When they can break it down, they can compare it, they can pretty much trace, like, how long ago a speciation event happened or something like that.
Yeah, it's called a molecular clock.
Okay, yeah, and then you have all the extinct forms of felines, plus the ones now. So if all of that couldn't have came from just a couple of mating pairs.
Right,
I don't get it.
Same thing with the humans, though, dude. I mean, we explained to Tommy Hall that if you took the 8 people in the Ark, not including Noah and his wife, who we assume Noah, even if you did assume kids, it wouldn't make a difference. But they didn't have any more kids, right? So you're going by the 3 sons and their wives. Literally within 3 generations, you already have loss of heterozygosity. There would already be either a fixed gene or a lost gene. Basically, you would have a so much loss of genetic diversity that you would have inbreeding to the point where there would be no viable mechanism where you would have a continuation of the species. You would become what's called extinct, right? They don't get this, and they want to use science to demonstrate their purposes, but when you actually use science, it fucking goes to shit, man. It's just not possible.
Well, see, they try, like you said, they bastardize stuff. They try to take real science, twist it around to fit their whatever, their bullshit. And that's what just, and that just kills me when I see that they try to use science. They don't have any science of their own. They have no universities. They have no laboratories. They have no people bending over shit, studying DNA and making tests or anything. But they make all these fantastic claims with nothing to back up their bullshit.
They've got a few people here and there, like the rates program and shit, but
I don't.
Yeah,
it's nothing compared to what we have now.
No, and why do you think NeoCloud blocked me? Because when he started listening to all these creation scientists, I'm sorry, let me finish. We're then going to go. I pointed out to him, I'm like, NeoCloud, can you name me a scientist that has ever used a creationist model to discover anything ever?
Yeah, thank you. Absolutely. Any medicine?
By all means, let him try.
Any kind of medicine coming out of all this research? I mean, it's supposed to.
As far as I know, there is a single oil oil company that uses old Earth young Earth models.
Yes,
and they have yet to find. Not only have they not found any oil, they haven't using the old young Earth models. They haven't found any oil using pure luck either.
Yeah, they're called Zion oil.
Oh yeah. Yeah, so their whatever models or science they try to use, it doesn't work. It's bullshit.
Yeah, the funniest part about that is even just pure luck, with the number of drills they've done, they should have gotten some by now.
God hates them.
Yeah. Whenever creationists try to do the science thing, I try to. You got to draw it back to what's important. So you got to ask the important questions, because I'm like, okay, your science, okay, that's all cool, but tell me. Do you really believe a sky wizard cast a spell on a pile of mud, ripped its fucking rib out, cast another spell on it, and then the first pile of mud started fucking its rib? Because I want to see the science of that.
I understand the faith-based things, and I'm not going to criticize people for a faith-based thing. But when they start getting into the science of it, like you said, they say, okay, yes, I believe scientifically man was created from dirt. Okay, then there we have a problem, because that would require evidence, right?
Right.
There's only one response when someone says that they believe that, and that is, if man was made of dirt, why is there still dirt?
Oh,
here's my point. Here's my point, though. You call it faith, I call it magic. As soon as somebody tells me they believe in magic, I drop the mic and walk away.
Well, I mean, there's an argument to be made, of magic, the derivation of magic from mysticism. To the faith of something, and a faith just means a belief in something without evidence, without empirical evidence. There is a distinction there that one can make an argument from a philosophy point of view, I think. But I understand your critique of it. Yes.
Stop.
Oh God, the ocean's here.
Steve.
Hey,
yes,
what's up,
my
Ocean?
friend. How are you? Yeah. Okay. What have I done wrong now, Ocean? You've come to punish. You've come to punish me from the gods.
I have come in to give you a message from Odin himself, and that is that his warrior Ocean has bumped into Outbound.
Oh, all right. Quite across the board. How well did this go?
It went really interestingly.
Not what I was hoping for. But go ahead.
Okay. Well,
that was such a letdown.
I sent you the video.
Okay.
On Facebook. So, because you don't have Skype and you're a fuckhead.
I do have Skype, but I just
you do. What? Then let's send me your fucking.
Fine, I'll do it tomorrow. Go ahead.
All right. So anyway, it's interesting because I was in there for about 40 minutes. He sent we talked on Hangout Messenger, and then he sent me a link to a room, and there was a thing, and.
Whoa! You really did like him, didn't you? No,
we rubbed our bodies against each other. It was great. But no, okay. Anyway, so when we finally got into the room, it was off air. We started a conversation. It finally went on air, and that's from what you can see in the video. There's about 40 minutes there. We started off talking about because I started talking about experiential epistemology. He was saying that believing in a God is illogical. I don't think that's the case, obviously.
Mm-hmm.
And I said, well, here's my logical argument. If you hold an epistemological or an experiential epistemology, then you experience God, it makes sense that if you assume that you can trust your experiences, then you should be able to assume that whatever experience with God that you have is at least valid, worthy
Which
of
is very, very, very similar to what I was running earlier with him before, and what we were talking about with the doctor.
Right.
Very similar argument that I was going for. So go ahead.
He was saying that's illogical.
Right. That's what he told me, and I was like, no, it's not.
I said there might be other problems with it. I'm not able to say that I know that God exists from that because I'm using experiential epistemology. I can't say that it convinces you because I don't have any evidence to show you. But the problem with it isn't logical. I have a logical and epistemological justification to believe this. And he didn't understand that distinction.
Yes, that's what me and that's what me and the doctor earlier were just talking about, the exact same thing. He did not understand the distinction at all.
Well, you may actually have grounds to know it if you're using an externalist model knowledge.
Well, I think he would too, but the fact remains that I'm not
doing
that logical.
I'm willing to say that what my experiences are, I'm not going to be able to say I know.
The whole point is not illogical like he's claiming. You can go. You can talk about your whether it's externalism or not. That doesn't matter to your argument right here, Ocean.
Right.
Correct. So go ahead.
And I kept asking him, so what is the logical issue? And he started talking about it can't repeat it, it can't test it. And I'm like, that's the scientific method. You're talking about that is nothing to do with logic.
Mm-hmm.
I kept asking him, what is the logical problem? You would talk about this repetitiveness. I said, there's no logical law about repeating anything. There is. So what? If you can find me the law of logic that gets in the way of my thought process, then I'll concede. But when I asked him what it was, there was this long pause of. Except just like describe what the problem is, because it's not repetitiveness, because there's no logical law around that. What is the actual logical problem? Because it is logical. It's not what you're saying. It's that then, as soon as I was making headway with that, guess who shows up?
Darwin's deity?
Darwin's goddamn deity comes into the
I pulled that out of my ass, but it just seemed to make sense for some reason.
Exactly what is the worst thing that could possibly happen in this conversation? Who could derail the most out of this? Darwin's fucking deity shows up, and he's like, well, he had good things to say about me. He comes in and he's like, I want to say that Ocean, despite all of my disagreements with him, is one of the most logical people I've ever met on Hangouts. And I'm like, well, that's great. It's coming from you, but that's great.
And then he cuts your balls off.
Well, it's what happened after that was
now Outbound has lumped me in with Darwin's deed.
Oh God!
He thinks I'm part of his posse or something like that. He doesn't realize the breadth of the disagreements I have with the man. But on this particular issue, we agree. On nothing else do we agree, but on this particular issue we agree because we're both fucking theists.
A clock can be right twice, a day. I mean, Darwin's not always wrong, but I mean,
much like with Dionysus, whenever if Darwin's deity will tell me something, I'm automatically going to be skeptical of it. Just based on previous experience. If he tells me the sky is blue, I'll have to double check that.
Right. Yeah. And to Darwin's credit, I was running an argument very similar to his. Because he usually runs the how do you know that sort of Psi 10 thing sometimes, but I was simply running a not this is a problem with your beliefs, but this is how I justify my beliefs, and he was saying I was burden shifting. No, I'm not burden shifting. This is not I'm not telling you have to disprove my God. I'm saying if you're going to say this is illogical, you need to give me a reason.
He has a very poor understanding of fallacies, by the way. Very poor.
Terrible understanding of fallacies.
Yeah.
Who is this?
I am Outbound.
I don't think I've run across this person yet.
You don't want to.
This is somebody that the Doc and I were when we first started this. Everybody left, and it was just Doc and I. We were talking literally about this very thing. How bad this guy was at not understanding that what he was saying was not a logical problem. It was maybe had there's other issues possibly with it, yes, but he kept saying it's illogical, and we're like, I don't think you're understanding what that really means here.
Yeah. I could be wrong, but I think
that basically God was a logical impossibility.
Yes,
which makes no sense.
Sitting there going, no, it isn't. We have a theological non-cognitivist here defending this position, and an atheist telling you, no, this isn't impossible.
Right, and then you guys send me after him.
Yeah, it's like, you know what? Just get Ocean. Let Ocean take care of it.
I know who this guy is.
You said I just put the link to the conversation in the side chat thing.
Yeah. I know who this guy is.
This can only get better if Godless came in, but I'm sure that.
No, that didn't happen. I left because I went to the Vampire Diaries rap party with a friend. And I was just like, I gotta go. I've got to go into an event. So there's about a 40-minute block at the very beginning of that video that I'm there, and then they basically just trash talk me after I leave. I'm still trying to review everything that they said after I left. It's a 3-hour hangout. I'm only in 40 minutes of it.
That doesn't sound like it went very well, Ocean.
It went interesting because, in the conversation where I was going head-to-head with him before Darwin showed up, I was thrashing the man. It was definitely a showdown because he keeps interrupting, and he has a very contrarian approach when dealing with theists.
Do you agree?
I think I might be responsible for I Am Outbound even being part of this community.
Oh.
No, I'm serious. If you want to know the story of why he's here, I knew about him.
Yeah, hang on. I want to know the story, but Ocean, would you?
It could be him.
Real fast. Ocean, do you now understand though what I was saying before about this person, that I wasn't exaggerating?
No, you weren't exaggerating. Okay. It was exactly the experience, because I didn't think there could have been anybody that completely.
Yeah, I know. You were like, oh no, I got to meet this person. Okay.
This is not. You can't. No, there's no way. But there it is.
Ocean, I got no imagination. I can't make shit up. I'm a lousy liar.
That's true. You are really bad.
I'm horrible at it.
Van, I haven't bumped into you since I started making avatars, but I've been making random people avatars. And I made you one.
Well, but so did fucking Creationism. That's why I'm using this avatar. Are we gonna have an avatar face? Are we gonna have an avatar face off?
This is my avatar for Van the Man.
I don't see it. Hang on.
Hold on, I'm back to my computer now.
I can see it. Van
the Man.
That's awesome.
That's pretty damn cool.
If you want it, I'll send it to you. However you want me to send it to you.
Absolutely. My Skype, I forgot the password on it because I haven't logged in it forever, so I don't know if I can get it up.
Okay. Well,
that's a long username to type up.
Maybe you
Here I come to save the day.
Once you figure out how to get it up, Van.
Yeah, well, at his age.
I've got pills for that.
Yeah, they make cockroach.
But I've been sending it by email to a few people as well. So if you want to drop that to me, I can send it.
And which one did you have for me?
Say what?
You made one for me. You didn't make one.
I haven't made one for you.
Oh, fuck off.
You're a little shit.
You make one for Amon. You make one for Gus. Or for Joe.
I made one for Gus, and Gus didn't like his, but I think that Gus's was really cool.
Gus is a contrarian.
Here's what I made for Gus. It's fucking like.
Oh.
That's the picture of my tattoo in the background, isn't it?
Why am I not seeing this right away?
Of the beaver wearing a maple leaf bikini, riding a Canadian maple goose. You just put a fucking maple leaf over top of it, didn't you?
Pretty much. And then I put.
That's my tattoo.
Yeah.
I see a flag. Is it blood on it or maple leaf?
It does look like there's blood on it. That's the reason why I made it that way. It's because Gus is like, fucking out for blood all the time. But yeah, this little project has been fun. I'm trying to make one for everybody in the community.
Canadian goddamn Gus.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I like that. I think we need to change things up every so often, and I'm actually liking this avatar.
Every once in a while, people use them, and it's great, and people use them. I think it's awesome. But,
well, but certain people like yourself, your voice is recognizable. No matter what icon you use, people will know who you are the first second you open your mouth.
Is that the case with me?
Oh yes, you have a very distinctive voice, and it's not unpleasant. It's quite pleasant, to be honest with you. But there's other people that they're very bland, and I wouldn't be able to even recognize them in some cases.
I made one for Darwin's deity as well. This is it.
Yeah, like you don't hear his voice in your sleep. Shit. Darwin's deity.
I don't think I've ever had the pleasure of running into him.
What?
He's an interesting guy.
I don't think I've been in a hangout.
Dude, he's got like 7 names he goes under. So who the fuck knows?
He's an absolute penis.
Yes, he's like a cock master.
I understand that's not exactly a bad thing for you, Heavy, but he's of the penis variety that you don't want to be around. He's unpleasant.
Literally everything he says can be boiled down to a Pavlovian response.
Yeah.
Where if you just sit there and just say something, you can say anything, and he'll just sit there and go, "Well, how do you know that?"
Oh.
He doesn't usually go into the hardcore. How do you know that? I mean, he will occasionally.
Like one of those.
But the thing with him is
he does want you to demonstrate that you know things, though.
I say that because I explained. I had to actually sit down and explain to him that one entity was more than 0.
Well, I had to do the same thing with Tommy Hall. That 2 is more than 1. He doesn't seem to understand that 2 species is more than 1 species. I don't know why it's confusing.
With Darwin's deity, I've gone into the properly basic beliefs thing, and he says no. Properly basic beliefs are horsebucky. I remember the words he used. I think either malarkey or a fantasy.
Oh, Ozzy is properly basic beliefs.
Ozzy thinks.
I've asked him that. Cliff Stamp has asked him to account for it, and he refuses to. Shocker.
Ozzy thinks Darwin
doesn't answer questions.
Yeah, he thinks Darwin is a complete and utter philosophical moron, especially when it comes to properly basic beliefs. He knows Darwin is really good at trying to go after low-hanging fruit, and he's very good at manipulating people to go into his script, but his actual overall knowledge is shit.
Yeah, that's why I don't get into philosophy. I don't know a damn thing about it.
I'm one of those people that finds philosophy gets kind of stupid when it gets into really deep stuff. So, I'd much rather focus on things on like a scientific level where we actually have proof and stuff instead of wishy-washy thinking.
I don't like going deep either, but sorry, Heavy. But
sorry about that.
Yeah, sorry, man. But I think there's certain times where you have to have some overlap to philosophy and science, and I think it's good to know, and especially when you have these jerk-offs that are coming over and running these types of arguments on people that are not well-versed in any of these topics or even give a shit about them, and just pick them off purposely as low-hanging fruit rather than educating them. When I do my Fruit on the Ground video series, these are people that are more than welcome to come in and defend themselves. I've offered many times to come on air. I'm not just picking them off because they're stupid. I'm picking off because they're saying crap, and they're not even defending what they're saying because it's just so retarded.
And yet you only seem to attract Christian hillbilly.
Not that much anymore. Christian hillbilly. I told him I'm not fucking debating you. You don't know enough about science to debate.
There are two guys that I really want to grab by the scruff of their neck and say, "This is what the scientific definition does not say."
Yeah.
I think Christian hillbilly blocked me after I said that his family tree was a stump.
Both G-Man and Christian hillbilly have the idea that it's not science unless you can hold it in your hand and see it with your own two eyes. That's your observation. There's no other types of observation.
Hey, Chris.
It's so frustrating.
Say, Chris outside, he's never been in a Hangout before, and he says I get to pop his cherry one of these days, so sorry again, Aller.
You really are a Hangout whore, aren't you, Steve?
No shit! I've been popping cherries.
Dude, Chris, come on in right now. Fuck.
He won't do it. I asked him. I was like, "Come on, dude, you got to come on in." But he'll get his cherry. He'll get his cherry popped.
Oh, Keefe's, you had a story for us, I think.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Keefe. Yes.
How I think I don't want
you cursed us. Yes.
I could have been the one that introduced Outbound to the community in the first place. Okay, so I used to
tell us a story. Let's
yeah, I think I might be responsible for Outbound.
Steve, do you have any marshmallows?
All right, timestamp this. This is Keefe's confession. Timestamp. Go ahead.
Okay. Yeah. Do you have any marshmallows, Steve?
I have some hot chocolate. But you don't get any of that.
Shit. All right, cool. I was gonna make some s'mores while we were having this.
All right, let Keefe's go.
All right.
All right, cool. Go for it.
Okay, so basically the way it works is I used to have this debate show on my channel. This was before Steve was doing the Hangout thing, so he probably didn't know about it. But on my channel, I used to have a debate show called the I'm Right, You're Wrong show. And basically it was a structured debate.
I don't...
Oh.
Yeah, I kind of named it ironically like that. But
that's amazing. I love it.
The debate show was actually like a well-structured thing, though, because I was sick and tired of people, making these rooms debating, arguing about subjects. But basically, I felt like a lot of these rooms and that, like Nephilim Free and all that, I thought it was just these are basically what I like to call ego dick rooms.
Right.
People just basically went there, kind of stroked their big ego dicks, showing what they thought they knew and everything. I thought it was just stupid. Like no one really got a chance to say what they wanted to say, stuff like that. Like what happens in Nephilim's freeze room and stuff even nowadays. So I thought, what, if we're actually going to do debating, let's actually have a debate show where we can actually cover these topics. And however, I was in charge of arranging the debates if a person wanted to debate something. So basically, Outbound came from the fact that one of the debates that was set up, or was supposed to be set up, or something, basically, what I wanted to have happen is I wanted to have a flat Earth debate. So I wanted to have Redline versus Jeranism.
He is similar to Redline, isn't he?
However, the problem.
Okay.
However, the problem is, thing is that I didn't really receive too much feedback on Jeranism's part. Now, I'm not blaming him specifically because I found out this happened quite a few times when I try to set up debates. I try to say, okay, are you available this time? Are you available this day? And then they might go yes or whatever. Then I'd try to message them, are you still coming to debate this day? Then they don't respond. And it's like, is this still going on? And I don't receive an answer. However, I was just saying, well, maybe he's just going to show up anyhow. So I, set up the thing. I set up the Hangout, and I even shared it on Jeranism's channel so that people that watch him would actually watch the debate. So I'd have an audience and say, hey, look, this is happening live, Jeranism versus Redline on the Flat Earth. And the thing is that Jeranism wasn't responding. However, I got a whole bunch of people that were really anticipating the show to start. And Outbound was one of them. And he was one of the commenters. Because there's a whole bunch of people that are kind of just, almost kind of like if a real life analogy would be like if you're, lining up to see a really, like back when Star Wars was a big thing and people would just line up to see it. It's kind of like that. Everyone's just lining up to see this debate. And, they're all, to play into the analogy, maybe see a few flat earthers dressed up as like flat earth pancakes or something. Like everyone is just lining up to see this thing. and Outbound's one of the people, and then eventually I actually had to cancel because Jared Nubs was like, Keefe's like, what are you talking about? I never agreed to this. And I was like, oh, here we go. So it's like, so I had to say, yeah, I guess this isn't happening. Sorry for wasting everybody's time. I wanted to apologize, and Outbound was one of the ones that basically was saying, well, that's basically saying, well, if someone wants a hangout, like I'm available to do a hangout, I can start one. So people were, starting to branch off, do their own things, and I think that might be where Outbound started to do hangouts. Was because of me.
So he got a taste of it, and then, well, I won't blame you for that.
So maybe Outbound is part of the community because of me. He might have came from the Flat Earth crowd, because I think that's when he started commenting on my stuff, or he commented on that thing.
For some of us, we think it's more sheep for the wolves.
I think he's going to be on the outskirts.
I noticed that he hangs out with like Bulldog and Benny and.
Yeah. I mean, and Stizer and Chaz. I mean, they're pretty staunch, atheists.
I like Chaz, but
I do too.
Every once in a while, he has an opinion that's really weird. I'm like, Chaz, how do you hold that?
Mm-hmm. But I think
I just like Bulldog, and I've had the same thing. I haven't seen anything too extreme from him.
I don't think Outbound's going to go very far. I think he's going to go by the way of forbidden fruit. I think people are just going to be like, he's not really worth engaging.
He's not active enough. No.
Well,
he doesn't go attack other channels. He just kind of hangs out in his own little world.
But I think he might, if he does decide to branch out a little bit, and
Yeah, if anybody starts paying attention to him, the issues with him are going to get pointed out pretty quickly.
And that's what I warned him.
The linchpin of his problem in a 30-minute conversation with him.
And I gave him heads up on that. I was trying to explain to him. I was like, dude, you're going to get eaten alive in these conversations because you just don't understand these topics. Because if you think I'm giving you a argument, or even not an argument, it's just questions that you think are illogical, then you do not know what the fuck you're talking about, because there's nothing illogical what I'm saying. You may disagree with it on epistemic reasons, but it has nothing to do with being a logical argument or not.
Right. I've been arguing this shit in pretty brutal environments with a really weird position for about 4 years. So me going against him was really interesting because it was like, you're just not prepared. You
are not prepared.
He's not. He's just not. The guy's. I mean, I don't know. I would say he's nice, but he's really not.
Do you think what would happen if I would think though Darwin's would have kind of eaten him alive in some ways though.
Darwin's kind of chews him out. But he's kind of, if there were more conversations with Outbound, I think they would have kind of a Joker-Batman relationship. With Darwin's being Batman, and like, I don't know. I just realized there's a little link in the bottom of Van the Man's profile, and it's bothering me now, or his avatar.
It was kind of funny the other day when Darwin was trying to engage with who was it? And Jack basically in like 3 sentences ran him off with a question that Darwin
that's because Jack
couldn't answer.
It was great. To the end of the world.
I mean, but it was like in 3 sentences he already had shut Darwin down, because he's like, "Go ahead, Darwin, go ahead, answer it. Go ahead, come on, Darwin." Darwin's like, I don't want to engage with Jack. It's like, but you can't answer him. So he took off and had to go walk the dog. But it's true though. He has questions that he refuses to answer. I just cannot.
Well, and it's when he first showed up over here, when I first became aware of him, he really tripped my my bully radar.
Outbound or Darwin's?
Darwin DD.
Yeah, no, he definitely tripped my bully radar. He was in the conversation in the video that I put up. Darwin's goes right to bullying Outbound. And I was like, I don't really know whose side I'm on right now. Even it's like
you're like, I'm so conflicted.
The guy just been yelling at me and basically being wrong for about 30 minutes. And
I have such confusing emotions.
Basically, it's an abusive conversation. The guy's not nice in conversation. But whatever. I was having a conversation, and then in comes Darwin, and it's like an unstoppable force meets an immovable object. somebody
division by zero has occurred.
Like exactly, it's because neither one of them are really nice, and they're really mean to each other, and it got to the point that Darwin, in classic fashion, just left the hangout because he was being mistreated. But quote unquote mistreated. I don't know. He has a really low standard for being mistreated.
Yeah, think.
But
moderator, you're gonna let me talk, moderator.
The whole time he was in there, he was talking past Outbound to me, saying, "You see, Ocean, this is the reason why you can't have a conversation with him. He holds these stupid ideas." And I'm just like, Darwin's. You've made your point. Fuck off. All right?
It kind of sucks though when you got to agree with Darwin on something. It's
It is. I do not like agreeing with him. I don't.
It's got to happen every so often, though. Everybody cannot be 100% wrong.
But the worst part about it was that because Darwin's deity showed up and basically sucked my cock the entire time he was in there, Outbound thinks I'm his buddy.
That's probably the worst of it all that came about.
Right. It's like,
Now he's going to equivocate you with him every so often. You'll be
he's
like,
going to associate the conversation. It's exactly what.
Oh, that's Ocean. I met Ocean. He's that Darwin deity's friend.
Yeah, exactly. That fucker. And I'm just, geez. And the worst part is that I've already been watching what's after that. He's already conflating my arguments with Darwin's deity, and it's like, son of a bitch. That's not. I don't hold the same positions he does. But he's like
on anything.
I didn't argue with Darwin's because there's no reason to try and insert my opinion between two people that constantly interrupt other people and each other. It just would have been a useless fucking gesture. But instead, what's the result of that? Because I didn't do that, because I was what I thought was smart at the time. Now my arguments are being conflated with Darwin's fucking creationist.
well, the doctor wants to have a hangout with me, you, Fiona Hogtie, I think he said, and a couple other people. He wants to actually have a more in-depth dialogue.
Jade was one.
Jade, is a belief in God rational or irrational?
I would love to be a part of that
group. Would be awesome.
Yeah, and I think it would be a very, very good topic of discussion. I think it's something actually worth talking about.
Yeah, because that's been the subject of debates with large people with large minds and large personalities.
The sad thing is that I don't actually think that there would be much disagreement amongst us, because Steve, myself, Ocean, Fiona, Jade all agree that yes, a belief in a God can be rational. But I think the real disagreement would come into what would constitute being rational or a reasonable belief in a God.
Well, as far as rational, the word rational has a couple of definitions that I hear people throw around. Logical has a more structured idea around it because there's laws that you have to obey and all this other shit. I'm not sure if there's a law set for rationality. It's
Can I interject?
Very, very roughly, rationality would just mean like the consistency of an idea. Reasonability would be why you hold that idea.
Can I interject something?
Yeah. One sec. And I'll interject. See, I think AMK's like belief in God. I don't believe to be a rational position.
No, it isn't. It's entirely plastic.
No, it's not.
So I mean, it depends on the person. Just because, but the belief itself in God, I agree. Everybody would agree on that in that little group that it's not a irrational belief. But the reasoning behind it, that's where the motive comes from. And then if you look at it, EMK and say, is EMK rational for his belief in God based upon what his belief system is, his epistemology? And then you have to say, well, no, because it makes no fucking sense. But go ahead, interject.
Please. Yeah, is the belief in God rational? You don't want to. That's taking it probably a little bit ahead of yourself. Is it desirable? Yeah. The human condition pretty much warrants a desire for an overriding, make it all better power. Don't you think? I mean, life is just a little bit too big to not get some help with it.
Well, biologically, yeah. I mean, there's parts of the brain that do want to look for higher reasoning, for higher being. I mean, it's called the God part, God complex. It's actually a legitimate thing in biology that the human being does want to think there is something beyond him of a divine origin, regardless of how it came out to be. That does exist. But the question more is along the lines of, is it in of itself irrational to have a belief in God? And I can't imagine anybody saying that it is irrational to have a belief in God, because there's no reason for why it'd be irrational to believe in God.
I think it stems from,
as a whole.
I think it stems from our human condition. We are destined to be born helpless, hit our peak, and then fade out into decrepitness. And you want something to be able to override that. And that's where the desire for a divine intervention kind of comes in.
Well, that actually doesn't make much sense, because the earliest religions on record didn't actually have a concept of an afterlife.
Well, I'm not assuming anything.
There is something to be said along the lines of what you said, though, that we do have this sort of need to give reverence or thanks to whatever it was that caused us or created us to begin with.
No, I'm not with that at all. What I'm trying to say is, once you recognize your own vulnerability, it's frightening, and you wish that there was something you could tap into that will make it okay.
You're saying like the primal fear, because like babies are born with two fears: fear of falling and fear of loud noises. And as we get older, we obviously get the fear of death. But I think that what the doctor's saying, that historically, many religions didn't have that fear of death because they didn't believe in an afterlife anyway. So it's kind of, they didn't fear it though.
You don't have to wait till you get old and start staring at death to wish that there was something you could tap into. There are plenty of circumstances way before that where you wish there was something bigger that could help you out. If you find yourself hanging off a ledge, you may wish there was something that could happen that would change the scenario. Or if you were sick at an early age, you might wish that there was something that could change the scenario. A lot of people have finally realized that certain things are inevitable, and we may not like it, we may not accept it, but there's nothing we can do about it. So we just go, okay, we'll just deal with it the best way you can, no matter what happens. Well, it's our vulnerability that creates a desire for extra help. Yeah. Oh yeah, I think that's kind of what happened to me in my early 20s when I started going to church and looking for answers, really looking, but I never found them. No, you're not going to find them. Like some people may say, well, you didn't try hard enough, or you didn't this, or didn't that, and I'm like, fuck you. I spent about 5 years trying to find out if this thing was real. I wanted to really know, not just faith.
Oh,
this was real, And then
I found that actually funny, because the nuns, when we would ever have somebody like come to the church, and someone said like, well, they're looking for answers to their questions, the nuns would literally laugh in their face.
By the way, guys,
church isn't a place for answers; it's a place for questions that we then argue amongst ourselves.
By the way, guys, for some reason, Down Corner posted a video about 50 minutes ago. It says, Steve McRae, traitor to atheist bias. Patrick Down Thomas. Steve McRae kicked us for no fucking reason. I haven't kicked anybody from this fucking Hangout. Nobody. Where the fuck did I kick anybody?
Or Hangout's glitching again or something?
And when Down had actually left, I was AFK for 10 minutes making fucking sandwiches.
Well, quit making fucking sandwiches then.
What the fuck, man? I'm like, really? This guy Down's gonna accuse me of kicking people when I never kicked anybody?
Down's an asshole. Have you ever met him?
Have I met Down? Yes. I mean, I'm familiar with this.
All right, cool. So yeah, it's a dick.
Wow.
Anyway, Heavy, what you were saying, like, because I had the same position of trying to find answers to really know what was going on, and I haven't found that.
And that's why I left. That's why I finally left the church. Because I really wanted to have a relationship with this deity or being if it existed.
Right.
I really wanted this, and this is, like they say, knock, the door be open, seek, you'll find, etc., etc., etc.
Right. Right.
And these were like verses like that were very important to me. And
Christianity kind of builds it up a little bit more than I think that is valuable. Like here's my thing, is once you understand sort of the claim around the idea of God, it's something that has a weird epistemology. You're not really going to be able to know it, just simply because of the nature of the idea.
Yeah.
So if you're going to bother traversing down that road and figuring out that thing that you're feeling, the what people call religious or spirituality and whatever, you're going to start exploring that. It's going to be something that you're not going to be able to know the answers to, because it's something that humanity has been seeking forever.
Yeah, but you run into people, I know in this.
Right, that's stupid.
Faith was not enough for me. Maybe I demanded too much of this God that doesn't exist.
Right. Well, I mean, I'm speaking as a polytheist, so the Christian God, I think, makes a lot of promises about, that I'll reveal myself to you, and you seek and you will find, and you're going to have these certain feelings, you're going to behave this certain way if you're truly accepted. It's all fucking brainwashing. It's just, it's empty promises, and the whole religion seems to be built around a system of guilt and control.
Yeah. Now, some people were very happy in it. Their faith is strong. Because I knew when I was in church, I knew some people that had been Christian for many years, and they were great. They were awesome people. They really were.
Right.
But it was just this thing, their faith or whatever. They were fine. They had it. They had arrived, you could say. Me, I was still barely taking my first step, I guess. But
I want to hear about polytheism. Somebody said they were.
Yeah, we're gonna go down that road.
I just want a general definition of that. That's all.
Polytheism is the belief in multiple gods.
And that's you?
Yeah.
Okay.
That's usually the response I get.
Well, no, I'm just trying to understand it.
Well, let me finish with Heavy Holler for a second, because I was kind of making my way around to it.
It's pretty sad, though. That's the response that you're used to. It's just like
it is.
Yeah.
Well, because I'm trying to understand it. I know the Romans have a lot of gods, and I'm not sure if that's the kind of.
Finish with Heavy Holler. All right.
Yes.
Yeah, let me get around to that point, because I'm very close. So, but anyway, Christianity has all this build-up. It's built around a system of guilt and control and all this other stuff. So my perspective was finally realizing that about Christianity and the whole structure of it falling apart. And I'm like, this is pointless to follow. But what else is out there? There's this feeling. I think that's legitimate. I think that these experiences are legitimate. What is it? And it's a question that has bugged humanity forever. And there's a lot of people that have come up with answers. One of the things that I do is I discount people who say that they're certain. And I look for ideas that are a little bit less planted, so to speak, and tested against my experience and what feels right, so to speak. And that's really the best way, I think, to approach it, as far as what spirituality is. And I think that if you leave Christianity and you throw out spirituality completely, to me, that's throwing out the baby with the bathwater. I think there's something valuable there that's worth exploring.
I don't think any spirituality left at all. Not anymore.
I like what you just said. Okay, now can I know what polytheism is?
Hold on a second. Let me do something real quick. I'll be right back.
All right.
Like 5 seconds. 5 seconds.
I mean, there may well be something out there, but as far as I know, or whatever, no. I'm not convinced.
All right, I wonder if he's the one that buys into like he's not the simulated universe theory type person, right?
You're talking about me?
Yeah.
No, I'm not a simulated universe guy.
All right, so you're not like Brad Hocusvig, okay?
No, I'm. Polytheism is more. From how I approach it, is much more similar to naturalism.
Yes.
But
what exactly is polytheism?
It's essentially what I said. Is just the belief in multiple gods. When it comes right down to it, that's the only claim that I necessarily make, and I don't really have any proof for it. So
okay,
like what gods do you believe in though? Like the Roman pantheon or what?
I think that most pantheons have some kind of legitimacy to them. I don't. Let me turn on my cam. Hey guys. All right. So, what I identify as beyond polytheism is another religion called the Asatru, which is the Norse pantheon. It's the Viking gods. So,
all right. What I would compare polytheism to is scientifically speaking, is that everything has an energy.
Kind of. I've heard some people describe it that way. I'm a strict polytheist, so I actually believe in the gods as entities, rather than things individually having.
Well, exactly how many gods do you think are in existence?
There's not a number I assign.
Okay, there's not a number.
Okay.
There's no assigned responsibilities to an individual god. Is there any overlapping? Is there? I mean, do they all have their own, realm?
It's weird how he says he doesn't have a specific number or anything, yet he says if it gives the specifics like which gods they are, he said it's like the Norse ones. So
for me, the ones that I hold a loyalty to, the ones that I believe in, and have altar to and worship, are the Norse gods. That's that interpretation or that incarnation that I'm fine with. That's the one that appeals to my heritage. It's the one that I follow.
What drew you to this system of belief? What drew you to this?
Let me finish answering the question that Key had. Key Feast. Because is there overlap? Sure. There are some gods in the Greek mythology that bear similarities to the Norse mythology, but there's like subtle differences and so on. And there's the idea, as far as I'm concerned, is that there might be an entity that is worth worshiping that is in there, but the incarnation, the interpretation that I'm worshiping may not be exactly what the fact of the matter is. I just should go with the Norse interpretation because that has to do with my heritage. Same with the Celtic interpretation. That has to do with my heritage as well. And there's some Greco-Roman concepts that I use as kind of fillers, so to speak, because the Norse and the Celtic histories are incomplete. So,
would there happen to be a god of the sea?
Yeah, for me, on my altar is Poseidon.
I'm sorry?
That's one of Poseidon on there. It's one of the Greek gods that I use.
Poseidon.
Yes, there is a Norse god of the sea, but I'm just not familiar with the mythology around him. I'm more familiar.
Is the actual sea, the actual ocean, is that actually the embodiment of the god?
Poseidon would be a supernatural entity that is in charge of the seas.
So, now, what drew you to this system of beliefs? I'm curious.
Long story. Involves
make it short. Make it short. Is it because is it because of tradition in your family? Is it because you saw wisdom and truth in it? Just make it short.
It's a kind of a combination of those things. Part of it is a search for who I am, and there's a friend of mine put it really well that science is a good way for discovering the world around you. The gods are a great way for discovering yourself. And I take that to heart if you want. It's a good explanation for the path, so to speak. With how I came to it, basically I left Christianity. I started digging into my heritage, started digging into history, and found spiritual affirmation in these practices and beliefs that are around what is historically Asatru and Celtic. So that
interesting, I gotta say.
Went that way. Yes, I'm one of the few people like me. I've bumped into a few others that have similar paths, and they explain it to me in the same way that I explain.
So you all right?
And a lot of us are solitary practitioners. I'm not part of a church. I'm not part of a gathering. The religion itself has a lot of social practices, but there's nobody else to practice with. So there are some Celtic Christians that exist in churches that have very similar practices. I've been to Celtic Christian churches and done divination rituals and whatever with them, but they're very circular. They're very centered around one monotheistic, all-powerful God and the idea of Jesus.
The stories, and I use the term respectfully. The stories that you'll hear in Norse mythology are all those based in actual occurrences. I mean, there's a lot of activity that's going on with entities such as Poseidon. I can't really name them. I'm not familiar with them. But I mean, the things that has been said occurred in Norse mythology. That's all actual true events. I mean, can you give me an event that has occurred?
No. There's okay. The thing with what's written down about the Asatru faith is A, it's incomplete information. B, we're looking at it through a filter of Christian monks. And C, some of the stuff in there is it's supposed to be interpreted as the word of the gods. It is interpreted as human writing about the gods. So there's nothing. I guess maybe there isn't messages sent down from the gods. The only thing you could probably try and interpret that way is the Havamal, which is the sayings of Odin. And there's a lot of stuff about, relationships and women and all that kind of thing. It's really interesting. But it's not meant to be taken as the truth, It's meant to be taken as an inspiration.
Are there formal scriptures that one can refer to?
There's the Eddas. The Eddas exist, and then there's the sagas.
And who is the author of these?
Christians.
Snorri.
I'm sorry, who?
Christians. There's Snorri, who Julian's making reference to. Snorri is a Christian that was
a Christian monk. Yeah,
right.
He wanted to preserve the myths in Iceland.
But he also did a lot of weird things with them and tried to homogenize them with Greek history and understood
the same as
Roman history at the time.
Oh, sorry, I'll let you continue.
Yeah, he did. Snorri was an interesting fellow. He did, but the Prose Edda, which is attributed to him, has some issues when you look at it from an Asatru perspective, because it includes in it a Christian idea of God, and it views the Norse gods as people that were later turned into the divine. The Poetic Edda, which is supposedly the uncorrupted one, is also one that the only copy that we have is found in an Icelandic library in a monastery. So whether or not it's also got Christian hands in its creation is up in the air. How much of it was actually translated and so on. It's just
when I asked you if there was any scriptures. I'm not clear. Are you saying that Christians are the ones who created the North?
No. Christians are the ones who preserved it. Here's what happened.
Okay.
In the 900s, this religion was very popular. Between the 500s and 900s. And even before then. But the 500s is really when it started really kicking around a lot, because there was a mass invasion of Rome. And during that mass invasion of Rome, there was a large group of Germanic pagans that worshipped these gods, came in and tore Rome apart, burned it to the ground, and after that, Christianity kind of had tried to quash it out. And in the 900s, there was another outbreak of Germanic pagans, namely the Vikings, that started attacking people and ripping apart Christian civilizations. But it was a raiding way. We weren't actually defeating or holding land like the Germanics in the 500s were. That was then put down. Then the Crusades happened, and among the Crusades were crusades against pagans. As a result, there's a period of history in which anything that was written down by these people was burned. And there were some monasteries, namely in Iceland, that kept some of this information around, tucked away in old libraries. And Snorri was a monk in about 1000 AD or so that tried to do a translation and get everything worked out. And because he was so far away from the Catholic Church, he didn't get criticized for it. And it's been preserved. That's all we've got, is that and the sagas, which were also kept by Christians. So while they weren't created by the Christians, they were curated by them. And Christians that curate writings that are not by them have a habit of changing them. So we can't necessarily trust what we have. We can discern from it, but we can't. It's not the unaltered written information.
Yeah, I remember watching documentaries on TV. You get the history of the world and type of thing. And I remember the Viking experience in roughly Great Britain area, and there was a lot of raiding going on. But then eventually they didn't just raid and leave; they actually stayed and became assimilated into this environment. I imagine that's when these scriptures were created.
But the scriptures, the ones that we have access to, are books found in a Christian monastery, which means a monk probably wrote them down.
Yeah. What year would that be?
But it's in Iceland, which was a Viking stop point. It was a port. It was in the world.
I think it was.
So the idea is that's an area where monks were actually interacting with Germanic pagans, and so you have some of the writings there, and that's probably the closest thing you're going to get to whatever it was that wasn't burned by the Christians when they started taking over places like Sweden and Denmark.
Like, what exactly makes what you believe legit to you? Because I mean, the thing is, when it comes to half these religions, say what you want about Christianity, yeah, it's very controlling and all that. This is coming from me being a believer, but it's at the same time, it's like, there's good. I don't even like saying it like this, but it's like there's. I don't know if I could call it good evidence, but you know what? There's evidence enough that I'd say, okay, there's weird spiritual shit that happens that says, okay, chances are, Christianity is true. I mean, I have my doubts. I still, keep an open mind about other things, but it's like I can't explain away some of these things. So,
for me, it's more of the effect that the beliefs have on my life. I sort of explained this a little while ago with somebody else, but this is it. As far as the reason why I keep these beliefs, it has to do with keeping my heritage alive. It also is honestly because I think it's true when it comes right down to it. But as far as reasons why I talk about it, it has to do with keeping the traditions alive, as well as the value that it's had on my life, as far as how the beliefs in how they're structured have affect how I live my life. I think it's a very positive effect.
Oh.
So just out of curiosity, Keepies, could you give me an example of something of that sort?
Of things that I can't explain away.
Right.
Real quick before we jump into that, the doctor made a comment saying that I threw a wrench into his conception of naturalism. Can you briefly explain that? Or did he run away? Shit. Oh, he said BRB in the side chat. Fuck! Alright, go ahead. But, yeah.
Yeah. Like, for instance, like here, I guess I'll give you a few examples, starting with the weakest.
Just go with one.
Okay. Okay. Well, okay.
And I'm not doing a gotcha. I'm not asking for your best or anything like that. Just for example.
Okay. For example, for instance, I had this isn't experience. Here's the thing. I myself have had very, very few experiences, but I've known a lot of people that have had experiences. And the thing is, usually it's pretty easy to write them off because it's like, oh, you weren't there, nothing was recorded, something like that, right? Like, they didn't videotape it. There's no evidence of it being left behind or anything. And there's one thing I was actually kind of scared to look into because I didn't really want to deal with it. But I happened to just stumble across the whole. I did a big search for it because I was really curious about like what people were saying about it and everything. But people were saying about the legitimacy of some of these Catholic Eucharist miracles, where like the bread will like literally bleed, will turn to flesh or whatever. And you'll get people that you'll get the typical you never see evidence of it, and people Catholics just believe that's what happens when you do the communion or whatever. But there's other times where it's like you'll actually see like evidence of this actually being flesh or whatever and blood and all that because they actually have taken pictures of it and stuff. Like
Are you talking about the transubstantiation?
The big deal, like Eucharist miracles. Yeah, I'm not talking about just the normal when people just say it turns into one of that. And one time, I didn't really look into it, but at first I thought, well, okay, this is kind of interesting. Well, I'll see what some skeptics say about it. No one's really debunking it; they're kind of just avoiding it. I saw some people say, well, okay, well, all that this picture ever proves is that whatever they took a picture of, that yes, it's flesh and blood or whatever, but they didn't take a picture of it. Like for instance, I'm looking at it and I'm even going, hey, they didn't take a picture of it actually. They didn't say. There's no evidence showing that this thing used to be bread. All they have is just blood and flesh and all that. So it was definitely something was alive or is alive or whatever, but there's no evidence that it necessarily used to be bread or whatnot. That this thing actually transformed, like an object that is.
You're talking about transubstantiation, right?
Yeah.
Okay, but these are all things that you haven't seen; you've just heard about.
But here's the thing: I haven't seen it yet. But there was this one video, and I didn't really want to look into it because, well, let's just say I'm going through like a tough time with my faith right now. And the thing is that if this is true, it'd kind of have to get me to rethink my Protestant versus Catholic position. Because I saw this video, but I didn't see it. Like I didn't actually watch it because I didn't really want to because it was really. It'd be kind of detrimental. I'm kind of being a wuss when it comes to this, but I know I need to go back and watch it if I really want to get a good opinion on it. But basically, it was in a different language, and apparently, this video was going to show the bread or quote unquote the host actually bleeding right there.
Let me
caught right on video.
Let me try and back this up again. Cause, what I was asking for is you had said that you'd come across some things that definitely could not be explained any other way. So I'm trying to figure out what you've come across that couldn't be explained every way, and these are all things that you've heard about, but you haven't even seen them.
I haven't seen this specific one yet. You said to pick one.
Right,
so that was the one that's most in my mind.
I'm thinking about things that you've encountered that can't be explained any other way.
Are you a believer in Christianity straight out?
Keep you as a Christian.
Yeah, what do you mean by straight out?
Are you a believer in Christianity?
Yeah.
You are?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, that, respectfully, that's where the problem starts.
I don't know if you can say that.
What do you mean by that?
Well, I mean, you want to look at what you're gravitating towards. You're looking at a system of beliefs that originated somewhere in the Middle East, starting with Judaism, and they have scriptures that you can read, and if you do read them, you might come to the conclusion, like, what, are these people kidding or what? I mean, in other words, I dismissed all of that simply by starting to read the actual scriptures. And once I see that there's this God who has picked out a certain tribe of wandering nomads and has decided that they are special and he's going to wipe out some other people for them and give them some land, I realize that this is, it occurs to me that it's all bogus from the beginning.
Except it's not just some random tribe, though. This is coming from the descendants of Abraham, and there's like a clear reason why he picked those people. Because Abraham was loyal to God.
Oh my goodness. I mean, the loyal, if you mean that he proved his loyalty in the story about him dragging his son up to an altar and getting ready to slay him because that he was asked to do so, I really don't see how anyone could take such a horrific scenario and derive any kind of truth or guidance from that. To me, that's, and I honestly, I want to remain respectful, but to me, it's an horrific example of nonsense.
And I don't get like did like get on that level. I feel you, but at the same time, you can also say that it's a good I guess tale about like when it comes to God, that sometimes he'll ask you to do hard things, and it's as if you're willing to actually give up something like that. It was a test. In the end, he didn't even kill him, his son. God stopped him.
Is there a?
It's a sick test. Who's going to ask somebody to slay their own child to see if they're loyal enough to do it? Seriously, it's nauseating. The concept is literally nauseating. Would you ask somebody to slay their kid? If you were God, would you play that game with one of your creations?
I don't necessarily have a problem with that. The issue that I start taking is when that God is claimed to be as a good entity.
Yeah, that is kind of the problem. Like if I was claiming, if I was a God, who knows what the heck I'd do? I might be,
right.
But I mean,
it's when morality
if I was claiming to be like a good God, then no, I wouldn't do that. But that's just me personally. I don't get how it works.
Right.
But you were willing to accept and worship an entity that does that out of what? Out of what would drive you to respect a God that does that?
Whether or not I respect it doesn't have any bearing on whether or not it's real.
Yeah, who says that I necessarily respect this entity at this point?
He was just saying it just a little while ago that he was having issues with his faith. Maybe he doesn't respect the God. Maybe he believes that it's real, but he doesn't necessarily agree with it on everything.
Yeah, there's a lot of things in Bible I'm starting to not agree with, and it's causing problems. I mean, sometimes certain things will be brought up in the family. Me and my mom don't necessarily see on equal footing because of stuff like this.
What's one of the issues that you might have?
One of the issues is one of the issues that I'm having right now is being able to basically be my own individual, but at the same time, apparently do what I'm supposed to do. The thing is, when you're following God, you've been told, to basically,
you're a member of the flock.
Yeah, you're a member of the flock. Basically, like you're not really supposed to be your own person, right?
Mm-hmm.
I can't think of the right wording to make it sound proper, but it's like make me less and make God more.
Yeah.
It's like it's not about me; it's about God. That kind of.
Your purpose to life is glorifying God.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
It's I'm starting to remember the phrase right now. It's like he must, it's like I must decrease so he can increase, kind of thing.
Mm-hmm. What denomination is your family?
It's weird because we've been to so many different churches, but I'd like to say just by the actions that we take and everything that it's kind of on a I'd say I was raised pretty Pentecostal, so.
Okay. That makes a lot more sense.
Because I've dealt with the whole, the emphasis on the Holy Spirit. I think I even remember my mom speaking in tongues.
Yeah, I was about to say
that's something that's kind of weird to explain away, but yeah, that's another
one. It's speaking in tongues is kind of odd because it's barely scriptural. You could make a scriptural argument against it as well as a practical argument against it. Is that one of the things that convinces you as a Christian?
Yeah, it's one of them.
Okay.
One of them.
Look at it scripturally, and there's a history thing here. It comes from Corinthians, I believe, 2 Corinthians chapter 11 or 14, one of them. And in it, it's got Paul talking about tongues. And the thing that started catching me about this was that it comes out of the book of Corinthians. Started looking up a little bit about the history of Corinthians, or the history of Corinth, the city where Corinthians was written to. It was a letter from Paul to the city of Corinth, the church in the city of Corinth. And what had happened to Corinth is Caesar destroyed it in 44 BC, and then it was rebuilt. And this was about 100 years after it was rebuilt. And what happened when it was rebuilt, you had a bunch of people moving in from all over the Roman Empire and outside of the Roman Empire. There were a lot of languages spoken in Corinth. There was Greek, there was Hebrew, there was Gaulish languages, Thrace. So you had Thracian languages. You had Eastern European, Western European, Greek and Latin, all being spoken here, in addition to Hebrew and Aramaic. And that creates a situation in which you have a cosmopolitan environment where people are trying to convert people. It makes sense if Paul is writing a letter to that church to deal with the possibility of a multicultural, multilingual church. The only passage that makes sense about that is the particular passage that people are talking about, what we refer to as glossolalia, or speaking in tongues, or charismatic. And it's weird looking at that passage because what's described there doesn't necessarily match up with what happens in charismatic churches. In charismatic churches, you have somebody stands up, they start speaking something that sounds like gibberish, and then somebody else stands up and they start translating for them. They'll start saying, this is what this person means. He's saying, and that they're speaking. They're the one that understands that. In Paul's writings, it's talking about people taking turns, standing up, whether or not they should speak, and it also says the women should just be quiet and talk to their husbands at home, which makes sense when you're dealing with when you're dealing with a multilingual environment. If you have half the congregation shut up, things are less confusing. So there's a lot of passages in there that don't necessarily match up with glossolalia, but do match up with a multicultural environment, and that would be something that's worth looking into if you want to look at the scriptural foundation for a lot of this stuff.
There actually is
toss that your direction
experiment that you could actually do. I was raised Ukrainian Catholic, and all of our masses were done in Ukrainian, but most of the congregation didn't speak it. When the priest actually gave the sermon, if he was actually reading from scripture in Ukrainian, everyone knew how to respond in fluent Ukrainian, and they would be able to tell you exactly what it meant. If you asked them after the Mass, they wouldn't be able to tell you what it was. Speaking in tongues really is a learned behavior.
Well, also, I had a long conversation with somebody that, two people, somebody who believed it, and then when I showed them the scripture, it kind of turned them a little upside down on the concept, because it doesn't make sense scripturally when you just read the scripture and you think about what Corinth is.
Can I interject something?
Sure.
Okay. I personally was raised a Roman Catholic, and when I got a little older, and I really took it seriously, then I got a little older and I started reading the scripture, and I have to say I rejected it completely out of hand because of it struck me as nonsensical. Well, the only advice I would give, just as an exercise, when you adhere to a religion, specific religion, you basically say that all the other religions are mythological and made up. I would suggest that you try doing that with your own religion, every single one of you, and just dismiss it just for an exercise, and see where you are in the universe and how you feel. If, just say, for instance, that you, adhering to the Norse religion, or you, sir, previously adhering to the Christian religion, try as an exercise dismissing it completely and see how you feel and what you would do next.
I've already done that experiment. That's how I wound up here. So I'll also say real quick that if I'm going to be dismissing a religion, I want to know why. And with Christianity, one of the reasons... Well, hold on. One of the reasons why there's a large disagreement that I have with Christianity. I think that the scripture is, in some cases, nonsensical, in other cases, contradictory. And if you're going to hold it up as a perfect God, a perfect entity, and so on, there should be a higher standard for that entity's scripture. And that's not what the Bible's not a perfect book. It has a lot of problems. There's multiple versions of it. There's multiple translations of it. It's all over the place. And some of the claims in it are just strange. So my conclusion is, if this God exists, he's a liar. It doesn't really make... the possibility of him existing is totally totally out there for me. But I don't think that it's an honest God if it is one. And I have similar kind of attitudes towards some other religions, but as a polytheist, it's possible for me to say that the God in another religion is real or possible, and even within the confines of my own. So I don't necessarily dismiss all other religions. There are some that I have to outright dismiss because they disagree with certain things, but I want to know why. I examine that, honestly.
Nobody lends any credence to the concept that our search for God is really a result of our own vulnerability as far as existing, as far as being a living entity. Once you feel your own vulnerability, isn't that really what inspires people to get help beyond their own means?
What do you... I guess clarify...
The whole concept of God seems to spring out from our human condition of vulnerability. We are vulnerable to disease, to old age, to death, to misfortune. The list goes on and on. Don't you think the whole concept of God maybe is inspired because of the strife that is inherent in our existence?
Possibly. That's something that is worth exploring. I've dug into that before. My conclusion is that it doesn't really have much.
Our only hope is each other. I said once in a previous chat room, and I don't mind it being my legacy I leave behind, that hope, H-O-P-E, hope, is the commitment we make to become the gods we worship.
I can agree with that to some extent. What are you saying, Julian?
I said, what a scary thought.
What's a scary thought?
Well, some Christians, if they just try to become the God they worship, it's not really the best character.
The underlying assumption is there is no God, and what you're aspiring, what you need to aspire to do, is to become. Look, humanity is very busy trying to be everything we describe God as. We're trying to understand the very nature of life. We're trying to become omnipotent. omnipresent, whatever omni you want to throw in there. That's what we're busy trying to do.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we are our only hope. I'm going to go have a cig and be right there.
Oh, I'm reading what the doctor said about me throwing a wrench in his naturalism.
Yeah, that's actually really cool. I like his definition.
The wrench is, I've forgotten that aspect of certain pagan religions, and my definition of naturalism for a time was reducible to or emergent from non-intentional substance. Under that definition, your gods would be compatible with naturalism as they form from a non-intentional entity or collection. True. So then also all of their effects would be natural.
So you see where the wrench comes in.
Oh, that's a oh shit, that's red tape, isn't it? Darn it.
Well,
Weird.
I'm a naturalist.
I always used to tell to Christians that I actually found the pagan gods to be more rational and more plausible than a monotheistic deity.
Mm-hmm.
And that was actually one of the reasons why.
That's my opinion too.
I find that it really frustrates G-Man when I bring that up to him, though.
He wants to have a hangout with me over paganism.
Oh, God, no.
Like just
I'd be interested in seeing that.
There's one.
I'd like to know more about your position, because I mean,
he likes missionary.
But at the same time,
your mom likes missionary.
Yeah.
I want to hear what he. What's your question, Keith?
Is it like, it's like I'd like to know. It'd be interesting for you to have like a, like even if it is talking to G-Man, for you to just express your opinion about like just like what you believe more, because like it's something I haven't really heard before. And the thing is, even though sometimes I go on this debate community and that for entertainment and purposes, I also realize that it could be a very valuable source of like knowledge at times. So it sometimes it would be cool to basically like here's the thing, when it comes to like the religion and all that, the thing is I don't want to just give up something because it feels good. I want to make sure I'm actually following what's actually the truth, right?
Right.
Make sure it's actually worth my time. And it's like, who knows, maybe what Ocean's saying, that's the truth I should be following, and everybody else is wrong, and I don't want to get to my life and find out I was wrong, That's kind of the fear. You don't want to pay consequences for it.
I'm going to post a few links in the side chat. Let me post 3. One is an interview with me done on Secular TV, if you're familiar with that group at all. They're a fun bunch. The second one is a guy named Kevin, who I hooked up with Secular TV, and I'm also present in that interview. He's really he has a lot to say on paganism as well. He's a Hellenic polytheist. It's the Greek gods. And the third one that I just put in there is a conversation between me and DPR Jones, where he had a lot of questions for me. And that's one that's actually uploaded on my channel. Which
you're not linking your convo with Matt Slick.
I can also link that. Let me find that real quick.
You had a conversation with that guy?
I had a conversation with Matt Slick, yes.
That was hilarious to watch.
It was really interesting.
Painful.
Tim was absolutely
I don't
baffled
think I can watch that one.
that Ocean even existed.
Yes, that was really funny. I pop into this hangout about 35 minutes into it. There's the link to that. So there's 4 links for you. And the bottom 2, the one with DPR and the one with Matt Slick, my existence is about 26 minutes or so. But they're interesting conversations. If you want to dig into paganism at all, those are as far as what my beliefs are. Those are the videos to start to just kind of dig into and figure it out.
And DPR doesn't remember a damn thing you've told him, and you probably will have
Never
to
does.
ask you again 50,000 times. Yes.
That's one of the.
Every day it's a new thing.
One of the reasons why that conversation with DPR is so good is that he's completely forgotten everything that I've ever told him in the past when we have that conversation. Because I talked to him several times at that point, and we just kind of went over everything that we've ever talked about.
It's amazing. He has a reset button.
I know. It's he does not have the best personal memory for conversations with people for whatever reason. I don't know.
Have we met? Have we met before?
I'm not sure if we have met. However,
okay. Ocean.
I'm terribly sorry, but I must cut here.
Wait a minute. I need to do something for effect. Here we go. No, I'm not. Right. So I'm not entirely sure if we have met before. But I want to say that if you do not have any evidence for your claims, I am not interested at all in having any conversation with you.
You are subsequently wrong.
I don't give one jot whatsoever what you have to say if you are saying anything that I find morally reprehensible.
I'm right, you're wrong. Next.
Can I interject something?
So,
if you want to get something done in this life, don't we look to each other to accomplish it? Isn't that who we look to? Ourselves and each other.
You're saying don't look to each other, or we should?
We should. Don't we look to each other when we want to do anything in this life? Whether it's advance in medical field, whether it's to find ways to be more just in the way people are treated. I thought I heard something in the background.
Yeah, I did too.
I heard that as well.
Oh, Julian's got something going on. Hold on a second, Julian, I'm going to mute you, buddy. Oh, it's not coming from him. It looks like it's coming from you, Thomas.
No. I don't know what that. Something's bleeding in. I don't. Is he in the room?
Sorry, that's me. That's me.
Okay.
Okay. That's me. Sorry.
If you were my next suspicion. As far as believing in each other and looking to each other for help and so on, that's something that is a value in my faith. So, like, if you're trying to use that as a sort of argument against some people's beliefs in God, yeah, I would say that it doesn't necessarily affect mine. It might affect the Christians, because Christians tend to lean on God a little too much, in my opinion. I mean, they do. It's part of the purpose of the religion, is that they look to God before them, look to God before others. If there's a problem, they pray about it. In Nordic paganism, it falls upon you. The gods aren't going to save you. They might, but it's up to them. You're the one that saves yourself.
And in fact, I've heard you say before that they get kind of upset if you can't handle it yourself. You're not worthy.
Right. So
there are actually some elements of
they might even be the
religion. There are some elements of your religion that, taken as a philosophy, I can fully get behind.
Right. That's really the most valuable part of it to me is the philosophy of life.
It's a very virtue-heavy philosophy.
I don't know if I'd say virtue-heavy, but it's definitely self-reliant heavy.
Yeah. Well, it's heavily dependent on the people around you and how you treat them. No, things like nobility and.
Too bad there's nothing to really look at as like physical evidence of it being true, though.
Oh, I mean, I would argue that Christianity has the same problem, if not more so.
I'd argue different. I mean, there's certain things that I understand that sometimes I have experienced myself, but
there's There's a reason why our cultures were at war for so long. We disagreed on a few things. So.
And there's a reason why you lost. Boom.
Ooh, yeah, I hear that every once in a while, but the Roman Empire was in flames because of us.
I'm going to say something about Celtic music. It's so haunting and so fucking beautiful. And even the language, which seems, and I'm not really a scholar in this area, but even the language, which sounds so contorted and not really very poetic, it's not like French with the beautiful sound to it. I just find it fascinating and inspiring. I don't know what it is about Celtic music. What is that instrument that they play in the background? It's so fucking beautiful.
Oh, the fiddle is used a lot.
Fiddle?
This violin. And sometimes there's a collection of horns that are often used.
No, it's a.
You like that orcana, that flute kind of sound?
Actually, the accordion is actually used a lot.
I think it sounds like a flute. It sounds like
it's like high pitched.
Or like a bagpipe type of a.
What? Okay.
Bagpipe is often used in Celtic music. So is the accordion often enough, or hardly enough. But there's also the mandolin is used a lot. The fiddle is used a lot. The oboe is often in the background somewhere.
No, I think it's actually a reed instrument. I think it is more like a flute.
It's more like a flute. Like I think if you're talking about like your.
If that speaker sings higher pitch than a flute, that would be.
Is that not the most haunting sound you'll ever hear? I mean, to me, it's hauntingly beautiful.
It does kind of have like this, like if you're talking Celtic music, like what I'm picturing right now, it's kind of like that. It's kind of like that, that kind of mystical slash slash like kind of Ireland slash kind of like Zelda kind of feel.
The way they bend through a melody is just so beautiful. I don't know. It's just I don't know. I listen to a lot of highlights from talent shows, and there was this one girl named I forget her name, but she sang in the Celtic language, "Fields of Gold." And she sang. She just did a non-verbal musical thing with her voice that was just so fucking beautiful. That's just all I wanted to say. That shit really moves me. Of course, gospel singing, when you see it live, that moves me too. A lot of power there.
Okay, fellas, I'm going to go ahead and go to bed. I will catch y'all later.
All right, I'll see you around, Van.
Thanks for the avatar. Hopefully, I'll be able to see it myself tomorrow.
Absolutely. I think that when you loaded it, it cropped weird, but
I reloaded it.
You just have to re-upload it. Yeah.
Completely open, but I still don't see my old one.
Yeah, sometimes it takes like a day to change. Maybe if you shut down your browser and reopen everything, you'll be able to. You can see it.
Cool. All right, I will catch you later.
All right, see you.
I think the girl's name was Bronwyn Lewis. You should do yourself a favor and search her as her audition. Just search Bronwyn Lewis audition, and you're going to hear some beautiful sound from this girl.
Oh, she was in The Voice. Oh, okay.
Okay, there, beautiful. You got it.
Yeah.
What if you can put that on the screen and play her audition? Trust me, it's worth every moment. It's very short.
Well, first of all, this isn't his stream, so you'd have to ask Steve McRae. And second of all,
I can get his channel taken down, so I'm not going to do it.
Second of all, copyright issues.
Right. Even though it does technically fall under fair use, since we'd be talking about it, but the third reason is I don't know how to do it. So.
I got you. Well, in your spare time, when
I'll
you're
definitely
just
watch
when you're on the
Yeah, I'll probably watch it before I go to bed.
Absolutely beautiful.
Cool question, off topic. Does anybody know Rachel McAdams?
I'm aware of her, yeah.
She just invited me to a couple of things that seem a bit odd given my persuasions. A community called Hot Teens and a Hangout just featuring some topless chick laying.
Rachel McCann, are you talking about somebody in the scene, or are you talking about the celebrity?
Somebody on G+, invited to some community, and some Hangout, which icon was a topless chick laying face down on a bed wearing a thong.
Okay, well, what the hell?
Well,
there's
not my cup of tea, but
there's a couple of groups like that exist in the Hangouts community. I'm not going to out anybody, but there is a community that exists that has a lot of nude pictures of just. It's a few people. I don't know how many of them are in the Great Debate community, but there's a couple that they're just G+ people. They just.
I'm afraid to ask Godless.
No, Godless isn't in it.
Let's see, what else?
Yeah, it's weird. Like, might be going through some, weird stuff at the moment. But I'm still willing to take on Nephilim Free for a debate on the whole evolution thing.
You're a theistic evolutionist?
Yeah.
Okay. I was too when I was a Christian.
I wasn't always theistic evolutionist.
Mhm.
Like slowly, I've been.
I was never a creationist. That never made sense to me.
I was for a while. Like again, I get where these people come from.
Right.
I reached a point in my life where I started looking at things, more logically, and that's kind of how I became a theistic evolutionist. Because,
Right.
I saw enough stuff that convinced me. So.
Good for you.
Makes sense. Yeah, I never
I'm not closed-minded to this. So.
When I was a Christian watching a bunch of YouTube videos, and I got interested in Great Debate YouTube videos, and people like Eric Hovind and Venom Fang X and a lot of those other guys that were like, and Jesus Freak 777, all those guys that were like the early Christians in the Great Debate community on YouTube, were people that I just couldn't get behind. I just didn't agree with them on anything. And as a Christian, it was just like these guys are, what the hell? I was wound up like siding more with people like TJ and Thunderfoot, and those guys, even though I disagreed with them on the whole, like the ultimate question of the argument.
It's funny
when it came to the subject matters, they were on point. The Christians weren't.
Because when it came to I want to say when it came to some of these arguments that, like, when it comes to me watching YouTube videos and even just materials I was given growing up, to help me with, my Christian walk and stuff, because I was given certain, stuff like for my birthday or Christmas, might have been like a study Bible or a book, like, like a teenager's guide to life or whatever, stuff like that. And I was thinking, there are certain things that's like, I want to say that some of my disagreements were us siding more on like the secular side were with like moral type issues,
Your disagreements?
Yeah, my disagreements. Yeah, sorry, my disagreements were more like, when it came to like moral type issues, and it was necessarily the science behind things.
Okay.
Like the whole theistic evolution thing didn't really kick in until later on. That's when I really started to look at the science net behind my religion, but I've always had a big problem with certain things morally in that.
Gay marriage, that kind of thing?
Stuff like, not necessarily that, because, I was young, and I was under depressions, like, two guys getting married, that's fucking gross, but, eventually you kind of get to see that, people are different, they're not all like you. But, there'd be some small things I disagree with, because, as young, it's like, do we really have to be against that? It's like that's kind of fun though. That's kind of like what makes life exciting.
Give me an example. Give me an example.
Well, here's one I still kind of have a problem with. I was given a book. It's called like a teenage. I think it's like for teenagers, like a guy's guide to life or something.
Right.
And it talked about growing up with like God and the dating world and stuff like that. And there's quite a few things in that book that I disagree with.
I thought you were saying you disagreed with secularism more than Christianity.
No. I disagree with Christianity more than secularism when it came to certain moral things and stuff. Because, certain things with dating and all that.
Certain Christians are like, you can't kiss until you're married.
Yeah, stuff like that. Like, I found, when people say stuff like that, that pisses me off.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah. So I had disagreements about that kind of thing a long time.
Let me give you
before I
the
started
pagan
actually
view on
really
sexuality.
questioning my faith.
The pagan view on sexuality is a little bit different. Have sex.
Okay.
Then, while you're doing that, find somebody you can be committed to, and then continue having sex if you wish. If there's no moral issue in my religion about polyamory, polygamy, or anything like that, or homosexuality, transsexuality, whatever it is. Not really any problem. If it works for you, there's probably a god somewhere that represents it in the stories, and that goes for everything that I just mentioned. So, with the exception of transgender, there's a couple of examples you might be able to point to, but there's also really nothing against it. There's not much for it though either. But with homosexuality, there's representations. If you go into even promiscuity on the side of the woman being completely justified, and there not being backlash for it. There's a story specifically about the goddess Freyja, in which she's, basically using her sexuality and people's desire for her to her advantage, and Loki brings this as an issue in front of the gods. And Freyja's father says, "What's really the problem?" And Loki can't supply a reasonable answer to what the problem actually is. And he's like, "Okay, well then there's obviously no problem. Stop making a deal out of it." And that was laid to rest. And there's a lot of stories that are kind of like that. And even within within marriage, there's still, you can have extramarital relationships as long as both people are aware and okay with it. There's multiple ways to construct a romance. And really the people that are concerned about how your romance is, how it's constructed, what you're doing, is between you and the person you're having the romance with. No one else. Not God or anyone else.
Does your religion have a structured form of worship? Is there a gathering? Is there a weekly this or that, a ritual, ceremonies?
Traditionally, yes. There's supposed to be, there are gatherings. And in the pagan community in America and other places, there are gatherings that exist. They are nowhere near me. I don't go to them. I've heard stories about these places. I know people that do go to them, but I'm not one of them. I'm a solitary practitioner.
Isn't there a temple being built in Iceland now too?
Which I totally want to go to. That's going to be a place of pilgrimage for Asatru all over the world.
That's where we were actually planning our honeymoon for.
Really?
Yeah.
Awesome. If you go there, let me know how it is, as I'm really interested in going. I don't know when it was being.
It being Iceland, I'm a bit worried of, my fiance being surrounded by a bunch of men who look like they're all getting ready for competing in world's strongest man competition.
It'd probably mainly be people like me, just with hair tied back into dreadlocks or ponytails.
Well, I've been to Iceland before. They're pretty ripped.
Funny. It's also kind of an Asatru thing. If you're going to be Asatru, you got to work out.
We were also curious about Greenland. When we
saw some of the people from Greenland. We're not going.
That's funny. In your research on Iceland, did you?
It wasn't really research. It was just vacation.
Right. But did you? I mean, whatever. Did you figure out when the temple is being built?
No.
Or is the temple not into your?
Well, when we went, they told us like, the temple will be up in a year and a half, but the date has been pushed back since then. So that was a year ago.
Okay. Yeah, it makes sense. I figured it'd be up in like 5 years or something like that. That's about when I'm planning on going.
Oh, you're in Iceland? Ocean?
No, I'm in Georgia.
Oh, okay, Georgia.
Yeah.
You mean the
Georgia.
U.S.?
Yeah, the U.S.
Okay.
Yeah, I realized that as soon as it said it. I was like, there's a country called Georgia too.
Yeah. Georgia. So do you have anyone down there that's in line with your?
They exist. I just don't go to the gatherings. They tend to be
right there in Georgia.
They tend to be drama centers, pagan gatherings. So I don't really like. People take things a little too seriously sometimes, or get offended. Pagan groups. Okay, it's kind of a weird thing about paganism, as far as the vantage point. A lot of the people that are pagan have been hurt by Christianity very seriously, and I'm not one of those people. It's kind of like with atheists too. There's a lot of atheists that have been hurt by Christianity very seriously, so they have a very anti-Christian view because of that.
I've been hurt by Christianity very seriously, and I'm a believer. So.
Right. But there's a.
I mean, there's a downside to it. I'm not gonna lie. There's a dark side.
If you left it, you'd probably a lot of people when they leave it get this full swing against it, and then later on they chill out. Some of them don't chill out. And it's with atheists and pagans. But with pagans, there's also this like hard left political spectrum that's also kind of authoritarian, and I'm like a center right person on my politics, and I'm more libertarian in my civil rights perspective, and it's all over the place. I get into it. Even though my beliefs might match up with some people, there's other differences that get in the way of any sort of fellowship. So, and a lot of pagans aren't willing to put those things aside. Some of them are. It's funny that a lot of pagans are willing to put aside theological differences before they're willing to put aside political differences. I'm a self-identified Republican.
How do you feel? I know you guys probably don't want to get political, but
Sure.
How do you view what's going on today in the race for presidency?
As a Republican, I'm a Bernie Sanders supporter.
A who?
A Bernie
really?
Sanders supporter, yeah. I've gotten so frustrated with the Republican Party, especially this turnaround. It's like, what the hell have you put in front of me? Are you kidding me?
Yeah, really.
You got a crazy businessman who's racist as fuck. You got Ted Cruz, who basically is a theocrat, and then you have Kasich, who's the reasonable guy, but nobody wants to support him.
Yeah.
Maybe if he gets if he's the nominee, I might vote for him. If it's him versus Clinton, I would vote for Kasich.
Mm-hmm.
If it's Bernie versus any of the others, I'll vote for Bernie.
Really?
But I'm not voting Clinton, and I'm not voting Trump. And if it's Clinton versus Trump, I'm voting third party. I don't care. I hate both of those candidates.
Yeah.
And here in Canada, we already had our elections, so we just have to wait till next time. Let's see what happens in America.
If it's Bernie versus Kasich, I'll be like, fuck. Okay, well, we got good candidates on the ballot. Let's see how the debate goes.
You got some progressive ideas, right?
Well,
you want single payer health insurance, that type of thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, me too.
I differ from Republicans on abortion, healthcare.
You want to get rid of the IRS or what?
Well, that's a Republican thing, getting rid of the IRS. Bernie's definitely not interested in getting rid of the IRS. He might be interested in auditing the Fed, but that's more of a Ron Paul or Rand Paul position. The stuff I agree with Bernie on is campaign finance reform and healthcare.
Do you think there's any chance in hell that Bernie will make a real contest of this against Hillary, or she's just...
He already is.
Everyone has already given her a run for her money.
Yeah, he's 200 delegates behind right now. That's really close.
So...
And the South has already voted. That was the big
Is that before or after the superdelegates are counted?
That's before.
Oh,
okay. Yeah, it's very complicated, this bullshit.
The superdelegates can change their positions, so I don't count that. They're going to vote for whoever they vote for at the convention. If Hillary makes it beyond the threshold before Bernie does, fine. It might harm Bernie in trying to get the nomination, but the bottom line is if it's going to be close to the point where the superdelegates are the ones making the decision at the convention, and there's going to be if that is the case, there's going to be a huge protest at the convention before ballot one.
I'd be fascinated as to who either one of those people, Bernie or Clinton, would pick as a running mate.
Bernie Sanders will almost certainly pick Elizabeth Warren.
Who?
I don't know. Elizabeth Warren.
Who is that?
She's a senator from Massachusetts.
Really?
Yeah. Very progressive.
Okay.
Hillary, I have no idea who she would pick.
Does anybody feel like I sort of feel like it's time that, you know how the pendulum swings? Weren't we kind of like destined to swing Republican this election after 8 years of Obama?
No.
Not really.
Not really. This has been weird because there's been a partisanship that's been happening, and the younger generation is more liberal than the older generation. And while conventional wisdom would suggest that this is supposed to be a Republican year, there's a lot of weird things going on in this election that doesn't make any sense. And you've got two anti-establishment rebellions happening at the same time. You've got Trump and you've got Bernie, and they're tearing apart the country. Really, what should be happening, the way that the political environment is, it's ripe for a third party.
Bernie needs to do that, man. Go third party. Hey, Thomas, real quick. Did you get kicked earlier?
Me?
Yeah.
No, nobody's ever kicked me out of anything.
Okay, because I just got done talking to Down, and yeah, I was like, what the fuck?
No, Down is nice enough to link me with what's going on in the chat rooms, and
I didn't kick anybody, and
okay, well, I'll tell you.
Down understands, but Patrick's too drunk to even pay attention to what's going on in reality right now.
Are you talking about Pat?
Yeah, but he said, but the video says that Thomas got kicked too, and I'm like, what the fuck? So I wanted to ask Thomas.
I want to talk to Pat.
He's shit-faced drunk, dude. I'm talking shit-faced drunk.
But I really wish that I want to have a conversation with him after the outbound.
But is this like, if I'm going to kick somebody, I usually tell them I'm kicking you and I give them a reason. Or if I do, why the fuck would I lie about it? Like, yeah, I kicked your ass. Fuck off. But I have no reason to lie about that. I didn't kick anybody, so that's what bugs me. I don't mind people being upset if I kick somebody, but if I didn't kick them, then piss off because I didn't kick anybody.
Right. He somehow got the impression that he got kicked, and so did Pat.
I thought I heard Patrick say he was leaving.
Yeah.
Well, Pat was having problems with a thunderstorm or something, and he was really protective over his.
No, that's the first time. Then he came back.
We're talking about the science enthusiast, Pat, right?
Yeah, and then he came back, and then I was flirting with Jade, which was really awkward. And then I thought he said he was leaving, but whatever.
He said he was really frustrated with me because I'm intelligent and I believe in God. I really want to have
really frustrating.
Damn you, Ocean! Damn you all to hell!
I find it really
frustrating. Fuck up my naturalism. Now this.
Yeah. And you don't believe in God. You believe in gods.
Yeah, stick an S on the end of that. What were you saying, Keefe?
I find it really frustrating when, I don't know, just alternate beliefs in general, because it's like, okay, great, here's yet another idea that, if I start believing in it, it's in the exact same boat that I was with Christianity, except Christianity's even looking a little more credible now because I have people that have anecdotes where they've seen God and stuff, and it's just me that hasn't.
I don't deal with anecdotal evidence, and you know, I do understand the ontological naturalist approach. I do get it because I'm a skeptic by nature, and I see these frauds, but I can't fault people for the belief systems. And there might be a reason to them. That's why I'm not an ontological naturalist. But what I think happens is you get these people that are such diehard ontological naturalists and atheists because they're jaded against obviously these Peter Popoffs of the world and Kent Hovens and all these people we know are fucking con men. But I have to hold myself accountable to my own understanding that just because all these people are doesn't tell me anything about whether there's a God or God doesn't exist. It just doesn't.
Okay, just because he said that, Steve, I'll be right back and I'll show something on camera.
Oh, last time somebody said that, I almost got banned. We only got 5 people watching now. We went from 32 people to 5.
Wow, you get quite an audience for doing these little hangouts. Holy
I usually get about 20 to 30. This one we hit a little bit higher when Patrick was drinking, and then all of a sudden they're like, "Oh, we got to go, Steve." Seriously, I had people running, but they're like, "Oh, Steve, this went to hell. Patrick is just we don't want to listen to him." That was funny.
And Nadia's got 31 right now.
Oh, I had her beat all day, dude. All day.
Here.
It's okay. I don't
letter from Peter Popoff.
About Miracle Spring Water? Did you get debt conciliation?
I did get the Miracle Spring Water. That was my brother gave this to me as a Christmas present.
Is that your brother's Christmas present? Miracle Spring Water? You're a dick.
I haven't.
You're a dick. If that's what you do.
It's because I don't like getting gifts. Because throughout the year I get the things that I need or the things that I want.
To think back.
That's an awesome.
Think back in the day when I was little. I remember my mom getting me one of those Oral Roberts prayer cloths.
Oh God, I remember that.
Yeah, and then looking back at it now, and looking back at and then thinking about when I learned about people like Peter Popoff that exist, is like wow, it's like that the prayer cloth thing is I wouldn't be surprised if it's on the same level as that.
Yeah, I can see that. It'd be like these parents with their religious kids would be like, you know what, I was going to get you that Corvette, but because of your religious faith, I decided to get you the Miracle Spring Water. You're welcome. Merry
Don't get me wrong, I still got some pretty awesome, Christmas and birthday gifts growing up, but I'd always get it feels like, I'd get like that one gift where it's like, oh, it's a religious thing,
Yeah. My brother kind of got it for me as, of course, a joke, because the rest of my family, with the exception being my mother, are atheists.
It's hard to say exactly how often I get them, but it feels like quite a bit of Christmases and that I would get something that's kind of on that caliber. Like either it was like a DVD where it's like evidence for God and so super biased that it's it's made by a Christian company. So of course we're not gonna look into any of the objectable stuff.
My sister-in-law got the first season of Bible Man on
what?
Bible Man, the kids show, where he's a superhero.
See, here's the thing: you guys are kind of doing it ironically, though. I mean, I'm just talking. This was.
I take no part in this, or no blame in any of it.
Gentlemen, I'm going to cut out. I bid you all good night.
See you, Thomas.
All right, guys.
Like one of the first things. Here's the thing: before I even actively looked at people like the Amazing Atheists and stuff in their YouTube channels and that, I remember I was given for a gift a DVD called "Does God Exist?" and it was actually like a professionally run debate between William Lane Craig and Christopher Hitchens. I had that on DVD, and that was the first time I was really introduced into like that debate world. And I didn't have no idea how popular these people were.
Do you think that you'll watch the videos that I posted on the pagan world?
I want to see the one about you and Matt Slick.
You want to see it?
Yeah, I just want to see if does he have like a reaction?
It's down there. But Keefe, do you think you'll chase it down or no? The videos that I put in there on paganism.
Sorry. I have to go though.
Okay, cool. Just bookmark those videos if you would, and let me know what you think about them later. I'd be interested in hearing your opinion.
I'll see you later.
All right, man.
Bye,
I'll see you around.
Later, buddy.
So yeah, the conversation with Matt Slick was funny.
He'd probably be like, "What the fuck?"
He was dumbfounded at the idea that I existed. He just was like, "What?"
Well, he probably hasn't ran into too many pagans in the community. That's why he's isolated, I guess.
He's run into Wiccans before, but he hadn't run into somebody like me.
Yeah, Matt Slick at the beginning was kind of dumbfounded, and then after Tim was just absolutely shocked. And I remember Tim was asking you, Ocean, some questions about whether or not he would be considered a pagan. And you were trying to explain to him, like, no, Christianity isn't a pagan religion because it didn't undergo a revival.
Right.
Yeah, and Matt Slick's just sitting there kind of like leaning back and going, "No, I've spoken to these people. Yeah, I know all about them."
And then he had a conversation with me.
Then he was confident to say that, you can't account for anything.
Right. And it was like, no. He kept strawmanning me, like, throughout the course of the conversation.
Well, that's his favorite thing to do.
Well, okay, here the main contention that I had with what he was saying to me was he was saying that basically had an issue with the idea of a universe being created by committee. That if multiple gods exist, then multiple gods created the universe, and then there's not one natural law, there's several. I'm like, that would be reasonable to assume if you had multiple omnipotent creator gods, but that's not what polytheism argues for. You have, and I bring up Athena as an example. That she's not a creator goddess.
Yeah, you believe in like a limited type of deity for some of these.
Right. Well,
I think I said it in the side chat, right? The gods in the universe sprang forth from the primordial chaos.
Right, from chaos.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah, and chaos. He's mentioned that before. I remember that.
Yeah, the chaos would be
fucks up naturalism, but.
Well, chaos theory fucks up a lot of things too.
Chaos theory and chaos and theistic chaos is completely different.
I mean, does it? But I know. But does the chaos theory kind of like put a damper in determinism in some ways?
It does. Yes.
Especially hard determinism.
Hard determinism. Yeah. I think that was actually the first discussion I actually had with you, Steve, was on hard versus soft determinism.
It's it's hard to wrap your mind around the concepts of determinism, and so it depends on the person I'm talking to. I know you guys know about it really well, but when I listen to other people talk about these concepts, I don't know if I'm misunderstanding or they're just not using it in ways that I'm used to, because there's such a complex thing that I'm like thinking maybe they're using this in a way that I just haven't ran across before,
It was like the first thing I do whenever I encountered one of those concepts was try to relate it to something. So for me, determinism was just a game of chess. You can understand that.
Yeah, except that chess would
That's
be
really
deterministic.
interesting.
Chess would be deterministic maybe if you play by the rules at a certain point, but your initial openings are random.
Yeah, that would be soft determinism.
And it's proof for God because your initial openings have to be intentional.
Oh.
Damn, that's kind of deep there, dude.
What?
Mind blown. What?
I just fucked up with my naturalism once again.
Bitches.
Maybe it's
they're
more
not
like
random, they're intentional.
Maybe it's more like Chinese checkers.
But no, the actual example was like two computer programs of chess playing against one another. The computer programs are entirely physical, they're entirely determined, but there is a random number generator code in both of the programs. So you can't expect some sort of... You're not going to see the same game played 1,000 times over.
It's a good
You're
example.
going to see different games.
Right. But so that would be, like you said, that would be more soft determinism.
Yeah.
I think that's a good experiment for soft determinism.
I actually ran it on my computer.
Well, the problem you were having though in that experiment is that your
Did you get
random
different games, or did you get same games?
your random number
got different
generator.
games.
Yeah, but your random number seed is not really random, so that I don't know how I don't think it really matters what your seed is, but in true computing, there's no such thing as a true RNG. Not until we get quantum computers is that going to be possible. It's pseudo.
Yeah, it's just meant to be sort of an analogy to it, to introduce people to the concept.
I don't know. I think I'm losing sense of determinism though. I get it that there is some deterministic things, but I still think that there's a lot of changes that can happen. I don't even agree with soft determinism but I think that because of quantum fluctuations and just maybe libertarian free will that things cannot play out the same way. You wind up the universe, it's not going to play out the same way. We will never exist in a different universe under the same conditions.
Well, libertarian free will is a bit of a different issue.
Libertarian.
If we go into it, your eyes are going to roll into the back of your head, Steve, because I know how much you love philosophy.
Yeah, no, and it's it's okay. I mean, this is one of those areas again that I'm like, I don't really have a say in it per se. I mean, I get the concepts, I do, but I don't think there's one way of saying one way or another. I'm not a compatibilist, I don't think.
Well, it is one of those areas, kind of like mereology, where it genuinely doesn't really matter except for a finite set of topics.
I'm going to take off, guys.
Very, very few.
All right, Ocean. Yeah, this is about to end anyways. And
okay, cool.
Good. So I wanted to thank you guys. No, it's got an hour. I'm going to end it now. I got to go to bed.
Cool.
But this was an enjoyable hangout. I'm glad Tommy got a little more school of things he won't remember tomorrow. I
was going to ask when would be a good time to have that hangout on whether or not it's rational and what would be rational to believe in a god.
What time is it your zone right now?
Central. We don't change.
Okay.
Add me on Skype, Doctor.
Okay.
Yeah, evenings are my best time.
Mine are as well, but it depends on which evening.
What's your address on Skype?
I just sent it to you in the side chat.
Okay.
But yeah, I'd get that going. I'd be interested in that too. That'd be cool.
I'd be happy to jump in because you saw how I debate that. So.
Be nice to balance out the Christians and the atheists.
Oh, can you imagine if you had like 3 people or 4 people in that thing that like disagreed? Because it's weird. Because I mean, this is if I didn't know Ocean and Ocean was like talking about all this stuff, about his pantheons, I'd be like, yeah, this guy's like kind of a nutter, right? But he explains it so well that I'm like, okay, here's a rational person that holds this belief. Therefore, it's a rational position, because I know Ocean to be a rational person. So I don't have to agree with his beliefs, but that doesn't mean, of course, that he holds a irrational belief just because I disagree with him. That's not how I look at it.
There are some people that I do have a hard time debating it with, and that make me, kind of stop and think about it. One guy that was pretty good at it, but then I came out actually, like, I think stronger in my position, so to speak, was Justin from the Paltalk Power Rangers.
Yeah, he's a pretty good,
really good
porn bomber.
Yeah, the porn bomber. Speaking of Matt Slick, but he ran a really good argument on Kantian philosophy that it was very difficult to battle against him on, but eventually we came to an agreement because it basically had to do with experiential epistemology, but that you can't verify a fact of the matter from that experiential epistemology, which I ultimately agree with.
Mm-hmm.
But the problem with saying that that becomes an issue for gods is that it also is an issue for cups and apples and so on, which was what I was attempting to explain to Outbound, and he just wasn't looking deep enough in order to understand it.
That sounds like Kant's Euclidean objection to Hume.
Probably is.
I think it is.
There's a really long conversation between me and Justin on it.
I'll have to look it up.
Let me link you to the conversation. That was another Hangout that I bookmarked because it was really, really good.
Yeah.
Let's see.
Well, I don't think you have to really justify experience as evidence towards yourself that you need to show other people that. You can't do it. It's impossible, obviously. Your evidence to yourself that's internal is your own evidence. I mean, we all have things like that.
That's the human position, that revelation is necessarily first person.
Yeah,
there's the link to the conversation. It goes from about an hour in to 2 hours in.
Yeah, I mean,
first hour to third hour.
I've got evidence that I've had to evaluate in the past of things that I cannot demonstrate to anybody else. And my opinion on it is, what my opinion is. I mean, it's a belief. I know what happens to me happened to me, just like other people happen to them. People draw conclusions from that. If they draw that conclusion is a supernatural origin, and they pretty well, eliminated natural possibilities for the most part. I don't see it that crazy to say, okay, maybe it was a supernatural event. It's when they jump to that conclusion off the bat I kind of get a little pissed off about. Like talking to the dead and those idiots. It's like it's a scam, and these people buy into it left and right without even fucking evaluating it or looking at the evidence.
I've had people disagree with me.
Anybody can talk to the dead.
I've had people
disagree.
disagree.
They're talking back. That's the issue.
Yeah, you could talk to them. Yeah, if they talk back, who knows? But I'm talking about
you can visit a graveyard all you want to. It's when they
yeah. I'm talking about John Edwards and Lisa.
I know who you're talking about.
Those fuckers, yeah.
Damn it! I was going to say something. Fuck. Was it? Oh. A lot of people don't believe this, but when it comes right down to it, I view myself as a skeptic, and that throws a lot of people for a loop.
Not really.
Well, you know me. You've had conversations with me. You see it happen where I am go into skeptic mode. I'm like, no. But there's a lot of people that will hear, oh, he's a pagan polytheist and he's also a skeptic.
No, I
don't see it as a contradiction. But a lot of people do.
No, it's not inconsistent. A skeptic would be you say I hear something and I just I automatically take it at face value that story's true. Let's say, hey, Ocean told me yesterday he got abducted by aliens and they probed his ass. I'm a little skeptical of that story, but I know Ocean really well, and Ocean is like tears in his eyes, his ass is swollen. Not that I'm checking it out, but
right.
There's different points of evidence of different things, and it is based on character. I think, and that's one thing, Ocean, why I think character in this community is extremely important, and people piss their character away, and I don't get it, because once you're labeled somebody that is untrustworthy, who the fuck wants to be around?
Yeah, somebody that's pissed their character away so hard lately.
Besides EMK?
Shamos.
Oh, dude, no shit, right? Dude, he literally, I mean, the fact that he's brought all this shit up with Mark again, I was talking about this earlier. Why? Why would he do
this? It's like he's clawing at an old wound. Like,
it is.
Doing that, man.
I don't know what the fuck possessed him to delve into that quagmire of emotional bullshit, and Mark's probably just sitting back going, Seamus, you're a fucking twat. You're an idiot. What the fuck? I mean,
Mark had a grand total of two things to say with regards to that, which was, one, oh look, Seamus is deleting comments, and the other was, Seamus, you're a twat.
Yeah, I mean, what is he supposed to say? This is not harming Mark. This is not harming any of them. This is only looking bad for Seamus.
The sad thing is, like, I could probably speak to Sugar on this, and she would probably want Seamus to fuck off on this topic.
Oh, I'm sure. Oh,
she does not have a positive opinion of all this going on.
No.
She doesn't like it.
But
Seamus seems to think he's white knighting.
I also... she's too kind to do that to Seamus.
Well, and also, though, Seamus lately has going down some pretty bad roads of argument, then going back and saying, oh, yeah, I reviewed it and I was wrong. He really...
There's a white argument.
I don't even remember that one.
Doctor, the person who just added me, I guess that's you.
Yeah.
Okay.
But he really has had some bad arguments that he's had to come back and play. When he was strawmanning me, and I'm like, Jameis, I've never had words with you, and you're sitting here really bashing on me, strawmanning me hard, and you're going to look back on the tape and realize what you did say and that you didn't let me even clarify what I was telling you. It's going to look pretty bad for you, not for me. Because when Seamus sits there and tells you, oh, you don't know this, you're wrong, blah, 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 you know what? It's pretty good sign nowadays that you're probably right.
I've actually tried to break down Seamus's behavior into a formula, whereas he gets backed into a corner and he rapidly tries to dismiss it via some means. And when it comes to a topic of philosophy, he'll say something along the lines of, well, these are just different epistemic views.
I don't know what the word epistemic means.
No, based upon knowledge.
Yeah. So, if you have a disagreement with him on whether or not time is A or B, it conforms to an A or B theory, Seamus will defend the A theory until he gets backed into the corner, and then he'll say, well, they're just both epistemic views of the same thing. They both have the same empirical support.
Whoa, no. Try running A theory with quantum mechanics and see how well that works.
Actually, yes, it is consistent. However, that doesn't mean they're on the same footing. Kind of like how a universe of pixies that shot the universe into existence 5 minutes ago as it is now has all the same evidential support as Big Bang cosmology.
Well, my favorite name for that is Last Thursdayism.
I can't see how A theory would fit in with cosmology and quantum. I don't know how that would even fit in.
Well, they say that things, when it comes to special relativity and quantum mechanics, there are some models of A theory that say there is a privileged reference of time. Sort of like you're the outside observer of the thing, so you have an objective standpoint of it.
You mean the one thing that it's always said doesn't exist?
Well, that would be God's view of time, basically. So God has the real view of time, and everyone else's perception of time is just illusory.
Right. But I got so many problems with that, though.
Well, there's actually a response to that by Simon Prose back in, I think, 2012 or 2014, where he actually explained that it was metaphysically impossible to even sense time passing.
From outside the universe?
From any frame of reference.
Well, I can kind of see that too. I mean, I had this discussion with Lyrical the other day. We were talking about discrete units of time, and we don't notice time passing. What it actually is we define kind of time as entropic differences. So if you have a reaction, the arrow of time is the arrow of the increase of entropy to the universe. So that's where we measure, what our time flow is. If the universe is increasing entropy because it could only go up, then that's the direction of the time flow of arrow. And for us, we really don't. We have an illusion of time.
Yep.
It's all it really is.
Even though your definition is a bit Sean, it sounds exactly like what Sean Carroll describes. Actually,
I've never heard of him, but I like him.
Sounds like what your mom describes, if you know what I mean.
I have two gay dads.
But that's a fun topic too. I mean, we should have a hand.
Ocean just goes.
Well, I like physics. I mean, I don't understand the math anymore, but I like the concepts,
But no, Simon Prose actually, there are 4 arguments against the A theory of time: McTaggart's paradox, the rate of time passing, quantum mechanics, and Simon Prose's uniqueness constraint. And when it's all said and done, it really shows that arguing with somebody who believes that time objectively passes in a present sense, like some presentism or some growing past idea of time, is somewhere akin to, is something akin to someone saying that clouds cause headaches. It really is that irrational and should be discarded. And it doesn't matter what vantage point you are at.
Yeah, I don't like the concept of some metaphysical being outside time. It really doesn't work on so many different levels.
Well, outside our referent of time.
Referent of time. That's well, that's kind of what's implied, isn't it?
Yeah. Not really.
Sure it is.
No.
There's God. I mean, in that situation, does God actually exist within the space-time continuum?
There are views of God where God exists in his own special sort of realm that includes time.
Got so many issues with that, though.
Yes.
But anyways, I'm going to end this, and thank you, gentlemen, once again. Always a pleasure and great discussions. But I am going to get sleep because I got plans tomorrow. See if this terminates correctly. I can't stop it. I can't stop it. It won't stop. Oh my God! We're here forever to the end of time that we don't.